your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in everybody to the last day of Group A. We are going to find our top three and the placements here coming into these matches. Bowie, it's going to be South Team versus Beastcoast. We've got Infinity versus Kali, and then X5 versus Akatsuki. And Beastcoast, Infinity, and Kali here, all playing for that top spot. So coming into this one, what are you expecting here from these matches? Because Infinity versus Kali, that's going to be a tiebreaker in itself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I believe Infinity versus Quali is definitely going to be the closest game. We kind of had our theories on whether Kali just had a little bit of a lucky day in their first series. But no, they are actually looking incredible. So, yeah, Infinity is definitely going to have to show up in style. Obviously, they're not going to be knocked out if they end up losing that series, because we do have the groups already decided.
Mm-hmm.
But it would probably be very good for Infinity. They don't really have a lot of points right now on the RES system, so just getting that first place, getting to the fourth place already would be a pretty decent boost for them.
Yeah, taking a look at it, like you say, that Kali came into it as a bit of a surprise to us. We thought they were going to be around that third, fourth place, but they've just kicked on. They've gone right to the top. They've only dropped one game out of their entire 8 games they've played. That one loss on the board, so it means that they do sit at the top of the table here. And it was the draw, I think, to Akatsuki that did it for them. And Akatsuki, I thought it might be the other way around. I thought Akatsuki would be pushing to the top of the table, Kali be around that mid-table, but no. This time around, Akatsuki have dropped off, won't be making it to the playoffs, and Kali looking to get that semi-final start here in the playoffs from Group A.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive. Like, when you look at all of their players, the only one that's really, actually known and been around for a while is KXY. Everyone else has been, playing for a little bit, but I didn't really expected these 5 players to deliver as much as they did. But yeah, congrats to them. They're looking really sharp. Now, on the other matches, I expect Beastcoast to kind of win against South, honestly. Beastcoast, besides the series against Kali, looked pretty good. I think they even 2-0 Infinity, right? The third place as of now, at least tied up. But they have the head-to-head advantage. So overall, I would say Beastcoast wins that one. The next 5 versus Akatsuki, I honestly don't really know what to expect. I think you were talking about if you actually get 4th place, you do get some points, right? So it does mean a little bit to Akatsuki beating X5. For X5, it doesn't matter because they're out and they cannot possibly get to 4th place.
Yeah, if you do get yourself on that 4th place, you don't move through to the playoffs, but you do get 15 RES points, which means, they will all add up here as well, because there is going to be 2 more seasons or 2 more series in South America to come after this one. So you need to get as many points on the board as possible to be in with a chance to making it to that LAN at the end of the year, because it's only going to be 2 from South America, 2 from Southeast Asia, and 4 from Europe. So just looking at the actual point breakdown at the minute, Midas Club Invaders did finish first in the last South American groups, but Invaders not a team anymore. Myers Club going to be second place on the table, 50 points. Akatsuki, Team Silk, they're in third, fourth with the 25. Infinity, X5, Kali, and South Team all have 15 points on the board. So yeah, Kali here, if they get themselves into a good position, they win the entire thing overall, even through the playoffs, they could jump up to that top spot here purely with the points that they've got on the board here in season number 2, because Invaders, they haven't entered, and they're not able to enter into season 2. So it does really mean a lot for them to maintain that top spot here in the final day of groups.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to be very interesting to see how things are going to develop. I hope that Kali can show up. It's always nice to have these underdog stories that show up. But yeah, looking at today's schedule, we have South Team versus Beastcoast. I think South Team, I kind of expected them to be exactly where it ended up, kind of middle of the pack. It would be hard for them to really break through the actual top 3. But I think they had a decent showing. We have Infinity versus Kali. That's pretty much a decider, or one of the variables to decide who gets first, second place. If Beast Coast, I guess if Kali 2-0s, yeah, they're going to be top 1, no questions asked. But Beast Coast could 2-0 South Team, and if Kali ties or drops the entire series, then Beast Coast could tie with Infinity, right? Yeah, it's kind of crazy how things could still change.
I think because they'd go on to, both teams would go on to 8-2, but Kali would get that top spot purely because they 2-0'd Beast Coast on the very first. Was it the first day? The second day?
They would have less points, right? Because it would be 7 to
both
8.
Both teams would be 8-2. If Kali drew against Infinity, I see what you're saying.
Oh yeah, if they draw, if they 2-0-2, yeah.
Yeah, Kali draw here and Beast Coast win, then it does mean Kali get the top spot purely because they beat Beast Coast. But if they drop to Infinity and Beast Coast 2-0, then we could see Beast Coast at the top of the table because, like you say before, Beast Coast did 2-0 Infinity. So there shouldn't be any tiebreakers here from Group A because they've all been in that position. Beast Coast and Kali have matches off the other two.
Exactly. So still a lot to happen here. Not in between the two sets of groups, but in between the top 3. And then, as we said, X5 versus Akatsuki, it's mostly a battle for Akatsuki to grab more points, possibly surpassing South Team if they drop to 0 to Beast Coast. Akatsuki could yoink, enough points there to enough points in the group to actually get RES points towards the land.
Yeah, and so looking at these teams, like you say, the only toss-up to me is the Infinity versus Quali game. I think Beast Coast are my favorites coming into that one. The first game, and I think the third game I would back at Katsuki. But yeah, no, I think to me the big header here today is going to be that Infinity versus Quali match.
Well, that one's going to be really hype because Kali absolutely destroyed Beast Coast. Really curious to see how they're going to perform against Infinity. I think Infinity was just as consistent as Beast Coast. They unfortunately, who did they drop? You said it was actually a Katsuki, right? Infinity dropped to Beast Coast, so that's why they lost 2 games, and Beast Coast lost to Kali. So now it's time to decide here who's actually the better team. It's going to be awesome. I think Kali has played a very fast-paced style that we don't really get to see that much from South America anymore. I feel like it's been very heavily farm-centric, especially, like the carry or protect one kind of thing. But Kali, I think they have a lot of very fresh ideas, and they play so fast. It's like amazing to watch them, kind of force teams to play in a way they don't necessarily want to.
Yeah, just looking at the times on the games, it averages between the 20 to 25 minute mark. I think they've had 2 games out of the entire series they've played here that have been around the 40-minute mark. So yeah, like you say, they are playing incredibly fast, and it does seem to be working out for them. And on the other side as well, Infinity, you're looking at their game times, 37 minutes. I think the lowest is about 27, even going up to the 51, 52-minute mark here up against Beast Coast. So yeah, Kali, if they kick on here today and they play really fast up against Infinity, like all the other teams before them, might just struggle about the pace that Kali putting in here in the games, and it'll be again, Carly looking to take those early games, those early fights. So we'll see how they try and draft around that one. But the game coming up, it is going to be South Team versus Beastcoast. You have this first one on the board here that we're going to be getting ourselves into. Take a look at the South Team roster, and again, you look at the players coming out on South Team. They do seem to be on the younger side, still growing as players, getting themselves into, and they've got themselves there, the back of the T, who is 28. So, they do have that senior figure to keep them in line, but it does seem to be the rest of the players are quite young. Do you think that's affected them here, coming into the RES South American League, that they maybe don't have that experience behind them?
The experience is definitely a problem. I think even though RZNT is, let's say, the older one, he didn't necessarily play a lot of lands, or at least not big ones that I'm aware of. So even he is a little bit inexperienced in terms of actual tier 1 global type Dota. But I'm sure he brings a lot of experience to the younger guys. They're all very high MMR. It's just the same old problem of we're still young as a team. We have to develop our ideas. We have to develop our friendship and even play style to some degree. And if they can keep at it, I'm sure they have the talent. Like when you actually look at the average MMR of these guys, it's super high. They're all top 70 plus leaderboard. They're all really talented.
Yeah, and we'll see how. They are going to be playing with a standing here today. Nanako going to be playing, I think, the position 5. So we'll see how that's going to affect them instead of Austin. Whether that's going to affect them on the in the lane in the game, how they're going to be able to build around that one. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have Beast Coast coming through. I've said it, Pike as well as Lumpy. Pike 18, Lumpy 20, 21, I think it is. So they do have a younger core base, but they have those experienced players behind them, and we'll see if this is how they kind of come into this one, how they're going to be able to put the pressure on, and how they're going to be able to use that experience and use these fresh players up against the side of South Team, who again maybe just a little bit fresh here, starting to try and build themselves up and get themselves into a good position. But Beast Coast, they did really hit the ground running. I think again we weren't expecting them to do too well. We were a new team coming together, just finding the feet, but they really have hit this ground running and started off really well for them. So we'll see how they come into this game, and if they've got a different game plan as well, maybe they do try and follow that Cali game plan of going a little bit faster up against South Team.
Yeah, I do feel like they are a little bit similar to Cali in that sense. I feel like they play fast. Not as fast as Kali because they also got kind of run over by them. But in general, they are like Pike joins a lot of early fights. They are really a team. It feels like out of everyone here, maybe alongside Kali, you just see the carry be involved in those early fights. You just see how their moves make sense as a unit rather than like one or two players doing some stuff and then the other 3 players try to adapt to whatever's happening in the map, kind of like a pub where there's like a duo queue and 3 random guys. Like they definitely play like a team, and they're looking much better with Moose joining. So hopefully they're gonna go all the way. Love to see them playing the LAN in Belgrade. But yeah, they gotta beat them. They gotta go all the way to this tournament, start farming some points because they didn't participate in the first RES, so they are at least a little bit in a disadvantage.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are going to be able to build up those points, like I say, as we get ourselves into the series. I think we should be able to get ourselves underway just shortly. And getting into the draft, is there anything you're expecting out here from Beast Coast? I mean, we've seen some quite targeted bans coming out on specific teams like X5. You ban out that Like and you ban out the Visage. But is there anything you want to see from either team you'll ban out here in this first phase to stop them from getting that early power spike?
I feel like with Kali specifically, I saw a lot of first phase Weaver bans. So that was pretty interesting. I was not necessarily expecting that a lot. I think one that we're going to see for sure is the second phase Windranger ban against Pike's carry Windranger. They also played on Lumpy, so I feel like it is one of Beast Coast's better heroes. I would definitely like to see that banned. And on the side of on the side of South Team, I think RZNT's Enigma is a hero that gets banned a lot. He's definitely really good at the hero. So, probably second phase. I don't think it's really worth a first phase ban from Beast Coast. But, gotta make sure that you cover all your base against those specialist type players.
Yeah, and we'll see what the bans are going to be as we get ourselves into this draft. Our team was at level 1 draft penalty. We didn't get their players in the they did a a bit of a draft penalty there. On the bans, though, coming through, the Kunker and the Brewmaster straight away. Chen will be banned out by South Team. And to start off with, nobody really was banning out that Chen, but it seems like there are now players coming through that are like, yeah, no, we realized that the Chen is getting let through, and now all of a sudden, teams are like, no, we can't let that one through. So on the other side, the Kunker and the Brewmaster being banned out, standard bans coming through. What else are we expecting? Like the Timbersaw, the Disruptor, Pangolier. Just trying to think off the top of my head what else we've seen being banned, the common bans.
Yeah, Disruptor is definitely one of them. I feel like the teams that don't ban Disruptor first face Tusk, so maybe South team is not going to ban it, as they feel like they could always have that response. I'm sorry, Beastcoast, just because South team picks Disruptor and then you can respond to the Tusk. And I feel like both players actually play it. Also, El Mishu does play Tusk, and on the side of South team, yeah, it looks like they did play a Tusk match at least. Yeah, I feel like this Disruptor ban thing is a bit overblown. I feel like the hero is nice, but there's so many cores that seem really strong. And there you go, the Weaver again being banned. I'm not really sure where this is coming from, but yeah, I mean, it's a decent carry. I guess has some flex potential. South America was definitely the first region to run as an offlaner, and I'm sure ZNT can do it as well. But yeah, just kind of curious how the meta seems to just shuffle a little bit every week, right? Just add this different hero to the pool.
Yeah, I think it was LSNT that I saw running the Weaver off lane, so it will be, so they will be banning out and out. They don't want to let it through. I think Earth Spirit was the other one that he seemed to be running a couple of times, just trying that one out. So we'll see if that was something that South Team want to pick up here, as they do go for the Bat Rider right off the bat. And see Beastcoast, like I say, there's the Crystal Maiden, there's Disruptor, Rubik here as well. All seem to be fairly popular in South America if they want to be the opening picks here for Beastcoast.
Yeah. Could go Disruptor. I feel like the hero is a bit bad against Batrider in lane, but it's good against it through the later stages of the game, just having that glimpse to cancel the lasso. But they will actually go for a Grimstroke instead. I like it. I feel like I think it was Beastcoast that played offlane CK in a game. And I usually really like having two heroes you can play alongside Grimstroke, so Puck usually was a pretty nice combination, but the hero gets banned pretty much every game. Yeah, the CK looks pretty good. Weaver works nice. There's definitely a fair amount of cores that you can kind of play with this Grim.
Okay, well, we'll see. They actually ban out the Primal Beast. Really ugly off-lane combo to have to play against. Just be able to onslaught in with the Inkswell coming through there as well. You lock them down into the trample damage, and yeah, heroes just disappear underneath that combination. So South Team don't want to play up against that. They ban out the Shadow Demon as well as that fourth ban. So we'll see what the final two are going to be here from both teams. What they don't want to be playing up against. This is kind of the thing, right? You only see one hero on the board, so you kind of ban out these generic heroes around this phase, and then you've got your last two in that third final phase of the bans that you can kind of target a little bit more. So we'll see what Beastcoast really don't want to be playing up against. There's still Luna, Morphlin, Faceless Void, Timbersaw, again, all of those heroes left to be picked up. So Beastcoast, I wonder if there's going to be one of them here that they really don't want to be playing up against.
Yeah, worth mentioning the Wind Ranger did go through, so Beastcoast has the opportunity here to yoink it at 16-17. I'm also surprised that they banned the Primal for South Team, because Batrider is notoriously very good against that hero. Your Flamebreak can cancel the Onslaught. You have so many ways to kind of play around him and even dodge the Onslaught to some degree. I think that just shows a lot of respect for the lane, because in general I would assume Batrider is very good. I think this says that they don't think Batrider is going to be a position 5, so this is probably going to be the position 4 here, as you said, South Team playing with a standing. Maybe they don't feel that comfortable having him play the Batrider, as they take away the LS. I mean, Wind Ranger is open too early, I think, to pick it, so you can get your other support if you want to. Yeah,
or you could potentially look here to get that Centaur in for Beastcoast as well. Again, really nice combo with the Grimstroke in the lane. They go for the Crystal Maiden. Okay, so they're going to get both supports on the board. I wonder what the South Team response is going to be then, whether they go for this Disruptor, because it hasn't been picked up yet, and it does mean that you've got potentially 2 lockdown points coming through with a Bat Rider as well as that Disruptor.
I love Disruptor here. I think it's, you have cancel on Crystal Maiden's OT. You just have the silence for the Grim. Grimstroke doesn't really dispel the glimpse, which, for a lot of supports, it feels like once Grimstroke has his shard, he just does really well. But the Tusk is nice. You're going to have the tag team with the static link combination. Just having the shard to increase the duration that you get your static link. And these are two supports that ideally don't want to buy 4 staff as their first item, but they might be forced into it in a game like this one.
Yeah, and it does mean that, again, extra lockdown to come through South Team. So the Razor, he has that choice. He can flex between the carry or the off, depending on what comes out here for Beastcoast as well. And he's always going to have a support that's going to be able to help him out here to be able to get that long duration static link, to be able to throw the damage out. So we'll see how Beastcoast are going to be able to respond to this, what they want to be picking up, because it is going to be all cause from both sides here as we get ourselves into the next set of picks here for Beastcoast.
I really like Puck for Beastcoast if they want to run that. I feel like it's a really good combination with the Grimstroke. Centaur is good as well, but I'm going to go Warfling. So it is a hero that can get on top with the Inkswell, and it is also a hero that doesn't care about the shards. I also feel like they're doing this because, as you said, Razor can flex every lane, but usually he's more of a carry / off lane. I think mid is pretty much Maureen and a couple other players. I don't think mid Razor is really something that South America kind of gears towards. So yeah, you can just pick this Morphling here, knowing full well that this Razor probably doesn't want to be in that lane.
Yeah, and it feels like Beastcoast, they've answered back up against the Razor. You've got the Stampedes come up from the Centaur. You've got the Waveform here for the Morphlin. So you can both get away from that static link. As long as you know lassoed or locked down in the shards. I mean, even the shards, the Morphlin should still be able to get away from anyway. So yeah, Beastcoast answering back here with 2 really good heroes up against that Razor. So we'll see which one South Team prefer to run the Razor up against.
Yeah, looking at this Centaur, I feel like you kind of also dislike laning Razor into Centaur. He has a lot of base damage. He has decent move speed, especially if you have the Grimstroke to allow you to disengage. So they're going to keep their options open here with these Zeus. It's kind of a tough spot. I feel like this Razor doesn't have a good lane regardless of which side he's going to play.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, that the Centaur doesn't necessarily rely on that right-click damage, so if the static link comes out, he could always walk up, get that stomp off the double edge as well. You've got that retaliate that's going to be coming out anyway, so there is ways to turn it back onto the Razor that isn't just right-click damage. So maybe they do try and run it up against the Morphin as the best of the bad situation here between the 2 lanes. A South Team will be banning out the Puck. They pick up the Zeus. How much do you like this Zeus into the picks that Beastcoast already have?
I like this Puck ban. I think this is definitely a good direction here for South Team. For Beastcoast, you probably want to ban Void and... yeah, I think Chronosphere would be really good with what they have. You can boink people into the Chrono with the Flame Break. You just have, Nimbus and the Zeus eventually. They actually banned the Enigma. That is, the RZNT special we talked about. They feel like Razor could be carry. Yeah, I feel like you can ban Enigma Void, right? We see that so much, just banning 2 different roles in the last phase. To me, those seem like the straightforward heroes you would ban.
Okay, and we'll see if it is going to be that final Faceless Void ban here for Beastcoast. Beastcoast as well. They have that last pick. They already know what the mid laner is going to be up against. Is there anything you fancy up against the Zeus that wins this lane, or just trades even with the Zeus in the lane?
I love co-op this game. I've seen a game where I think it was Quinn versus, I don't remember, but it was like a really good mid, and he played co-op into Zeus, just absolutely starved and destroyed Zeus. Usually you expect that hero to be able to just farm regardless of what happens. Yeah. But I think if you play co-op really well, you can actually win that lane. And it's a hero that doesn't care about Batrider, doesn't care about Razor, doesn't care about Tusk. And brings like a lot of burst damage that I feel like they don't necessarily lack, but it would be welcomed against the heroes the South Team has. To me, that looks really good.
10 seconds.
I wonder if South Team would ban something else, maybe a more straightforward mid hero. You can ban Void Spirit if you want to. I'm sure Lumpy can play it.
Radiant
Okay.
team.
Well, they actually
Ban Ember.
Yeah, they ban out the Ember. Faceless Floyd did get left in as Beast Coast ban out the Night Stalker here, so thinking this might be the safe lane Razor. We'll see how South Team want to pick around it. They've got themselves just under 30 seconds, so they
Turn to
pick up the Chaos Knight.
Flex, right? Can still play it off, can still play it carry. What would you prefer? I guess the CK is probably better carry, honestly. I feel like you have the sustain to be in this
10
kind of
seconds
bursty lane, the
remaining.
Grimstroke Centaur, you're tanky, whereas Razor, in my opinion, could struggle a
5
bit
seconds
more.
remaining.
But yeah, like whatever happens, CK, Batra, they're gonna play together. Razor, Tusk gonna play together. I feel like that's the duels they have. Whether they're gonna be in whatever lane, it kind of goes for their preference probably.
Okay, and we'll see Beast Coast what their final pick is going to be. They're going to be burning through this last of the reserve time here as well. 23 seconds on the clock, so we'll see what it is going to be for them. And again, the heroes that are left that we're seeing, I mean, are people sick of Sniper yet? You know, it seems just like, we're not going to pick this hero just because, you know, we're sick of playing it. Or do you think that could be something we see coming out against the Zeus here for Beast Coast?
I think too much gap close. I'm
Okay.
not that big of a fan. They're gonna go for
Ascends your
TA.
hero.
Not what I expected, honestly. It is good against Zeus in the mid lane, but I do wonder. I feel like CK is actually kind of a decent matchup as you get more illusions.
Yeah.
But yeah, it will be the carry CK. I do like that. I think that's a better option for them. That said, I'm a bit sad for Argentine. I think he's gonna have a hard game. Just Morphling lanes in general are tough, and they don't have damage to really threaten him unless he misplays, right? Like you're just waveform away of everything they have.
Yeah. So looking at the lineup, like I said before the game started, I think I'm coming in preferring Beast Coast. I see the draft now as well. I think I still lean that way. Have you changed your mind? You're maybe leaning towards South Team, or you thoroughly behind Beast Coast here?
No, I think Beastcoast has the better draft. They also have the better results. To me, this is kind of like a 80-20. I feel like they have a very solid draft. Comfort heroes alongside meta heroes. And this CK trend, you know, I've seen it in pubs. It looks good in pubs. I have not been impressed by a CK yet. So let's see if South Team can do it. I'm sure Hook has a really good one. But I don't know. Their lineup's weird. They don't have a lot of lockdown. Razor's not a playmaker. It feels like they're going to have all three heroes farming. And if you do that, I just feel like they're going to be outscaled by Beastcoast.
Okay, well, we'll see how this one's going to go. Whether Beast Coast can they get the win on the board, threaten that top of the table push here on the final day up against Quali, or South Team, are they going to spoil some parties as we get ourselves into game number 1? We'll find out. And yeah, between these two teams, I think, again, I'm going to be leaning towards Beast Coast. I think they're going to be the favorites coming into this one. But don't forget, if you want to voice your own opinion, or you think you know better, you can scan that QR code on the screen, take yourself over to the 1xBet app, or use the banner below the stream to get yourself over to the website. And then you can use the promo code 1XRLG LATAM. Get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. Odds on the screen there. Yeah, Beast Coast even being given out as favorites. And we'll see how this one is going to go. Some smoke and some warding coming out here between the two teams. In fact, South Team going to run up the cliff. Smoke will break, but can he get hold of Lumpy? Lumpy trying to run himself away from this one. I think he's just breaking vision here, and he will be able to get himself away. It's going to be the Chaos Bolt being picked up for the Chaos Knight. So no gap closed, no drag back here on Lumpy. He will be away, even a wave in the hand as he gets himself out. That high five, yeah, not going to be fulfilled by anyone on the side of the South
30
Team.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, that was a close one. I think if they had the Tusk a little bit closer, you really needed the shards there to kind of engage. And to me, that's kind of a maybe foresight of how this game is going to look like. Eventually, this is going to have Blink Dagger, and then how do you actually make plays? You rely on Nanaku's Blink Dagger, or else they just don't have any initiation whatsoever. You need to win the lane so that you are the one bringing the heat. Because if you're behind, or even
The battle begins.
the way they have to force these fights are going to be very awkward.
Yeah, and it looks like, well, there's not going to be a forced fight just yet, as the bounty is going to be traded off 2 for 2. And there was a little bit of posturing around that bottom bounty with R's and T, you know, the TA coming in here as well. Odds on the screen, we just get a bit of a pause. But yeah, we'll see how this one's going to play out, especially with Nanako being that standing coming in for South Team, how this bottom lane will play here for the side of South Team. Meanwhile, the top lane, Pyke and Moose, we've seen them all event. You know, they've looked incredibly strong. They've looked really well synergy-wise. I'll not say the full word, but You know, they have looked really well together. We'll see how this is going to play out. Is there any lane that you think we should be keeping an eye on? Your kill lane to come out, maybe that one dominates over the others, that just applying this pressure for either side?
I feel like both safe lanes have honestly, I feel like both side lanes for Beastcoast are very strong. We could have first blood in either one of them. There is a chance, like if South team gets some lucky denies in the first wave, you get level 2 before Beastcoast, you kill Moose level 1. Yeah, just like how we're seeing right now. But you will need 2 spells or to actually have the damage to do it. That's the only way I see. You get level 2 faster, and then you try to overpower Moose. That's the only hero that can kill this lane.
Okay, well, we'll see if that is going to play out that way as Moo's taking a little bit of damage to start off with, but the Morphlin's still going to be farming up here in the lane. He's going to have the access to the creeps, not taken away from him just yet. Looking for these last hits, and Moo's being a little bit squishy now, so the shards do come out, trapping him in here. Might be able to do a lot of damage onto Moo's plasma field. Is this going to be the first blood? Moo's underneath the tower. Masha will pick it up, and Pike's going to be careful there as well, so we'll be getting to that level 2 just a little bit quicker here now, thanks to that first blood coming out. South team do have the advantage, it feels like, in this top lane. We'll see if they're going to be able to take advantage of this one. Crystal Maiden going to be TP right back in, not under vision though. And Masha not going to be able to get these shards off and going to be able to get another kill onto Moose, send him right back to the fountain after that TP comes in.
Pretty nicely done by South team. I feel like Moose actually had a really good position in that fight. Like, he was really close to his tower, even had the extra armor from it. But at the end of the day, just a lot of damage when you can get the shards. CM very...
Oh, Snowball! He's trying to go for that strength morph now as well. Azanti doesn't get in range, so he went for the adaptive strike, I think, at level 2 here on the morphin. Yeah, no waveform, so he's not going to be able to get himself over the shards. It's going to take some punishment coming out, but won't be completely killed off here by the side of South team.
All right, very strong beginning there from South team. Was not expecting so much advantage, but that's like, it just gets worse from there. I feel like, Morphling CM, they're very weak heroes, level 1 and 2, but they do definitely get a bit stronger. How's bottom looking CS wise here? Looks like CK is having a pretty good time actually, doing a decent job against Vitaly.
Yeah. How do you expect this lane to play, especially with the Batrider being here? Do you think they have enough harassment to get some lockdown on the Grimstroke, or do you think with that Inkswell, the stomp coming out from Vitaly, that it just has enough threat in it to stop the South team trying to look for the ganks onto the Beastcoast heroes?
I feel like as long as they play both Vitaly and Omisho play together, even if you try to pressure the Grimstroke, you probably die before they die. I think there's just more damage on the side of Beastcoast, and I guess similarly to their safe lane, it's kind of a lane where you peak level 3, level 4, so you don't necessarily start with all of that upper hand, but once you have level 2 Inkswell and you have level 2 Double Edge, it's just so much damage you can out.
Okay. And Centaur, are we going to have seen, do you think, do they go for that Veil build or a quick Blink Dagger going into the Eternal Shard? How do you want to see Vitaly building up here on this hero as well?
Now wait a second here, as they are going for a play.
Yeah, Inkswell
Is
comes
that
out.
Flame Break?
Do they get
too much damage, actually?
Yeah, Vitaly, Flame Break push back into that Reality Rift now as well. The Storm will be used. Vitaly, slowdown coming through from the Stroke of Fate. Elmisho, oh no, the Chaos Ball here. They're going to be able to get the surrounding onto Vitaly. Vitaly trying himself through these trees. The damage coming through. He's going to have that Storm coming up in another 6 seconds.
Lotus.
Is he going to live this long now as well? The double Blood Grenade does come out. Looks like Cuckoo not going to be able to catch up, but there's going to be maybe a drawback Reality Rift coming through now. And Elmisho is going to be able to put this Inkswell now. It's going to be a Flame Break point blank to stop Vitaly closing the gap. Both teams not going to be able to get the kills out of this, but a good skirmish from both sides, doing plenty of damage in both teams here, looking to get some regen back on the board.
It's definitely better for South team, though, because they had a wave dying in their tower. So at the end of the day, you don't trade any kills, you use a lot of resources, and you don't farm. Whilst, okay, they go for Cook-a-Hook here, but the damage is insane.
Yeah, look at this. He double edges himself to death, thinking Elmisho. Elmisho's going to be able to claim the kill, but Nanako, he gets it. The support's picking them both up here. He was caught in the bottom of that Firefly, and the double edge top lane, though. They get another kill onto Moose. Pike, is he going to try and get the kill onto Arzin? Does he have enough damage? Going for the strength morph now, but his damage will drop up against the Razor when he goes full strength onto this one. Masha trying to do what damage he can as well onto Pike. Pike could have been in a little bit of trouble now. Do we have any spells on cooldown to use? One more right click from Arzin, and Masha actually gets it with the shards. Really good start for South team, and Beastcoast just haven't woken up yet.
Yeah, I think Kaizen T used one as soon as the Adaptive Strike got back for the Morphling, so he thought he was gonna get that kill, but he baits himself into dying as well. Yeah, and overall, South Team's button clicking here, button pressing has been pretty good. Just winning lanes that I think weren't necessarily easy, or were at least kind of even. The only thing I thought was going to actually be a wash was mid, and even so, this Zeus actually doing a bit better than the TA. You don't see that very often.
No, the 31-5, yeah, even getting the last hits and denies you fully on the board here. That maybe the lane equilibrium, excuse me, going a little bit better here for the Zeus. Does seem to be playing around this a little better now as well, going straight for those mana boots, and we'll be able to get some harass out. 3 points in the arc lining as well, so we'll be able to just tick down onto those refraction charges from the Templar Assassin every time that the TA pops those out.
Pretty curious that even though Zeus had more denies and more CS, TA is the one that gets level 6 first. I don't know how that happened. Maybe she got a deward or something. That's definitely weird. As they will find Masha here. The OT giving Vision good shards.
Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath does come out, and it's not going to be resulting in a kill, it doesn't feel like, but it did get close, but it will be now down now for the next minute or so, a couple of minutes coming out here for the Zeus. So playing around this one, that's kind of his thing, right, as well. He doesn't really need to leave the lane. You can just throw out the Thunder Gods whenever one gets low, and you can count that one as a gank, but we'll be down for the next 95 seconds or so. And we'll see how Osito, if he does look for a rotation out, maybe to look to get onto the Morphling on the top lane, or, you know, on the Centaur on the bottom lane, you really put the pressure onto these lanes.
I mean, without his OT, I don't think he has the damage, so he's probably just going to farm. And you know, I've seen games like this. You try to trade farm with the TA, you just can't farm as fast because, you know, she doesn't rely on mana for the most part to get creeps, whereas you don't really have the sustain to farm as fast. Already some huge stacks here being farmed by Lumpy in the big jungle. The Morphling is having kind of a rough one, but should be able to farm just as fast, if not faster, than the Seeking. And that's kind of what we talked about. South Team, they have to create a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have the cores to do so, but at least they won their lane, so we'll see how much they can squeeze out of it.
And do you think that... Oh, Masha, Shards come out now as well. He's going to be able to go for the tag team. They might be able to get this kill. The Snowball, really good dodge. Now, one more right click. The Barrett could get involved here as well. Lumpy does TP down after this one. Nanako going to be taking a lot of damage. Firefly will be there, but it doesn't get him out of the TA's grasp. And they do trade that one out 1-for-1. But again, it did force a TP out for the TA. As Osito comes down, who's going to be able to get that heavily jump to the high ground. Even gets both bounty runs from that. So won't lose anything too Lumpy from that. Apart from, well, a big chunk of health.
Yeah, very scary to play against this TA. Time for the runes. Will the Zeus be lucky? No, he will not.
And yeah, Lumpy, that's going to help him. Going to be able to get this T1 off now as well. Shots do come through. Don't trap Lumpy inside now. 3 heroes. Flame Break coming back. Do they get the damage out? Because it's going to be the Arc Line sponsor around as well as that Firefly damage onto Lumpy. But there will be a really nice ink swell. Snowball going to drag them back underneath the tier 1 tower though. Thunder God's Wrath does get used. Osito gets himself a double kill from this. Can he get more? Heavenly Jump comes in. Lumpy going to be taking a lot of damage from that now as well. Refraction charges up in 5 seconds. But is it going to be enough? Osito out of mana. The Pigpole comes out here from the TA. Shards will miss.
Oh, he gets the refraction.
Back up. Pike's going to be able to get the kill onto Nanako. And Zeus, he is trying for his life to get out from that one. But the trap pops. And then Lumpy pops him.
That was really close. If they had like 5 more armor, if Zeus got that rune, he actually gets the kill, right? It was out of mana, couldn't really finish the TA off. She gets the refraction, and the fight kind of turns. Still a decent move, I would say. South Team pressuring a lot, and like just look at Vitali. He does need those rotations so he can get back to farming. This has been, I guess, you know, I just don't see this matchup that much. The Centaur CK. Centaur seems to have been discontinued a little bit. CK isn't that popular, but it feels just like Lifestealer versus Centaur. Feels like a really hard lane.
Yeah. And we'll see here. Phantasm's going to be used. Masha actually sees, or excuse me, Moose sees Masha, and is even going to be able to get that. Shards coming through, don't connect here, but can they get the kill onto the Batrider? Batrider walks himself up into 3 heroes, and yeah, I think he's just trying to scout out some stacks. Moose, though, going to get Walrus Punch up into the face, and now you can even see Cuckoo going to get involved in this one as well. Morphling has to back himself away. The Phantasm, though, has already been used.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
All right,
attack.
they trade even. Still a couple stacks.
Is under attack.
Not the end of the world here for Beastcoast, but if they are able to pressure this tower, which I think they will, this is nice. I mean, Vitaly, he actually got his level 6 right now. He is so starved. I think they lost their Wisdom Rune, right? It doesn't seem right that they're this under level on the side of the Beastcoast.
Wisdom Rune, yeah, Nanako got the snipe onto that one. Masha and Nanako picked them up, so yeah, you are right that they did lose that first Wisdom Rune, which will put them behind, put the South team supports on the board here, both of them with their ultimates, and Grimstroke as well as the Crystal Maiden only just hitting level 5.
Yeah, that's exactly what South team needs in a game like this, I feel. You need to have the upper hand, so you're strong enough that even though your heroes are a bit wonky to initiate fights, you just run at them through sheer net worth advantage. So far, they're doing a good job. Looks like Azerty is just going for, straight up BKB build, which I don't mind. And that was smoke from Beastcoast.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, looking for this pick on the Razor. The Razor is going to be in the lane. No Spidey Sense
Blink Dagger
tingling for him. Blink Dagger comes in. Damage coming through now as well. He's got that static link off, but the damage just way too much, and Lumpy will be able to pick up the kill. And net worth-wise, going to be really good here for the TA, because this is what you want, your TA top of the board early on from the Blink Dagger into the Dragon Lance. And in fact, yeah, went for that Blink right before the Dragon Lance coming out. So fully into that Blink Dagger for the early aggression here for Lumpy. Stampede will be used. Can't catch up to the South team, though.
I mean, I love this Blink Dagger. I think that's, the type of itemization I have been kind of praising Beastcoast for. They have some pretty unorthodox builds sometimes, and, in a game like this one where your side lanes just got destroyed, if you just ended up going for a Desolator, I think you would be hurting yourself as El Misho gets hurt by Nanako.
Yeah, Nanako comes in, gets that lasso off Osito, trying to finish off the kill. It looks like it was split. Yeah, they do show the bounty there. Yeah, so that's just kind of the power of having that support to be one level higher here. The Grimstroke is level 6 now, has that ultimate up, and the Soulbind wouldn't really have mattered there. They might be able to get onto Lumpy, though. Lumpy is going to be able to get himself away from this one. It's going to be the drive back into the reality drift. 4 or 5 heroes from the side of South team. They take a tower, they get the kill onto Lumpy, and that was just a bit of an overextension there from the Beastcoast mid laner.
Yeah, that is definitely a big mistake. He is by far the hero having the best game on the side of Beastcoast. You cannot afford a lot of those deaths, especially if you ended up going for this kind of active build. So, yeah, I guess he thought he was going to be able to Refraction Blink away, but he was surprised by the number of people nearby. Very, what a shame.
Yeah, and it is going to be a big deficit here, because it takes that TA again, wants that early farm, because the TA... not the best late game scaler in the world, don't get me wrong, still a real powerhouse, but the longer the game goes, the more it's going to start to drop off compared to South team's team. So yeah, you want those early, the Dragon Lance, the Desolator, Blink Dagger, and that death will really hurt Lumpy here for Beastcoast.
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully it's not gonna matter, but in games that have as much weight as this one, and remember, we kind of talked about Stampede just run away. We talked about South team maybe being overtaken by Akatsuki in case they win against X5. If South team gets a game here, it could actually keep them in that 4th place, allowing them to keep the RES points. Very important for them.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get those points to the board. Going to have a quick pause. Looking item-wise, Zeus, he's got that phylactery out already here. Only 200 gold behind the TA. Going straight in for the Manta Style. So we are going to be seeing this right-click Zeus coming out for the side of South team. And yeah, what do you expect, Manta Style? Straight into that shard, do you think, here for the Zeus?
Probably. I think you really want the Manta because of the Grimstroke. CM is also pretty annoying. So I do like the Manta. Sometimes you can get away with Kaya into Kayasha into Manta. Yeah. But this is definitely a game you can die if you're not careful.
So we'll see how this one plays out for the Zeus. And again, second on the board, you've got the Chaos Knight there as well, just behind. In terms of items, he's got that armlet going towards the Orchid. The Orchid's going to be really nice. Get on top of either the Crystal Maiden or the Grimstroke. Hell, get on top of the Morphling there, to be able to blow him up as well.
He is working towards that Manta, but still has a decent ways to go. I mean, the game is relatively even. I feel like Dota Plus actually thinks this is a 50-50, which I guess I can agree. I think South Team needs a gold lead at this point to be ahead, and they have a slight gold lead. It's decent, but you have to keep increasing it, I feel like.
Yeah, and if you're looking at these two teams here, so South Team, they've picked up the pace, they started to take the tier 1 towers down. Do you think they try and translate that into a quick rush, or is it you take this bottom tier 1 and you go back to farm up your next set of items, start to look for some more skirmishes in? How does South Team want to play this fairly early part of the game?
I think you can definitely early rush. That's the power of Tusk, especially in this game. Usually you see Max Char Snowball. He ended up going for tag team this game. Very unorthodox build, I would say, but just for the Roshan play could be incredible for him. Now, besides the Roche thing, the problem this game is that there will be Roche traps, TA traps in the Roshan pit. So that's the problem. I think you probably need to take a slight skirmish before you go to Roche, because they can do it, but it's slow to a point that Beastcoast could probably react.
Do you think that it does put them on a bit of a timer with the TA being in the game as well? Over the Roshan, do you think they need to get it before Beastcoast is starting to think about it themselves?
Yeah, it would be nice. It would definitely be nice. Because, I mean, as you said, TA is not the greatest late game hero, but I feel like how can I put this? I feel like the combination of cores and Beastcoast scales better together than South Team does. CK, like, it's just that they don't have any initiation on any of their cores ever, right? I guess Tusk and Batrider can become those heroes. So in a game you're pretty far ahead, it might not matter. But it is weird to have 3 cores that can't initiate. Like, as a carry CK, you don't necessarily want to get Blink Dagger. Maybe very late into the game you could. Same thing for the Razor and for the Zeus. So the fights, even if you are ahead, are not clear. They're not easy to take, basically.
Yeah, and Kukuhook, he's gone for that armlet first as well, so it's not like you went for Echo Saber into the Orchid BKB, so he can go back for the Harpoon a little bit later on. Like you say, that he doesn't really prioritize that blink. I'm not saying that you won't get one late in the game. If the game goes long enough, I would expect an overwhelming blink, maybe even a swift blink to come out for the Chaos Knight. But yeah, it's just meaning that he is going to have problems. He's going to have to do it on foot or on hoof, as the CK will do it on his mount. But yeah, just a little bit hard to get in there. He's going to be relying purely on those reality rifts to close the gap for the early to mid part of the game.
And yeah, I mean, it is like all of the spells are also disjointable, right? You can waveform through them, you can blink as TA, you can stampede run away. So we'll see what South Team is going to try and do to offset those small problems they're going to face.
And we might see a jump onto the Razor here. The Razor's going to be in the top part of the map, but Crystal Maiden coming through. There's going to be Pyke coming through now as well. Just going to be able to turn that static link right back onto him, and Pyke trading as much damage as he's being taken away from him. They do trade it out, but what they don't trade is the kills. Pyke coming out at an advantage, though, with the Crystal Maiden backup.
Very nicely done there by Pyke. And yeah, that's the thing with the Razor this game. You're forced into this early BKB just so you can survive. But then you're also not farming very fast. So very curious to see when South Team is going to try and make a stand. It's probably when their supports have blinks. And Bet does have it, but Mash is still 300 gold away.
Yeah.
The center, though, not the easiest one. But with a TP, yeah, 4 heroes should be enough.
Well, they are going to make a move, like you say, Reality of drag back now as well. The damage coming through. He's going to be able to get the Stampede off, though. The lockdown, he got the Stomp off. And they weren't fully able to lock him down through that one. Everyone groups up around him. Vitaly was just able to stampede himself away to safety.
That's so unfortunate. And that's the thing, like, when you have Stampede on, you can't see the animation of Blue Stomp. And that's probably how they got caught, because the Tusk could have just used shards, but he didn't for some reason. Probably because he didn't see the animation. Very unfortunate move for South Team. That's costly. And this could give them a free tower here for Beastcoast, their first tower of the game.
Yeah, and they might even lose this as well.
Mr.
Blink Stomp
Osito.
did get the heavenly jump. Going to be silenced here with 3, 4, 5 heroes grouping up around him. This is going to be, yeah, the Zeus goes down, and they're going to be able to take this tier 1 tower. I wonder now as well, like, if they're, I mean, they're going through the Twin Gate. They might actually set up for this tier 1 tower, potentially into another pick on the Razor, into Roshan. So the Razor going to be really careful about showing here, but the creeps will see him. Gets pulled into this one. The Blink Stomp comes out. Razor going to be in trouble. Could be the Stroke of Fate into the Ink Swell to slow him down. Even the Soulbind, they might get the CK from this now as well. There's going to be the Freezing Field after that Frostbite, and it looks like the CK, well, the Snowball will come in and connect. So it looks like the Tusk, is he going to be the Sacrificial Lamb here? Going to be stunned up just a little bit longer as CK Cuckoo wants to chase this one down. The Morph and the TA didn't come into this one, so they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden, and they know that the TA and the Morphlin, excuse me, aren't here, so South Team aren't scared of standing their ground now.
That's still very unfortunate for South Team. You lose your Razor, you only get a support out of it, use your Zeus OT, and yeah, I'm sure they wanted more out of that. It's already a Beast Coast lead, and as you said, they can now transition towards the left top part of the map to secure Roshan, since it is on their dire side.
Yeah, and we'll see. The Thunder God's Wrath has been used there as well, so they're not going to be able to scout out with that. And there's going to be traps coming up around the pit. We'll see if, yeah, Beast Coast want to make a push for this one. TA, I think the TA got an amplified damager in there as well. Yeah, he did. I'm surprised maybe they aren't looking for another pick to make a move over here. Smoke coming out for South Team. They get the scan on, and they're going to see roughly where the Morphlin is. They don't know it's the Morphlin, but the Morph, yeah, feeling those spidey senses tingling, just starts to back himself away here.
Scan from the dire side is not going to connect, and does look like nothing big is going to come out of this South Team smoke, so that's another one that they're burning through and acquiring very little. Can they force Roche? Not with the way the lanes are looking. They're going to try and... Oh, they were going to try and wrap around, but there was a trap there.
Yeah, the Batrider will still be coming in to check this one out here. The tier 1 tower is up for South Team in the top lane. So if they need towers to TP to, which it looks like they are going to be doing, the Lasso lockdown coming out onto the Grimstroke. Can they find this one, though? The Lasso will off the Flame Break. It doesn't actually connect to get the pushback. And now Stampede's going to be coming through. Can they get the kill onto the Batrider? The Batrider taking a lot of damage, will go down as Lumpy, he pops that amplified damage. He wants to get in this fight now as well in the top. And the damage coming through. Crystal Maiden's going to get down low as the Soulbind will come out. Crystal Maiden will go down to the Chaos Knight. Can they get more from this one? A 1-for-1 trade, but again, this amplified damage rune is out for the TA. The TA just goes right back through that Twin Gate, doesn't want to commit into that fight. Kukahook, he takes down another support. Good opening here for South Team, but again, not the fastest Roshan in the world, so maybe just trying to set up around it, not actually going for it themselves.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Very curious that both Lumpy and Pike didn't go through the Twin Gates. Like, when that fight started, they were very close to Twin Gates. They could have actually joined that fight, won, and got Roche for themselves.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for some reason, not that eager to join the fight.
Vitaly taking a lot of damage. Thunder God's Wrath finishes off that kill now as well. Moose comes in, gets that Frostbite onto the Tusk, but look at this one, backlines. You still have the damage coming out from both the Morphlin and the TA. They blow up Osito, and it could be that Masha is next. Look at the damage coming through, and I think that was the Morph with the Zeus Swarm as well, throwing out the lightning bolts. Nothing that Masha could do to get himself away from that.
Oh yeah, and that's also the shard up. No Manta ready for Osito, so he's already struggling against the silence of the TA. Whew. Alright. Still a decent game here for South Team, but you gotta be careful not feeding leads away, because the CK, I feel like he needs a perfect game, and I love that he has Blink Dagger queued up, although it will only come after the Manta, so still a while away.
Yeah, and what do you then look towards doing here as South Team? Is that the blink, the sign to go, or is he still going to be going for that BKB next on South Team? How do they want to play around this Blink Dagger when it does come out?
I feel like that's when you can try and go for smoke plays right, they like I guess you can try and go and get the kills as they are trying to go for Vitali, but he can just stampede away. He's just holding on to it. This is not a good play at all.
No, and the static link did come out. Took a lot of damage there as well, but the BKB timing lasso lockdown. Are they be able to get the kill? They might be able to get the kill onto the Zeus now as well. Acito gets low. He will fall. Can they get the turnaround? No, Masha. He's going to Lumpy on a double kill. He was lassoed into 3-4 heroes, and he's going to be the one that survives through. Not only survives, getting kills onto this one, El Misho, and now it is going to be Azanti's turn to go down. It's going to be a full 5-man wipe coming out here. South team, that was their engage. And Lumpy just turns it around onto absolutely everybody.
Grimstroke Shard, baby. Dispel that snowball stun. And Lumpy just he just destroyed everyone. I mean, it all came down from the Razor initiating the fight that poorly. I guess he wanted to trade the BKB for the Stampede, but very good awareness here from Vitali. Didn't really see the threat, so he held on to it. Had the Stampede for the TA to disengage, and they turned that fight beautiful. Now that's free Roshan, and I mean, this game is wide open now. We went from 1k goal lead to probably 8 or 9 in the next minutes.
Yeah, and excuse me. How do you then South team the Sages is down, so Beast Coast gonna be looking for more objectives and the next set of items. If that last fight went so poorly, how does South team recover on the next one? You know, especially with an Aegis being up, is it just trying to play time, you know, play keep away here from Beast Coast, or do you think it is still going to be, you know, we've got to look to in pairs, maybe in, you know, a trio, look to get the pickups up against Beast Coast?
Can I be a Debbie Downer, or are you going to be sad if I?
You know, you can be as realistic as you want here for the side.
I don't think you recovered from this game unless Beast Coast make mistakes. Like it was a 50-50 5 minutes ago. Check the win probability. Well, it's gonna be even lower now that Nanak's gonna die. But yeah, like if they're ahead, Beast Coast, and not only ahead, but they have an Aegis. That's, you know, the dream for this draft. You have Aegis on TA, Morphling is great at Siege, and South team, you just rely way too much on these supports to initiate fights, and because they're weak, when they initiate, they die. So you can't elongate the fights so that, you know, when you're defending your base or something, you can win them. They're gonna smoke looking for the CK, but looks like he's far away enough.
Yeah, the CK already behind that tier 2, went all the way through that triangle here to get himself behind the tier 2 tower mid. We'll see if they want to try and make a jump, and again, that is a TA with an Aegis, so they're not going to be able to get the best of this one, while the rest of Beast Coast moving towards the Radiant Tormentor. That Tormentor will be available for them if they want to go for it. Maybe just trying to set up some protective barriers around Pike. Pike on that Morphin will be able to put pressure onto the tier 2, and with Lumpy joining him here now as well, this tier 2 tower should fall fairly darn quick.
Yep, that's gonna be a free shard here. It is Morphling that I get. Oh boy, that's the dream. Free Morphling shard, minute 23. So the already very limited stuns that they have are totally not a problem for Pike anymore.
Yeah, you feel a little bad for the Crystal Maiden, though. Literally everybody else inside of Beast Coast, apart from the Morphin Crystal Maiden, has their shards. And you're like, well, I suppose these do still have their Tormentor as well, but just that coin flip that the sport's like, yeah, of course I wouldn't get it.
Life's not fair. Definitely not fair for supports. This Crystal Maiden here. I mean, I'm not gonna say she's on food stamps, because she's just ulting creep waves here. She doesn't care. They're killing Ars and T on the other side, and it's just YOLOing.
Yeah, but she, unless she buys it out herself, will have to rely on that Tormentor coming up back on their side in a few minutes' time. And chase down, Nanako. Lumpy doesn't even need to look at that to confirm he's got the kill. He sees the right click in the air, knows the Bat Rider has no way to disjoint. He's like, yeah, he's dead. I'm doing like a third of his damage every right click. And now the chase down is going to be able to get on top of Hook. Going to be taking on Pike, gets the kill onto this one. All of a sudden, after a really good start for South team here, the last 5-6 minutes, they've been going the way of Beast Coast, and Beast Coast taking full advantage of this.
Yeah, I mean, I was not a big fan of their draft. I was honestly impressed that South team did so well in lanes with Beast Coast, just showcasing that they they have been doing really well in this tournament for a reason. They quickly bounced back after a couple of mistakes from South team, which honestly aren't that hard to make just because of the nature of their draft. So yeah, it's very hard for South team here. The supports, they have to do so much, and well, they are probably dead here. Masha
Yeah, Snowball, it's only going to drag him back into Lumpy's waiting arms, and he's even going to be forced out there as well a little bit now. The blink comes through, but Pyke still gets the kill onto Masha, and this tier 2 tower in the mid lane will go down. We'll see what they're going to try and do. Aegis is still up here for the side of Beastcoast. Looks like they might just try and go for that last tier 2 tower, maybe try and bait a fight out here, excuse me, from South Team before they do try and push out onto that high ground. Aegis is still up for another 50 seconds though, so there's not going to be a perfect timing on this one for Beastcoast to try and find this fight, because it feels like South Team, they are just being defensive, turtling up outside the base and just, excuse me, inside the base, waiting for this Aegis to time out. Or maybe not.
He gets spotted.
Yeah, Glimmercape's going to come in onto this one. Arzenti thinks he's being clever now, whereas that Frostbite waveform comes in. They're going to be able to chase down once again. Pyke's going to be able to get that shift into the Razor form. Takes away his damage with the static link right back coming through. Bottom lane, though, it's going to be the lockdown here onto the Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin has the Aegis, 15 seconds. Walrus Punch comes out. They get the pop onto this one. Can they go for more here? The damage is going to stack up. Snowball to come across. They're going to be able to get the stun. The lockdown, TA caught out, just being a little bit overconfident here. Lumpy, he will be killed off before the rest of his team can get to his side.
All right, first real punish here from South Team, fighting the TA. Can they get anything else out of it? They have a pretty good ward in this Radiant side, but it's still very scary. We see Masha.
Yeah, going to be the lockdown coming in now as well. That is going to be the Crystal Clone coming out. So it looks like the Crystal Maiden did buy up on that shard. And yeah, it's going to be the death of the Tusk. He's dead for 39 seconds here. They might be able to get more from this one, though. There's going to be the waveform coming into Pyke. Can they get the catch on to Cuckoo? Cuckoo. He's going to be dragged right back in. And again, Pyke, he's got that BKB one. Look at the right-click damage coming through. Soulbind will be here now as well. So they'll be able to go for another target. Get the kill onto Nanako. Nanako, no way away for the Batrider. The waveform comes up into the mid lane. South Team, they might have to spend a couple of buybacks here because the pressure coming out from Beastcoast. That TA will be back up in the next 18 seconds as well.
Yeah, that's absurd. I feel like South Team overplayed their hand a little bit. Sure, you had the numbers advantage, but once the Tusk is dead there, you have to disengage, and I think they weren't as fast as they maybe possibly could. Beastcoast still total control over this game. You know, the TA def is nice, but it doesn't really change how this game's going to be played at all.
And how's the South Team high ground defense here with the Zeus? Do you think the Tusk adds to that as well? Do you think they are going to be able to hold high ground for a decent amount of time up against Beastcoast if Beastcoast come knocking?
It is decent-ish, right? You have Zeus, you have Lasso. It would be awesome if you have Eggs as well as Arzenti. Can he TP out? I don't think he can.
The damage! Only just, it was stacking up, but he does get away with that TP.
It was like literally one right. If the next right click connected, he would have been dead. Oof, so close.
And Vitali, he's got himself the Invis rune. He might look to start hunting. Yeah, I mean, they had that ward as well in the base, so they know that Arzenti's pushed out from this one. They know roughly where he is. Even if he takes this Watcher, he's going to come through. It looks like he's going to go right back to the base. So even with the Observer ward, they're not going to be able to get the catch out onto the Razor. He gets himself back into the base. But Beastcoast here, with a 20k net worth lead here, 27 kills to 15. South Team, they are playing right back from behind. We'll see if they're going to be able to come from behind and win this game. But at the minute, it just looks so comfortable for the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah, like their itemization isn't like there's nothing great that they can buy that seems to be able to change the state of this game. Like you have a BKB, Sanjin Yasha Razor, you have just Manta Zeus. There's nothing that's gonna come the next minutes. Maybe the BKB on CK could mean something, but this means he doesn't have that blink we were talking about. So they're still relying on reacting to Beastcoast doing anything rather than them being able to be aggressive.
Well, they are going to get a little bit aggressive here, but look at that on the Batrider, just straight up disappears. Gets that lasso lockdown onto the center, and the center's like, cool, I was coming this way anyway. They get 2 more kills out of this one. Is it going to be a third? It is. 2 cores dead, no buyback here for at least 46 seconds on the side of South Team. South Team, they just call it GG. 29 minutes in, they know they can't win this one. The Beastcoast, they've hit these timings, they're finding the kills, and yeah, they say, cool, we'll just go next.
Yeah, no surprises there. Beastcoast played like the better team. You know, the laning stage was a bit shaky, but overall, after minute 15, they had full control of the game. Impressive stuff from South team, but I think their draft was too bad. I think you needed an offlaner that can actually do stuff. So the fact that they picked that CK and played as carry, I think it really destroyed the way they wanted to play that game. You needed something else. So yeah, you have to rethink exactly what you're gonna do. Do you really want to get the Razor that early? Because if you do and you get morphed, like how do you play that lane? It's so hard.
Yeah.
And yeah, even though they actually did kind of okay there, the actual matchup is terrible.
Yeah, so in just under 30 minutes here, Beastcoast will take game number 1, put themselves in a great position to climb to the top of the table, depending on what that second series is going to be the outcome from that one. But they do take this first game at least. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're back between about 10 minutes to see a South team and Beastcoast, which way the second game goes here, because Beastcoast, they are on a turf. South team, they have to fight back into this just for their pride. We'll find out how it's going to go in about 10 minutes. See you after this.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RES South American League. We're going to start here with the second game here between South Team and Beastcoast. Beastcoast taking the lead in the first game, Bowie. It looked good for South Team, but what went wrong for them? Did they just not keep up the pressure? Was it a bit of an issue on their side, or do you think Beastcoast were just too good being able to come back and dominate that game in the second half?
Yeah, I think Beastcoast played well. I also feel like the draft that they had for South Team didn't really could afford a lot of mistakes. And yeah, a couple of mistakes happen, and then the game becomes really hard if the enemy team is playing really well. Beastcoast, they had that one mistake where the TA died with ages away from everyone else, but that was the only thing, and it felt like the most of the damage was already done at that point.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go here for South Team in the second draft as we do get ourselves into it, and we'll see how this one, like I say, if they're going to be able to adapt a little bit better. Maybe leave that Razor just a few picks later on in the draft here for South Team. I get the reason that they wanted to pick it up because it does seem to get banned out more than it does get picked. But yeah, just being able to draft around that, then Beastcoast, they were able to pick some really good lanes, some really good heroes, and South Team just didn't have it in them then to respond. So Beastcoast, they're going to start here with Brewmaster ban, so we're not going to be seeing him here today in that first series. And again, the Kunkka, what else do we see? The Chen. Disruptor this time for South Team, all going to be banned out here.
Yeah, they do ban this Disruptor. I feel like
10 seconds
the biggest problem wasn't even the Razor necessarily, it was the Zeus. Like if you're picking this Razor and you're not willing to flex it and you pick the Zeus, you end up in a position where your carry needs to be your like tempo controller, and that's usually very hard, especially in South America specifically. So to me, that was the biggest problem. Like the two heroes together didn't work out. So I think you can pick Razor that early, but the Zeus was a really sus pick in the sense that I think it kind of locked your draft into a playstyle that's hard to kind of execute at this level.
Okay, well, we'll see how they're going to be able to respond here in the second draft. Beastcoast, they're going to be banning out the Doom. Shadow Demon comes out here for South Team. And South Team, they do have the next two bans as well. Beastcoast get to reply with one. I wonder if we see this Bat Rider again, because, it feels like it is popping up every series now. It's not quite there on the ban list, from both teams. And, yeah, it does seem to be one of those heroes that does slip through. And maybe the Weaver is going to be the other one here, because I think we saw it ban out in the first phase in the last game. And again, it seems like South America, they've been practicing with the Weaver, not only as that carry, but in support roles as well as the offlane role. We'll see if that's going to be given over to Az and T here for the side of the South Team.
Yeah, if you think it's really strong. And Beastcoast, they gave a lot of respect to Argentine draft number one as well. I think they banned like 3 or 4 heroes of his with the Enigma, the Brood, the Doom, and the Weaver as well. So you can probably ban the Weaver here. You could pick the Batrider if you want, although they did pick Dreamstroke into Batrider and they felt pretty good as well. So if they really want to play the Grim, can also secure that. It was not removed. In fact, South Team, they banned a hero that wasn't even in the last draft at Disruptor. So very curious to see here how. Oh, they banned the Grimstroke. Interesting. All right.
Okay, and yeah, you see that South Team have already done them a favor here, banning out the Disruptor as well as that Shadow Demon. So South Team, we'll see what their response is going to be. Again, what else we've seen? Crystal Maiden's on the board. Chen is there. If there's a Chen player on the side of South Team, maybe that's what Nanako plays. He only has that stand, and maybe he's got that one up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think Crystal Maiden has been the most common response to Batrider, which I'm still not sure I fully understand. I feel like that hero is very slow, just gets run down, but the slow from her spells are good. It's just that your turn rate to cast those spells is already awful when it gets reduced by the Napalm. But in general, teams do rate CM very highly here, as Beastcoast has another ban. What do you remove here if you have this Batrider? Probably.
Well, what did they take out last year? Was it Beastcoast or was it South Team that took out the Primal Beast last time?
It was South Team. It was
right,
South Team
okay.
because they had Grimstroke for Beastcoast. Yeah, I think it was mostly because of the combination with the Grim Right having the double pulverize, having the Inkswell Onslaught. You could remove it here if you want to. No, they actually take away that Weaver we mentioned, just making sure it doesn't get picked up.
Yeah, and okay, so not going to be seeing that one again this series here for South Team. Not going to be able to crack out that Ars and T offlane Weaver. South Team, I wonder if, because we've seen it a couple of times in South America, they could potentially go for that Pudge pick here as well to match up with the Crystal Maiden. I think it's been 2 or 3 times already we've seen that the Pudge pick come out. So I wonder if it is going to be something that South Team play. Maybe it's something they've been practicing if they've seen the other teams playing it. But on the other side, Beastcoast again, they're going to be in charge here in this series so far with that 1-0 up. Maybe go for something a little bit more standard, as a Morphin will be the ban. But again, Sven's, Luna's, as Gyrocopter comes out for South Team. But yeah, you do still have that. If you're going to have to match that farm pace of the Gyrocopter, Sven and Luna, 2 heroes that can do it. Lifesteal is still here as well for Beast Coast. And they do have the next couple of picks, so they could go for the next support and that core here if they wanted to.
I like the Gyro. It flexes to carry. Could also be a 4 that doesn't care about being close to Batrider. You actually have just as much, if not more, damage when you're in proximity to the Batrider. So you can probably pick your offlaner here if you want to. What other supports are available here for Beastcoast that they like running? Ench, Murana seems decent here.
Turn to pick.
They will pick the Pango.
They go straight into it here, and if they wanted to, South Team, they have that Gyrocopter on the board. They can flex that into the 4, maybe pick up a Bloodseeker here with both the Batrider and the Pangolier being picked up from Beast Coast. So we'll see if that's something that South Team want to approach here coming into the next couple of picks.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like you can go for the route of having a really strong 5 in your lane, but you don't really know at all how South Team's offlane looks like. Which is probably why they picked this mid hero.
Yeah.
The question is whether you go this Ench route, or you feel like you want to play Avenge plus kind of a fragile type hero. Your Linas, your even Windrangers that we did see Beastcoast play. So yeah, I wouldn't mind to see Avenge as well. I feel like it's a solid hero you can pick up, and then you can pair that at 18 with a very strong carry. We're gonna get a Hoodwink. Interesting.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the Hoodwink in Southeast Asia. It doesn't seem to be as popular here in South America, but incredibly strong hero. It's kind of that semi-core build as well that we're seeing a lot of, either the Atos or the Maelstrom first, but you do go into that Gleipnir. You are able to build up a lot of damage on the hero just purely because of the kit that the Hoodwink has. Yeah, and Beast Coast going to go back and pick that one up, so I imagine here, again, goes great if they want to go for the Centaur or the Mars to be picked up, something a little bit different in their offlanes. Beast Coast do have the options here with this next pick on the board.
Yeah, I was just confused about the Hoodwink because both Batrider and Hoodwink are heroes that it's mostly El Mishu playing. Yeah. So curious to see what Moose is going to try and play. They do have 2 range support, so we're probably going to see 2 melee cores for the side lanes of Beastcoast. And now, how do you play around your South team? Are you going to keep the Gyro Flex open so you get like mid plus off lane, since you do know that Pangolier is going to be mid probably, and you get like an open-ended type offlaner, which would be something like a what? Something like a DK still open, right? Not necessarily bad. Leshrac still open.
And yeah, like you said, they can go for that mid because they already know, unless Beast Coast wanted to do something a little bit funky here, flex that Pango off, to the off lane, then yeah, they know for about a 99% chance this is going to be the Pango mid, so they do have that kind of free hit here in the mid lane to reply back to it. So yeah, maybe like you say, they are just going to pick up the mid lane as well as the off lane here for South team.
They're definitely burning for the reserve time. It's a kind of a weird position because they have overall last pick, so you would like to last pick a core, but to do that, you have to keep the flex of the gyrocopter. So now you have to pick another mid/off lane flexing hero here, so that you're not exactly sure how their drop's going to look like. I don't mind the DK, honestly. I think they are lacking control right now of the heroes that they have.
5 seconds.
But yeah, I mean, if it's a Pango mid, you definitely don't care. I guess most things you don't care. I'm just wondering whether they're fine with playing DK on the Cito. He definitely played a couple of games, so it should be okay.
Yeah. And it does offer some objective push there as well. And South team actually going to go for the Dark Willow, so they lock in that Gyrocopter as the core. And going to leave the, unless that Timbersaw again, going to be something a little bit funky coming out. South team, they're waiting to pick up this mid laner here. So yeah, like you say, it does mean that Beast Coast are going to have those bans. So like the Lash, like the Dragonite coming out here, they might take both of these away before the South team can consider them.
All right, so lots of options here. If they want to pick Pyke's hero, you can play, you can go Wind Ranger. I mean, it's a decent-ish Wind Ranger game. There's a lot of magic damage, but at the same time, you just kill the Gyro. It's really hard for Gyro to play into Wind Ranger, even if he goes MKB, because you have the move speed to kind of get out of his range, pretty much. If you don't want to go that route, Luna is not bad. Usually decent response to the Timber, but they're going to pick their... Okay, so they're either flexing this Leshrac to the offlane. Yeah, they're flexing Lash and Pango to the offlane.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just looking through the heroes played from Pyke as well on the Pro Tracker. He has played a few matches of the Monkey King. You know, the Omnite is always the option there as well, to just be able to put the pressure onto that Timbersaw in the mid lane. So we'll see if there's anything, again, just a little bit different that he has played here that he might want to try and consider bringing out as the lifesteal. It's with ban and the sniper ban. So they think here, South team, yeah, that it is going to be potentially, you know, they're going to be able to match up this Gyrocopter into a favorable matchup of the Pangolier, banning out two carry heroes here that Beastcoast won't now be able to pick up.
All right. Yeah, Lifestealer, I don't think it would be that good in the lane, but it would be really good afterwards. And the TA, just a classic one. They played it already. They can flex between both their heroes, their players. Now for Beast Coast, you want to ban Coddle. All right. Yeah, just a hero that they played a fair amount on South team. So what's the carry here? What is the Pyke hero?
Yeah.
I still feel like Wind Ranger is not bad. I wouldn't mind seeing a Sven. I feel like it's just overwhelming damage on Timber. You don't even get to stack a lot of reactive armor charges.
Yeah, for me, if you're coming up against a Gyrocopter, I think you do need to reply with like the Luna or the Sven. You know, like say that match that farming speed, and it is going to be the Luna. Makes sense to me. And again, Luna, again, probably top 3, top 4 carry at the minute with the amount of power that she's putting out. You know, the Mask of Madness Maelstrom, Manta Style into BKB Shard Kanda, and then you just, you know, if you get that time to build those 5 items, you really can just run heroes down.
Yeah, it's a strong lane against Timber as well. I think it's have a lot of magic damage here to deal with the Timber, deal with maybe a possible DK peak here that South team is cooking up. That was not addressed by the Beast Coast bans, so that's still one of the heroes here that they play the most on Osito. If they're not gonna go that route, like there's literally They're gonna have to go really deep to his hero pool because there's definitely nothing here that kind of screams Osito. They will go Lina.
Okay, and how much does that scream Osito, though? I mean, he's picked it up. Is he a big Lina player? Have you seen many stats with him picking the Lina up?
I have not seen that many stats from him. I just, in general, for the hero here, I think they're in a very similar position than they were game 1 with an added problem, which is their supports are also worse at making plays than they were game 1. Like, if you don't stomp your lanes again, I don't know. This feels like an even easier game here for Beastcoast. I feel like the lanes are very good for them. Maybe the Lesh Lina lane could be a bit tougher if Osito plays like very clean, very well. The Pangolier is always a bit weird, right? Because you would expect CMJR to be very strong against offlane Pango, not a hero that's picked that much. But we saw Crystal Maiden just struggling a lot, right? This hero, level 1, you just displace her somewhat, whether with Ice Shards or Flame Break, and you can easily kill that hero.
Okay, so leading towards Beastcoast again, coming into game number 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I am, again, I'm not going to be able to, the lineup they've got, okay, Vitaly on the Pangolier, it's just a little bit different, but yeah, every time I'm seeing Luna being picked up, she is claiming that win, and it is a lot harder, if you get that early tier 3 tower down, she runs in the base with illusions as well, just rips through buildings as well as heroes. So South team, they really do have to be on the top of the game here to kind of fight back in this one, try and look for that draw. Yeah, Beast Coast, South team, I think I am going to be back in Beast Coast coming into game number 2 as well.
All right, let's see if we're going to be right. South team definitely surprised us a little bit in the laning stage, so I'm hoping that they can keep that momentum up, because that's how I think they have to win this game as well.
Yeah.
You need this Timber to have like Kaya Blink Dagger mid of 12, just be solo killing the supports, just fighting the Luna by herself before she has more of those points in OT and Lucent Bean. Yeah, it is definitely a momentum type game here for South, and yeah, it could work. They have like a lot of scaling as well, so this is kind of a game where if by chance, even if they don't stomp the mid game, if Beast Coast doesn't end this early, you eventually get very strong with the Lina and the Gyro, right? We saw games with like Lina plus another carry, and they tend to scale really heavily.
Yeah, and you saw Lumpy, the smoke did break on the side of the South team, so Lumpy, he sees it, backs himself away. And don't forget, everybody, the QR code was on the screen to get yourself over to the 1xBet app, or you can use that banner below the stream. Go over to the 1xBet website and use a promo code 1XRLG LATAM. Get yourself up to a 130% bonus on your first deposit. The 1xBet app or website, it's going to have a lot of esports. You can check out a lot of sports there as well. That's promo code 1XRLG LATAM. As we are going to see this the second game kick off now. And Lumpy not going to come down. Our hero's waiting for him to maybe try and make a move into the river, but he's going to join the rest of his team. And it looks like, again, it's just going to be another comfortable 2-for-2 on the bounty runes.
Very aware there of heroes maybe interested on that side of the map, since he didn't see anyone else. Very good discipline by him. Yeah, this mid versus Lina, this Leshrac versus Lina matchup's pretty cool. I feel like it is one matchup that Lina can pull ahead a little bit. Lesh just wants to spam his spells, shove the wave, maybe even stack for himself a little bit. Whereas the Lina wants to pressure you, land some of those LSAs, and zone you out.
Yeah, and again, is there any lanes that we should be looking out for? Any kill lanes? Do you think any real pressure lanes that we just have to constantly be flicking back to?
I think that the bottom side is definitely scary for both the Hoodwink and the Pango. Like if you get level 2, level 3 on Cookahut plus Nanako. That I would guess First Blood happens there for sure.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye. We'll see how this one is going to play out. And in the bottom lane with Cuckoo, you can see the Zora going for the flat cannon. Frostbite coming as well for the Crystal Maiden. So there's going to be a lot of lockdown. And Gyrocopter, we've seen a couple of different builds here. So do you want to go for those early points of the Rocket Barrage to be able to follow up with the Frostbite and the Crystal Nova going to be coming out? Or do you want to be going into the Homing Missile for more lockdown as top lane? We might actually be seeing the first blood here. Argentina's going to get low, and it will be. Pike picks it up. They do get the trade-off. Masha takes down the Batrider. Pike trying to get back towards that tier 1 tower. But yeah, really big kill to take down the Timbersaw so early on in the laning stage. And, well, Masha, there's going to be some damage coming out here. He's going to be able to get the Shadow Realm, right-click off into the Brambles, and Pike, one more right-click. Masha, he gets himself a double. Pike just overextending there, getting a little bit cocky with the Luna with no health left.
Oh, that's a big problem. He's going to lose a full wave at least here, and that's with the wave pushing towards South Team so they can deny all of these creeps. And yeah, a bit of, yeah, definitely not the most cautious position that Pike held there. Just didn't expect the Dark Willow to have as much punch. But overall, yeah, at the end of the day, it was first blood for Beastcoast, so they should still be slightly happy about what happened.
Yeah, and again, if you're playing around these lanes as Pike, you know, coming up against the Timbersaw, are you really that worried there's going to be more deaths on your side, or are you just happy to pump out this magic damage and really run at the Timbersaw?
You definitely can pressure the Timbersaw, especially before he has points in his reactive armor. He was forced into this Timber Chain, and you can still like cancel it with 2 spells, so it's a bit weird, this Timber Chain point, not gonna lie. Like, sure, they are short-range heroes, so you're not necessarily getting that much value out of the reactive armor, but I also feel like Timber Chain is also not great. It's kind of a pretty bad Timbersaw game, Timbersaw lane at least for him.
Okay, well, we'll see just how this one plays out here. As we did see him mid, again, some more pressure coming out onto Lumpy. Lumpy's have to back off for the Bounty Room bottle. And Acito just sitting in the lane. How's he looking in terms of last hits here? Acito 16-2, whereas Lumpy only on that 11-1. So not going the best here. Lumpy did take that LSA to the face there as well, so going to be stunned up. Can't get close to the lane. In fact, going to be burned through a lot of regen here, this Lash. And Acito really having a good time to start off with in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's exactly how I want that lane to look like, as they will kill the CM. And now it's time for the Water Runes. No rotations from the support, so it does feel like Clash will at least recover a little bit of his HP, as Kukahuk was trying to kill Elmishu, but nothing will ensue.
Yeah, and he did actually go for the points here, Kukahuk. Or at least, yeah, 2. So he's going to go for a 2-0-1 build. Not going to go for that homing missile early on the Gyrocopter. Just prefers the damage, the pure damage to come out for him as Osito gets himself the water in. There's going to be the body blocks coming in. Lumpy's still coming into this one with half health, but not full mana for Osito here as well. What level is he? How far away is he from that level 6? He's coming up to that level 6 now onto Osito. He might have that level advantage. Does have a level advantage. Giving on to Lumpy. Lumpy
rotation.
Skills get that split earth. The bushwhack comes through. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Osito, the spell's coming off cooldown soon, but not soon enough as Lash does get the kill with the lightning bolt.
That's huge. Actually, in Argentina, he's very low on the bottom side. Pike didn't have Lucent Beam. Just a lot of pressure here. Beastcoast definitely playing this laning stage a bit better than they did in game 1. Yeah,
and Curse Crown now as well, but the Lucent Beam onto Masha, so Masha not going to be able to follow up onto Moose. He's caught in the Curse Crown in the river. Brambles comes through, but yeah, Moose will be able to move through them, and Masha, yeah, not going to go for the Shadow Realm here either. Moose getting that heal up from the salve, and will live to Bat Ride another day here. How's it looking though, last wise? Luna not the greatest in the world, as the Gyrocopter has broken that 22, and Luna still not over the 20 threshold here. Timbersaw having a really good time in terms of last hits.
Yeah, pretty surprising considering how that first blood ended up ensuing, but I think a lot of that aggression kind of made the Luna lose a lot of CS. Like, just as we are seeing now, they're going for this kill, they're losing CS, and they don't even find this freaking annoying Masha Willow.
Yeah, and Azanti, Pike as well underneath the tower is going to be able to catch up here in terms of last hits. Get a few of these, but Azanti coming through into the neutrals and underneath the tier 1. We'll see if Pike's going to be able to get all of these last hits. A little bit tricky when you got the tower to contest with. I think did drop that last, that second range creep here, but did get a few on the board. And Almisho going to be able to make another rotation. Osito, there will be the bushwhack coming through, but there's going to be the rotation from Masha. Actually, just feed Masha here. Crystal Maiden comes in as well. Laguna Blade gets thrown out. Can they get a kill on Osito? Osito's going to go down. Crystal Nova will be popped. They get the return kill onto Almisho. But the slowdown here, Masha trying to get himself. He's going to be able to pick up the AD rune. Deny it out from Lumpy. But you're trading off your mid laner there for a support. Not the best trade in the world here for South Team.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. You also at least deny the amplified damage rune, but at the end of the day, even though Lumpy is very behind in terms of CS, when you know, we look at the net worth, it's pretty much 150 gold separating the Lina and the Leshrac.
Yeah, Frostbite now comes in into the LSA. Yeah, the sister's going to try and jump the Lumpy in the mid lane, but the sisterly love, it doesn't trump just the pure survivability here of the high ground, and Lumpy will be able to move himself back. Bottle out now, but there might be another Frostbite to come in. They see you, they have the ward down, they know where Nanako is, and yeah, Lumpy just moves himself right back safely underneath the tier 1 tower. Maybe not safe enough. Nanako wants to carry on coming into this one, doesn't know he's underneath a ward, and will eventually play away.
Yeah. Good ward there from Nanako. Probably would be scout. Yeah, they even ping it out. They probably know what happened. And yeah, once again, they play really well in the lane. South team, can they keep this slight advantage up? Because the CS looks deceiving actually when you check the net worth.
Yeah, and Nanako in a little bit of trouble. The blood grenade does come through now as well. Swashbuckle onto the Crystal Maiden. CM, any way away from this one? Nope. Swift is the Wolf of Ice Rex. Well, the Wolf of Ice Rex have long since retired. And Almisho gets the kill onto Nanako here. Top lane, though. They're going to try and go into Arzenti again. Pike, what's he going to be able to do here? Arzenti, Timberchain himself away. And yeah, Masha slowed down by the lightning bolt. Actually, there is going to be the pulse nova coming through, so that Shadow Realm not going to be super effective. Curse Crown, the Batrider gets caught in it, but the lightning bolt will proc onto Masha now as well. Lucent Beam should be able to get the kill. It is going to be a big chase up. Pike, he stops to hit onto the neutrals, and Lumpy will be able to get the kill onto Masha. Osito onto Almisho, but yeah, Osito, the shield crash comes in, and the Crystal Maiden can't save the Lena's life.
I mean, they lose their support. This Leshrac gets the rune, even though he was chasing a kill for 20 seconds. And this Pangolier, man, he's going to have like a 10-minute Diffusal Blade from the offlane. This is absolutely crazy.
And how do you then try and play around this? Because it does feel like, I mean, it is mayhem across the lanes, but all of a sudden, Beastcoast, they're coming back into it. They've got themselves the kills on the board. Is this still fine for them? You're the Gyrocopter making the comeback with the stacks, or do you need to now look for your own sort of ganks on the side of South team?
That's the thing. How are they gonna gank, right? It's the same problem. You have Lina that wants to farm. You have Gyro that wants to farm. You have Timber that it needs at least a little bit. Yeah. And even then, all of your cast ranges are pretty bad on your supports for South team. Just going for ganks gets harder and harder, especially when you have Luna on the enemy side with all the night vision. So, very curious how South Team is going to try to offset that, but I think if they just passively farm, even though they have heroes that farm fast, I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
No. And you see both supports here for South Team making a move bot. Vitali, he teased that Rolling Thunder, but won't actually go for it here, the Pangolier. Getting close towards that Diffusal Blade as well. Only needs about another 100 gold or so, just underneath about 80 gold. So, yeah, not going to risk anything just yet until you can get that Diff Blade up. Not going to be too far away here for the Pangolier. And then I think he's going to start to roam off this offlane, look for some kills of his own. To the 2 that he's already got, of course.
Yeah. Denied the Invis rune here. Very sneaky from Almisho. And there you go. Diffusal Blade flying out to Vitali. So now they have ways, multiple ways, in fact, to fight. They're going to smoke the Leshrac and the Batrider towards the top side. And you could even actually send the Pangolier through TP in case this is a hard kill. But even, I don't think it's necessary. No,
yeah, Lasso Lockdown. Split Earth comes out, and Moose will get the credit for the kill, but 3 heroes grouping up for that. So they take down the Timbersaw once again, and the Luna just goes right back to farming on the most last hits, highest net worth coming out here for the Luna bottom lane. They're going to be able to get the Frostbite here onto the Pangolier. Pangolier's got that roll in Thunder if he wants it. Not going to go for it just yet. Now the Diffusal Blade slowdown. What's he going to try and do? Does he just try and get the exit from this? Is the Frostbite on the backside going to connect onto the Hoodwink? Yeah, Vitali, and even the Bramble's going to be dropped here, but he will be able to get the roll back towards his tier 1 tower. Will be fine. And yeah, Almisho rotating in for the moral support as well on the Pangolier. doesn't really need to do too much after that Rolling Thunder comes out.
Yeah, a lot of chaos created. South team doesn't really get anything out of that. And in fact, they might lose someone. Cook a hook.
Too far up now. The damage coming through. Moose, it's going to cost him his life. But that's a trade you make all day long. Taking down the enemy carry for your position 5 Bat Rider.
Yeah, look at the difference here. The Luna already substantially ahead of this gyrocopter and already ready to fight. When you look at the build that this gyrocopter ended up going for, 3 points in Rocket Barrage, and you didn't kill this Pangolier a single time. Okay, Pyke might die. This is huge.
The Eclipse, he held that point for it. The Eclipse will come through. There's going to be the Curse Crown coming through from Pyke. Pyke taking a lot of damage coming out from that Bedlam. Timber Chain comes in. Arzin he's going to look for the kill, but Masha gets it first, and now the Terrorize onto the Bat Rider. And Arzin going to be able to do what damage he can. Not got a lasso is going to be coming out now into that Split Earth lockdown to get revenge immediately for the death of that Luna. And now the chase down, even the Bushwhack. Lockdown onto Cuckoo Hook. He didn't need to come into this one, but he's going to be chased down. Lumpy gets himself a double kill. That Pulse Nova going to work here from the Lash.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is insane. I mean, this Gyro keeps dying, and he has 3 points in Rocket Barrage. He never really got to utilize that aggression to get an advantage in lane. And now this Pangolier, like, he is actually also ahead of the Gyro by a lot. The Gyro is the lowest farming core in the entire game. This is looking kind of tough here, even though the gold lead is slow.
Radiant's top tower
Do get the catch out onto Almisho, it will be Nanako that claims that kill here. So, you know, it's something on the board for South Team to get themselves back into it. But while this is going on, you've got Moose farming stacks, you've got the Luna in the mid lane farming out lanes, you've got the Lash farming stacks as well. Pango's having a great time. So South Team, they've got a lot of catching up to play here up against Beastcoast.
Yeah, they definitely do. In terms of the timings here, for them, it's going to be this Gleipnir on the Lina. Oh my god.
Just a really good kill coming out here onto the Lash.
Yeah, this is going to be a tower. This Lash pick was really good after the Timbersaw pick on the South team. No, the Lina is farming, and that's the thing. Like, Osito is actually the real carry of this game. Can you carry with just one corridor? That's the problem, because the other two are struggling substantially.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of lockdown coming up. Barrett, though, going to be able to immediately throw that flame break. And does he want to turn onto this one? Masha just backs himself away. Doesn't want to overcommit, especially close to the tower like that. So he does back himself out. And let's see. There's going to be the backstab coming in now. Vitali's going to be here. They might be able to get on top of the Gyrocopter on top of the cliff. Swashbuckle comes through, though. And they do see where Cuckoo's trying to go. Frostbite comes through. Shield Crash was used. The Bushwhack just on the edge of that tree. Sharpshooter gets out. They don't get the Gyro, but they do still take down Nanako. Nanako not able to get himself away from that gang.
Very good. Get down, Mr. President moment from Nanako. Hook a hook. Like, if he died there again, that would have been absolutely disastrous. He has 2 of the eggs components, so he's not that far behind, but still, you would definitely want to have eggs this game. Maybe even like damage item plus eggs.
Yeah, oh, they are hunting Masha, but Masha's found that little bit of a crevice to hide it into. Terrorize. See with the Rolling Thunder come through as the Gyrocopter comes out now as well. Doesn't actually connect with the Rolling Thunder just yet. Might still be able to go. Shield Crash comes through with the Gyrocopter. He's going to go round the roundabout. Vitali doesn't have that turn rate to get around onto it. Cooldown will be used. They do see Masha. Masha takes a lot of damage, but the cooldown, it does dissuade Beastcoast from going for any more of this one. And that Lotus Pool just getting in the way of the Pangolier. That's what roundabouts are for. Just keeps that traffic flowing. And he couldn't connect onto the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, unfortunate. Really nicely played the way that the Gyro position as well, so that the bounces were not good, but they will lose Nanako. Can they find a trade?
Doesn't look like it. That's not the worst thing. You get the lasso commitment for the Crystal Maiden. So, top lane now, the Bushwhack. It's not actually going to connect. Sharpshooter will be here. Slow down onto Cuckoo. It doesn't actually go. It just whistles past his shoulder. And then now, though, Vitali still gets the kill with the swashbuckle damage. Curse Crown. He moves away from the rest of his team. It looks like Lumpy wants to get involved now as well. Getting in on top of the Dark Willow. And the Dark Willow, again, that Shadow Realm. Not effective when you've got a Pulse Nova and a Diabolic Deed going.
Yeah, really tough one. They needed a hero that could actually go chase for the Luna, actually gank, rather than trying to respond, because there's so much burst damage on Beastcoast that even this Timbersaw just he's unable to sustain. He was going for a Veil, it looks like, but now he's all the way back to a Shroud. They lose Nanako. We're diving tier 3s. This is a
this is your
fiesta.
As, looks like Vitaly, does he get himself away from this one? Timber Chain comes in. Argentine's on the chase, trying to catch up. But Vitaly, he has that swashbuckle. He has that gap creator. Now, Misho, he might actually be the sacrificial lamb. Sharpshooter has been channeled. No, he gets that little hop away. And now the Rolling Thunder coming through. Is he going to be able to get that shot? He gets caught on the stairs here. And they do get the kill into El Misho. Vitaly now has to run himself out. He's just got that last of the Rolling Thunder to come through. But the Brambles locks him down. No follow-up here onto Vitaly. So the Pangolier will be away.
All right. Decent kill. Rotate a fair amount of heroes, but at this stage, you're definitely happy here, South Team, to get a little kill for yourself. The Gyrocopter is pretty much finishing his eggs, just needs about 900 gold, and yeah, pretty much might be a stretch here. But I'm trying to be positive, Rob.
Yeah, there's going to be the lockdown again. Nanako gets killed off, and it looks like they might even be able to go for more. The Bedlam does get popped here from the Dark Willow, but doesn't connect onto anybody. Pyke's going to be coming in, with his teammates onto this one, so he's going to be getting involved early on. They get the kill onto the Willow. Moves will fall, but can they go for more onto this one? And it looks like there's going to be no fall. The Eclipse not popped just yet. Now Argentine's going to be able to get that Timber Chain down to the low ground. While this is going on, though, Pyke just comes right back into the lane, put the pressure onto that tier 2 tower now, taking down the creep wave with the illusions. And yeah, okay, Beastcoast, they lost that Batrider, but going to be more than happy with that trade again, it feels like.
Yeah, they get the tower out of it. This Gyro still doesn't have an eggs. He has 2 Midas queued up. This is absolutely recovery time here for South Team. To me, if they're going to win this game, it's going to be out of, like, turtling for 30 minutes. You're going to need so much time for both the Jar and the Lina to feel, like, menacing again. And just knowing Beastcoast, they're gonna up the tempo. They're not gonna give them the time.
Yeah, and the fact that he went straight in for that Ag Scepter here as well after the Falcons played the Gyrocopter, he didn't even stop off on the way for the Chrysalis. Yeah, like you say, it just shows how far behind he is. He's going to be 4,000 gold mid lane though. Bushwhack comes through, Laguna Blade gets committed, but the Rolling Thunder, great bait mate here coming out from the Lash, and they might be able to get the kill onto Lina. Lina slowed down by that lightning bolt. The Rolling Thunder connects once again, Pulse Nova. They do get one. Can they get any more from this one? Freezing Field comes out from Nanako, but again, it only protects him from the physical damage, not the magical or the emotional of being taken down like that. And it's going to be 4 heroes dead on the side of South Team. The Glaives, they are starting to bounce around, and Pyke, he's leading his team towards a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Kukuhook, he couldn't do anything to come onto this one because he's only just got that Ag Scepter up now on the Gyrocopter. 19 minutes in.
Great bait from Beastcoast. Amazing Rolling Thunder from Vitaly. Like, we're a little bit doubtful of this offlane Pangolier. He is making this hero look amazing, like, in offlane. And, that's against a Gyrocopter that tried to pressure him in the lane with the skill points, and he's still looking so sharp.
Yeah, and if you are Kukuhook, do you even pretend to get involved in any of these fights? Maybe come in with a flat can to finish off any stragglers, or are you purely just trying to hide out in the jungle and try and get this farm? Build these items up now that you've got the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, let's wait, as this Dark Willow's probably going to be killed, but I think he can join fights now that he has eggs. He didn't in that one in particular. I just... It has to be a fight close to a tower. Like, he needs to be able to instantly appear. If he's walking to the fight, it can be awkward. There could be wards. Oh, they find no seat. A good 4-step away from Moose.
Yeah, but he's hanging around here. I mean, whichever way he goes, it's going to be the lasso now, dragging him right back into the waiting arms of Pyke as well as Vitaly, and it's going to be Moose that gets the kill credit for that one. And again, you've got the illusions from Luna already pushing down onto the tier 2. So this lane is pre-pushed for you to come in and put the pressure on. And South Team, they just don't feel like they have a response here at the minute.
I mean, yeah, they don't feel it. They don't have it. Their draft, once again, doesn't help. But at the end of the day, Beastcoast is just playing better. They literally were losing CS-wise in every single lane, minute 5, but it absolutely didn't matter. And it just goes to show that as a team, they've been playing way superior.
Yeah, and with this, now they get the kill onto Nanako again. Look at this one. We're 20 minutes in. There's going to be the dive onto another tier 3 tower here. Not only the dive onto the tier 3, but the pressure being put onto the tower itself. With the illusions from the Luna, Azanti isn't here. Gyrocops is only just getting back into the base. This tower's lost over half its health now before South Team even try and respond onto this damage from the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah, it's really tough to stop. You have BKB on Pike, and the only actual instant stun they have is LSA, and it's like the easiest one to read of all time. So you can just disengage once Osito shows up, and that's a lot of real estate damage.
And yeah, they can go back. They can just play between this mid lane and bottom lane and put the pressure onto the towers. So South Team, what's the response here? Is it just to turtle up inside the base?
Yeah, you have to force something, have to make them dive your tier 4s. But lose is just
locked down. Yeah, Lina. And it's going to be Luna that gets a kill onto Lina. Not confusing at all here if you're following along. Rolling Thunder coming out from Vitality. They might be able to get more from this as well. They do break the building. Can they fully break the base? Because these glaives are going to start to bounce. And even just from the illusions here, it will be shred damage coming out from the Luna. And the Luna might want to come in. Pops that Eclipse can be able to walk into the base. And look at this one. The glaives, they are going to go absolutely everywhere. The fireworks going off for Beastcoast. And 21 minutes in, 22 minutes into this one, South Team call the GG.
Yeah. Beastcoast, they've been looking like this the entire tournament. As I said, only Kali made them look even slightly bad. And against everyone else, Beastcoast looked quite solid. So that's the results we expected. I think South Team showed a lot of prowess in the lane stage, but yeah, Dota is about more than that, and unfortunately they couldn't execute it.
Yeah, and it is going to be now Beastcoast moving into prime position here in the table. Getting themselves that win on the board does mean for now they move up to first place, and we'll see how it is going to play out between Carly and Infinity for that full top spot lineup. But yeah, South Team, they tried to make a good go of it. They had a better first game, it felt like, than second game, and Beastcoast here, once they got going in the second game, there was just no real stop to them.
Yeah, they're definitely... heated. They were ready here, and Beastcoast making sure that they have all of the chances to get top 1, right? Now it's pretty much on Kali to beat Infinity 2-0 if they want to overthrow Beastcoast.
Yeah, so that is going to be it for the first series. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back with the second series, Quali versus Infinity, and it's going to be a banger, I'm sure, but first we are going to take that break, so we'll be back right after this.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the Relog RES Regional League here in South America. We're going to get started with what the few people being me and Bowie, calling the headline match today, Infinity versus Kali. This has all the marbles to play for. If Infinity win this one, they go 8-2. They will be second place behind Beastcoast. Kali will be third. But if Kali get a 1-1 from this, at least, if they 2-0 or 1-1, Kali will be top of the board here because they beat Beast Coast, and it means there will be no tiebreaks. No tiebreaks either way anyway, but Kali won that first place. So if they get this first win on the board, they are top of the table. There is no take-backsies. They have locked it in. And Infinity, they're here to spoil the party, try and get themselves up to that second place. So two great teams playing off against each other. And Bowie, do you have a favorite coming into this series?
I think it has to be Kali. They're looking really good. They only bled once against Akatsuki, and that was a game where I think they had a pretty bad draft. And yeah, just looking at the players here, we have Faker X KXY, definitely the most known player of everyone here. But Dodd, you know, he's been definitely grinding a lot. But when you just like, if you try to make a list of the best carries in South America, I feel like a lot of people would probably not have him, like, even in the top 10. But he's been impressing us. In fact, like, everyone from this team has impressing. Maybe, like, and the thing is, even though they look and play like a team, individually, they're also stomping their lanes. So it's kind of hard to really pinpoint how did they get so good so quickly. But yeah, very excited to see how they're going to perform. They have been looking flawless.
Yeah, as we get into this one, you'll be able to take a look at the Infinity side as well. Kataro, PP, Ryu, Michael, and Yudomi, they've looked like a great team as well. Just maybe just falling short of what Quali have done here in Group A. But yeah, not to take anything away from Infinity, you know, they still have that chance for second place to come out here. So they're going to be giving it the all as well going into game number one. Between these two teams, like you say, I think Quali are going to be the slight favorites coming in. And yeah, they've kind of come out of nowhere for me, because you looked at the last season. In fact, looking at the team as a whole, they've been playing qualifiers, but they've not been getting the results that they wanted. And it's been, you know, a bit of a, like I say, they've just popped out of nowhere here, being able to get these wins on the board now. And it's a really good one. You're going up against Infinity, you're going up against Beast Coast, and you're getting those wins. It is a great stake for the team themselves as we do get ourselves into the draft. We see the Slaughter ban straight away from Infinity up against Quali. Is that something that they've been, you know, rocking out with here, Quali? Are they full on that Slaughter hype train?
So yeah, they did play a couple of games with Slaughter offlane. Not really a hero we're seeing that much, and yeah, I'm not entirely sure why. I think the hero is solid. It has a couple of bad matchups, but they've been using it really well, like with the Weaver
10
support that they
seconds
also
remaining.
play. So it's just a lot of minus armor. Even
Radiant
if you don't
team
have like a
are
TA or
back.
something like that, it's
Mhm.
still very easy to push the tempo of the game. In terms of the other bans here, what else
10
should they
seconds
ban? We
remaining.
saw a lot of Wraith King from that, but I don't think that's a first phase ban type hero.
5 seconds
Can
remaining.
probably take away,
Dire team pick.
I don't know, the
Radiant
Timber Saw.
team
That's another hero they're playing a lot. Oh, and they still the Weaver. I like it.
Okay, yeah, and Infinity, we do get that Weaver on the board, like I say, it does come out, so, and again, can flex between that 1-3, and it felt like 4 roll, even in the 4 again, though. Well, I've seen the Spirit Vessels coming out into the Gleipnir, so some good control, a lot of harass damage coming out from this Weaver, and Carly goes straight into the Centaur, so that is just straight up locked in here. Don't mind this, it doesn't give a lot away, you can group it up with a few supports when you get into the next phase, and really, what are you looking at counters? Maybe the life stealer that Quelly might be able to take out here, the Mars as well, but the Mars doesn't seem that popular in South America as a whole.
5 seconds.
Yeah, definitely a hero that faded away a little bit. We saw the Chaos Knight also destroying a center today, so
True.
this could be one option here if they want to play that on Kotaro or old MNZ. Not really a hero he's been playing that much though, so curious to see exactly what they're going to try and find out. Now, one interesting thing is this Faceless Void ban leads me to believe they want to play this Weaver as a core. I mean, I understand that it's still good against Weaver support. I just feel like it does feel like a little bit of an expensive ban to use, especially if they wanted to play it themselves.
Okay, and moving through this draft fairly quickly here as the Grimstroke ban comes out from the side of Infinity. Quality taking away the Disruptor, the Tiny there as well on the queue. So we'll see what else they want to be removing and whether it is going to be, like you say, that Weaver core here. That, I mean, again, can still be flexed off depending on what comes out for Quality. But yeah, locking that one in because otherwise it would have been removed, it felt like. So Infinity, let's see what they're going to be able to do with the hero itself.
Yeah, they do remove the Lifestealer answer. Very popular counter. No Grimstroke to pair the center, but other supports that we used to see were Hoodwink, very popular one. Tiny is banned, but out of the heroes here that they can run, yeah, I guess Hoodwink is definitely the hero they play more in the position 4 here. So wouldn't be my team Pamplona running that one.
Yeah, just take a look if there's anything else. Again, Crystal Maiden could be picked up. The Techies doesn't, again, feel like a South American hero. We're seeing a lot of games where this hero just goes completely untouched. So, yeah, maybe something that Carly not leaning towards here. We've seen the Tusks coming out, but we all know your feelings on the Tusks, so we'll not touch on that. Yeah, Dark Willow, we've seen a little bit of gameplay, but yeah, the Hoodwink does seem to have been the most popular for at the minute, over the past couple of runner games.
Yeah, I think it's just a hero that Pamplona does like running, but yeah, there's a lot of value on Rubik. And this Rubik could even be a 5. I feel like nowadays it's so common to see as a 5, but just having the Sukuchi Steel Saw is going to be amazing.
Okay, and we'll see where Infinity go with this one. They've got those next couple of picks on the board, so can keep this flexed out. Maybe just go for, even if they want to run it as a core, but don't want to commit it to the 1, they could pick up their next 2 heroes as their supports here on the side of Infinity. We'll see which way they want to go with this. Or they just go straight in for a Dragon Knight. And yeah, I mean, again, it just keep you guessing because that Dragon Knight can be flexed between the 2 and 3 as well.
Yep, it's also a hero that can sometimes be fine solo. So if this Weaver is positioned 4, can rotate, can kill couriers, can steal runes, and not necessarily make DK's life worst. Especially when you're on the dire side as well, having that Weaver, very similar to like a Shadow Demon, easy to stack and get those double stacks in the triangle going. But, there's still arguments here for the Weaver to be a position 4. I just... the Void ban does seem like a little bit too much. If you're usually when you pick heroes like that, you want to flex them down. So as the enemy counters it, you downgrade the hero. But if you're just banning for a support, like something that you already want to run as a support, it does feel like it's counterintuitive to even pretend you're going to play it as a core. As they do get the edge here. Just a strong laner, right? Not necessarily something that counters anything right now.
No, and yeah, like I said, just a really strong laner. You're going to be able to bring in the creeps as well to maybe try and Overwhelm. And we'll see if that's going to be the 4 or the 5 coming out here from Infinity. And again, they could run that support duo, the Weaver and the Ench. But yeah, let's see if they do kind of want to flex that about here as Kali have the next couple of picks. Again, so you don't really know where this Dragon Knight's going to be. Are you looking to pick up your second support and carry, and then maybe because they do have that final pick as well? Yeah, so the carry comes out, and we'll see what else Kali want to go for here.
Okay. It's a good edge pick from Infinity because it is also, I think, one of the heroes that they would have probably given to Pamplona. He does play Edge 4, so that's not available anymore. They stole 2 of their heroes. I feel like overall Infinity is actually drafting pretty well in a way to put Kali in a disadvantage or in a position they're not that comfortable. I just hope that the heroes they're picking are also comfortable for them, because sometimes there's definitely, like, as you put them into a bad spot, you can also be digging a hole under yourself without knowing.
Yeah, and I think we saw that, like you say, in the very first game of the day with that Razor pick, where it came out super early and then it kind of had nowhere to lane, and say got fit in the best of a bad situation. So Kali actually go back for that Hoodwink. Yeah, so I imagine when you're saying this Rubik, do you think it's still going to be the 5, or do you want to put that Hoodwink here with the Luna on the lane as the 5?
I think the Hoodwink 4 is better. I just like it a bit more. I think Rubik is a decent 5 nowadays, honestly. I think it's also higher attack range, so benefits from can utilize the Luna Blessing a bit better. Sven's going to be the option here. Not a lot of burst damage for the Sven, and a lot of squishy heroes besides the center. So I do like it a lot. Enchanter's also very good at stacking. So you can get those medium camp stacks close to the Dire side. They are very juicy for carry on Dire. So I like it. I think Infinity has a pretty solid draft here. Not a lot of flexing besides the Weaver, though. But because they have this overall, I mean, not the overall last pick. Maybe it's just going to be a mid pick, I think. Last pick.
Okay. And how else do you want to try? Is there any other angles you're looking for? Because you're looking at this mid lane, they ban out the Lash. What else are you looking at? They ban out the perk. You've seen the sniper ban here today. So Pango is going to be the ban here from Kali. I wonder what they want to go for to kind of finish up this lineup.
I think you meant Puck on either side. I think Puck is good for... Puck is always good. And definitely, because Infinity has first pick on the next phase, Kali probably more interested in banning it, I think, than Infinity, especially because they already picked this DK, so they're covering the Puck in a way.
Yeah.
So you should be... You can't even pick it, let's say, just because of how DK is already on the enemy side. But they actually take the Air Spirit. Okay.
Okay. I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Primal Beast here for Kali. You get that dive in, you're going to be able to waste a lot of time. Interrupts, what are you looking at? Stormhammer or Dragon Tail? Okay, Infinity, they can pick up another laner here that might have a stun, but once that BKB comes out, you are going to be able to get off that full Pulverize here. You waste a lot of the God Strength time as well as that Warcry time, and you are magic damage there as well, so you're not going to be affected by that Warcry when you do start to fight as a team.
I like the Pulverize. I think it's very good for Kali. Not that good for Infinity. Maybe they can bend that, pick Puck themselves. To me, that sounds pretty decent. You definitely want something that can get on top of this Rubik and Hoodwink and kill them. So any backline jumpers, Storm, Earth Spirit, and Puck are the ones that usually jump to mind. Ember is like okay-ish, but I feel like... I don't know. I'm just not that big of a fan. Maybe if PP is really down to playing it. Yeah, if you're betting Kato, I don't think you're actually going to play Ember. Because I feel like you're pretty okay with playing Ember into Kato.
Yeah, and again, Kali going to be able to respond to this one. Infinity have themselves a minute and 15, a minute and 16 here for this final pick, so they can take the time over that pick. Just try and think it out, give themselves a bit of breathing room here as well. And yeah, so we are looking at this Weaver. I assume it's going to be the Weaver 4, the Ench 5 with that Dragon Knight now. And actually, it could still be, think about it, it could still be the offlane pick here for Infinity if they want to run that Dragon Knight in the mid lane.
I can pick something flexible.
Yeah.
They will get the Zeus. Alright, it's not backline jump, but it is burst damage on Rubik and Hoodwink. I'm always a bit scared to play Zeus into Rubik. I feel like it's very easy for him to steal your Lightning Bolt. He gets better damage, better cost range. He has the true set as well for support. It feels so good to have that spell. And overall,
5 seconds.
yeah, I mean, I understand that the heroes are strong right now. It's a bit of scaling that they were lacking. I think the other heroes don't necessarily scale as much, especially offlane DK. I feel like we're not seeing that full-on Giga Greed DK build anymore. We're seeing a lot of Blink Daggers. Maybe you go Blink Manta. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that happy with how Zeus has looked in this tournament. I feel like players are just literally farming 24/7. But if this DK rushes the Blink and you have this Weaver playing alongside him, they might have enough burst to go for early plays. After all, besides the center, everyone's pretty squishy on Kali.
Yeah, I still think I like the maybe not the Primal Beast actually with the Heavenly Jump coming away from the Zeus, because you do get on top of him and he just gets that spring away. So they're gonna go for the Invoker here on the side of Kali. More magic damage to come out, some good control here as well. And yeah, I can see why they went for that one. Again, they might have gone for the sniper there as well, but it's going to be the Invoker coming out. So with these two lineups on the board, you lean in one way or the other now that you can see the full 10 hero draft?
I prefer Kali a bit better. I think their scaling is incredible with Alacrity and Luna. You have the coverage of the Centaur. The big problem I think they have is the squishy support duo that Infinity can potentially abuse. I just don't feel like Zeus is really that hero. So you're kind of relying on Ryu plus Michael to have a really good game. And they could. I don't think this Luna Rubik lane is that strong. To me, that's really the duo that has to win their lanes on Infinity. Like the timing on Ryu's Blink Dagger and also how fast they're going to play is really going to dictate that. And that's why I'm a bit scared, because when Ryu played that offlane puck, he was literally farming for... were you casting that game with me, or was it Harry?
Yeah, it was me and you, right? That it didn't really look that good. He did get that farm in, but yeah, like you say, it didn't really have the impact you expected it to have.
Yeah, it was just farming a lot. So hopefully they're going to play a bit more fast here. As for Kali, I think they can play fast, but they also have incredible late game. I mean, you always talk about how Luna is strong. I feel like eventually she gets tanky enough to not care about Sven. And you have Alacrity, so those Kanda Lucid Beans are going to be so powerful.
Yeah, and like you say, the Kali, they've been the fastest team, it feels like, in Group A. So Infinity, they really do have to be up to speed here. And yeah, if it does go late, they can slug it out in that late game fight. But I think once the Stampede's up, there's a couple of items up for the Luna here as well. They're going to be bringing the Luna into the fights between Farming. And yeah, Infinity, they have to be the ones to answer back. So the Sven isn't a bad idea. You've got that Zeus with the Thunder God's Wrath as well that can kind of counter gank, I want to call it. Obviously not leaving the lane, but going to be able to throw out the Thunder God's Wrath to get the damage right back on to the side of Kali that they have to consider. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. I think I'm going to be backing Kali here coming into this one myself, just because of, again, they've been the best team in, and Infinity, the pressure is on for them to get this second place. It's not even first place for them. They need to get this second place. And Kali, they only need the one win, so they can be fairly relaxed coming into this series. As we are going to be able to get into it. Don't forget, everybody, you can scan that QR code that is on the screen right now. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app, or use the banner below the stream for the 1xBet website. And use the promo code 1XRLG LATAM. Give yourself a bonus deposit up to 130% on that first deposit. And Kali coming in here 3.38 to the Infinity favorites. And I'm not sure I agree with those odds. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, that's pretty curious, right? Huh. Okay. Well, whatever it is, very curious to see how this game is going to unfold. Maybe we can have a little courier fashion week going here. Oh, that's one of my favorites. That one's so good. This one's great as well. I actually don't know this one. Pretty cool.
And
wait, is that Centaur or a courier? What's happening?
That was Centaur. Yeah, with this courier.
Okay. I was like, I'm not sure about this courier. It's too menacing for a courier. What else do we have here? Okay, that's kind of cute. Looks like a Shrek character.
Yeah, the trio of little donkeys, I guess.
Yeah. The cat's nice. The cat's really cool. Yeah, behind Sven.
Yeah. And
Oh, they're okay. So the odds, huh? I feel like these odds are based on Kali's prior results, maybe too much, right? Because they were definitely before this tournament, they were not looking half as good as they are.
yeah.
So maybe it weighs a lot on the overall all-time performance of the org slash team rather than how good they've been looking in the tournament. So
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see how it is going to play out. Getting into game number 1. Yeah, and I mean, looking at the 2 carries, still think the Luna outscales the Sven as well. So even basing it, if you're just basing off the lineups, I still think Carl, you have a bit of a just a touch, a bit of a stronger lineup here. We'll see if Infinity, if they are going to be able to play fast enough to meet this pace that Carl have been playing at, or if they are going to be getting run over here as the game will start. Smoke's coming out from both sides, but no aggression just yet, just trying to get some wards down, trying to get some information and vision. And yeah, we'll see how this one does play out, as it looks like everybody's going to play away, so it should be comfortable 2 for 2 on the runes once they spawn.
all right,
30 seconds
Michael.
to battle.
They already have that cheeky, aggressive ward to scout for some courier moves, maybe. Weaver loves fighting those couriers, getting those early kills, especially once he is level 2.
Yeah, and we'll see the movement coming through. Sven is actually moving around the long way here. Kataro coming up towards this bounty room, but they don't have enough to, I mean, they're definitely going to have enough to dissuade him from coming up. He's just going to go straight to the lane, yeah, it looks like. So, 2 for 2 trade. Nobody giving anything else away here. Not even any D wards coming out. Really nice ward coming out in the mid lane here from the side of Infinity on the other side of the river as well. You're just far enough away that it wasn't spotted when it initially went down. And I don't think the Invoker, I know there's no sentry here to get that D ward off either. So, Zeus will have the information on the other side of the river.
Yeah, very interesting how both sides in the bottom lane here are trying to counter what Weaver's doing. So Weaver has this unorthodox ward, so he doesn't get warded, but then Kali also has a ward to try and look for exactly where.
I mean, the 3 heroes here, the Sunstrike. Faker pulls it out of the bag. Great combo up here with that Fade Bolt into the Bushwhack. The Stomp coming out there as well. And Faker, yeah, going for that level 1 Exhort. Was able to just I mean, it is going to be pure damage now. So, yeah, the 200 pure damage coming out to finish off the kill. Faker getting a really nice one on the board.
I mean, we talked about the burst damage of Hoodwink and Center, but when you add the Sunstrike on top of it, that's definitely going to be a bit scary here. Tiger, God knows how many times he might die in this lane.
It is just the perfect setup, right? Because the lockdown time, even at level 1 here, it is just enough to get that Sunstrike off. Because it's, what, 3 seconds between both heroes?
And it's 200 pure damage, not counting the spell amplification from Exhort. So they definitely have a lot of damage here to kill. Maybe even the Sven, honestly.
And... well, yeah, if the Sven does get low, and I think Adrian coming through with the double edge and retaliate, he's going to be able to do a lot here to Kataro every time Kataro comes up. And see that Kataro even trying to use that Storm Hammer there just to try and get more form out. And he's going to be careful. The Bushwhack does come through. No Sunstrike this time. Off the mark. Close. Again, close only counts horseshoes and hand grenades. And a Sunstrike is neither as well. It could be a hand grenade. It's not actually a hand grenade. So, yeah, not enough to get the kill.
I do like the bracer here on Sven. He would have definitely died, and sometimes we see Sven's being pretty greedy. They go straight up treads. They don't really get that many intermediary items, but they definitely need that extra HP against this lane, plus the level 1 Exhort. Definitely, I wonder if he's going to go Wern, because that was kind of how some of these Exhort Invokers were being played in the beginning of this patch, which is a long time ago, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he does have Wern queued up. Maybe it's just like, very curious to see how he's going to play it.
Yeah, you can, still, because he's got that Quas there as well, so he can still get the Cold Snap coming through. Maybe he just goes into the Chaos Meteors here as well with the Urn, gets those procs off that way. Yeah, he's just going to be able to run heroes down while that Meteor rolls over them.
CS-wise, once again, Zeus having a good time here. PP already level 4, despite the fact that Invoker got first blood. Sunstrike, Tiger's dead.
Lands again here. Faker, he's just sniping those kills. 2 out of 3. Ain't bad. Great start here for the Invoker with these Sunstrikes.
I mean, he's even buying mangoes. Like, that is kind of the weakness of playing this way.
Yeah.
You don't have the mana sustain, but, like, you're just getting so much gold. Like, let's check his net worth. He's actually ahead. Like, he's 400 gold away of PP right now.
And yeah, he actually went
worse, yes.
back for the point in Wex here as well. So gonna have that cooldown reduction instance there as well once he's got that proc. But you're looking at the actual build now. Do you just go for those 2 points eggs, or do you go back for the full Quest Wex build now that you're playing on Faker?
I think if you got the second point exort, you go full on the Vi. I don't think you go back. Oh, TP here. They find a tornado on PP with no jump.
Yeah, Acorn shot not going to come in this mid lane. Pamplona, that TP, just a little bit of the pushback. No, Sunstrike, he gets it.
Holy.
PP tries to move closer to them, just on the... I mean, he doesn't know where that Sunstrike's landing. He just knows general area, so he moves closer rather than further away. But perfect spacing there from Faker, and Faker already on 3 kills 4 minutes into this game.
Kali's so scary. Holy moly. Like, that was just like a one move or Zula's trying to force Faker slightly. Instant TP.
Sunstrike
they
again.
Don't rush.
Oh my Adrian, God. This time Faker gets his first assist of the game.
What is happening? What is... Dude, Kali, I don't know. I don't understand how they got so good, but they are playing amazing.
Yeah, they just really have, the synergy down. They were playing really great. So we'll see just how far they are going to be able to take themselves again comfortably on for this first game. It's only 5 minutes in, but they only need this first game in the bag here to be able to lock in this first place. And yeah, after that, the pressure is off at least till the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. We're already guaranteeing a pretty good position, getting those extra RES points as well, since you'll be in a comfortable position. Overall, we see the Enchantress rotating bottom. Maybe... Oh, yeah, that is very low. I think this is a kill even without the edge.
Yeah, it will be Ryu. He's going to be low himself, but with this Enchantress coming in, should be able to get the double kill on the lane. Blood Grenade comes out. Ryu, it's going to be enough to get the kill. And Michael picks up one. Ryu gets the other. Really good way to play that one. And it gets now Infinity on the board for their kills, which, they desperately needed after this great start from the Invoker.
Yeah, for sure. DK... doing pretty well, all things considered, and the Luna pretty much tied with this man here, so not having a good time on that as well.
No, Dad is going to be back in the lane now, so he's going to be able to get these last hits in, and yeah, I suppose this is the one death on the board for the Luna. Just needs to be careful about this breathe fight, pushing up too far again, because that was a really good gank, and like I say, didn't even need the help coming out from that Ench rotation here, so Dad really does need to be careful about how much he tries to pressure in this lane. There is going to be 3 heroes coming out from Infinity, looking for the jump, but the TP came in. 5-5-5, Tornado connects onto the Sentinel. Meteor is going to be dropped. Really good bushwhack coming out now as well. They get the kill onto Tiger, and they might be able to get more from this one. Telekinesis. PP, though, to be able to get that heavily jumping onto 5-5-5, 5-5-5. Thunder God's Wrath gets dropped, and so will 5-5-5.
What a freaking impressive combo from Faker again. I didn't know Meteor had such a high cast range. It felt like he was twice as much as I thought he could cast it.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure they lose the ward, but still. Are you lagging right now?
Me? No, I'm all right. Why?
My Dota crashed.
Oh, no. I've had that before. It's not done it again. Touch wood. It's not done it for the past couple of weeks. But yeah, I've had Dota just randomly crash out for the past month or so. So now it's your turn. Haha.
Hopefully, alright, I'm back. Things seem to be okay.
Good is PP just in the jungle trying to find his farm. And going over to, yeah, again, he's already got the mana boots, he's got those mangoes again to just be able to spam the spells, going first item flag to here. So standard build coming out from the Zeus. We'll see what he's going to be able to do with it, and how he's going to try and catch it up to this Invoker, because the Invoker going to be about 400 gold ahead, and those Sunstrikes might just be able to add a little bit more. As the Invoker, it's going to be the TP down to the bottom lane. They want to go onto this Dragon Knight. Do they have the force to go for it now as well? Invoker hiding in the trees. Was that Tornado to connect here? Ryu backs himself away. The Tornado comes through though. Meteor is going to be dropped. They're going to be able to go into this one. The Urn comes through. Not the full Spirit Vessel just yet, but they should be able to get the kill. Ryu, he's going to pop that Dragon Form now as well. They go on to the Rubik, and Rubik a little bit too far forward. 4 heroes down here. They find that return. At least the 2 cores on the side of Kali get themselves out alive.
Yeah, that DK is such a hard kill. Has Lotus 1, double Bracer Treads. They're just not going to kill him. And I love the fact he has the Blink queued up as well. So we'll be able to play a bit faster tempo. All things considered, though, still a relatively even game. Both carries, struggling. Both mid laners kind of tied up, and it's the off laners that are having a great game. I do feel like Adrian doesn't necessarily need to rush Blink. I think because Infinity is the one running at him. In fact, that stunned up.
Yeah, they're going to go into this one now as well. Dad, what are they going to be able to do? Pamplona's down here. Might be able to get the damage from this with 4 heroes from the side of Carly. Looking for this kill. They're going to be able to get one. Can they get more from this? Chase is on target in the trees. Little Bambi here trying to sprint away from this one. And it looks like Enchantress. He has that TP scroll here, Tiger. So he might have just pranced himself away to safety. Sunstrike, it won't connect. Tiger's going to be able to get the TP away.
Very good try. The Sunstrike. And top lane, Adrian is a little bit by himself. Zeus is nearby. This could be a kill. They just got to make sure they don't use Lightning Bolt early, or he can TP away.
Yeah, he's looking to try and get himself out. Stampede in 4 seconds now as well. All he needs to do is break vision here in the trees. Does he get himself out? He does. Really well played by Adrian.
Wow, that was very clean. Just utilize the fog perfectly. 3 heroes rotating. They don't get anything. And yeah, that's why they need a DK Blink, because they don't have a lot of stuns. It's literally just the Zeus in between both supports. So if you don't have Ryu playing fast with them, you just TP out every time, basically.
If you're looking at this as well, so Infinity looking to put this mid lane pressure on. Dragon Knight hasn't rotated in. He is your big building taker, but the Ench creep might be able to do a little bit. Should be dealt with by the Fade Bolt as PP gets this haste rune. So game slowed down a little bit. Yes, say about slowing down, but the damage coming out, yeah, from Infinity, they are starting to pick up these kills. Luna's being forced into the jungle. They'll find some good rotation. So quality, it's just dropped off a little bit for them. How do they keep themselves and get themselves back in and get themselves back on top here for the Radiant side?
It's probably going to be based on the item center once you're playing. He does go for Veil, so not necessarily will be ganking, but mostly posturing these lanes and reacting to whatever Infinity throws at them. In fact, that even TPs means they will try and get this tower. No response. I think that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, they could if they wanted to defend here. Infinity, they have the twin gates to come through as well as TPs, but like you say, there's no real rush to defend this one. They give it over Pamplona. Going to be careful to get that last hit. The Centaur is actually top of the net worth, so, saw the 2 farming heroes, the Sven and the Luna. It's going to be the Centaur here right at the top with a 5.7k net worth lead. And Luna actually not doing too well compared to everybody else. It's going to be one of the lowest cores, in fact, the lowest core on the board, and even Fake has dropped off a little bit after that great start that he made with all those Sunstrikes.
Yeah, this hero doesn't really farm that fast, to be honest, and he did go for a Vessel first item, but I think they should be in shape to go for some moves now. You have Stampede, you have so much lockdown with the Hoodwink Invoker as well, but they are chilling, so maybe they feel like they want to react instead. They can.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the kill. 5-5-5 rule 4. Meteor gets dropped onto Ryu. Ryu's going to be able to get himself Izzy, though. Sharpshooter comes in. Bushwhack doesn't actually connect here. There's still that break damage. He might just survive through it, so he does. The Spirit Vessel was off, and now Adrian, the Sunstrike, it's not enough for the kill here. Ryu will be able to live through that one. Moves himself back, and yeah, going to be able to live to flap his wings another day.
Yeah, very close. Infinity, the debut of their Blink Dagger, not great. And yeah, I think everyone's okay with that. Maybe Infinity is slightly sad about it because they do want to increase the pace of this game. They have this DK who like to be using the Dragon Form to take towers. But they are farming very well with this Sven, as you already said.
So we'll see how they continue to play this one out. And yeah, but it feels like Infinity, they have that momentum in their favor now as well. Tornado comes in, they're going to be able to get that cold snap off now as well. With that Bushwhack Sharpshooter, not even going to be needed to finish the job, just fires it in a random direction. I don't actually think it connected to either Katara or Michael there.
5 is literally a part of 100% of Kali's kills right now. It's 5-0-2. It's honestly impressive how well he's been playing and landing those Sunstrikes. So do they want to make a move right now? No smoke on Pamplona. I think they're fine with just getting the Midas, allowing the Luna to farm. And, that's kind of the same read I have. Is that all things considered, if you trade even, you should be pretty happy just because of the way both Invoker and Luna interact with each other.
Oh, we're going to get this pause coming through here, and when this starts to come through, yeah, I mean, again, you look at that Sven, he's going to be top of the net worth now. He's got himself 146 last hits to the 109 of the Luna. So Luna got some catching up to do. Mask of Madness is here for both players. Going to be the Echo Saber for the Sven. So yeah, that's going to be able to just accelerate him a little bit more, like you say. But Manta Stella coming up for the Luna, she will be able to split push the lanes out, which is going to be more beneficial, it feels like, to the team as a whole, because you're always going to keep this lane pressure off to your current objectives. Though there is only that tier 1 tower top left from the tier 1 towers, because this tier 1 tower mid taking a lot and no tier 1 tower bot. And Infinity, if they're going to go for a tower, probably going to go for this tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about rotating the DK once he has his dragon form, which shouldn't take too long. Are they waiting for any other major item? I guess the vessel on this Michael Weaver is good, but you can still go for display. They have some pretty good wards, right? One between tier 2 and tier 1 mid, and another one in the river.
And yeah, let's see how they actually try and play around this vision. Try and look for these gangs to smoke. I think it just came out underneath that ward that you were talking about there as well. So the ping and the scan. Yeah, the scan that they're going to be able to see the heroes coming across, and the Dragon Knight immediately moves himself outside of that Radiant jungle. Just great ward placement there.
Yeah, very nicely done by Infinity. They're still smoked, looking for something. And now TP's in the top side. Ideally, they want to kill Kotaro.
Yeah, and move themselves through Kotaro in that jungle. There's a Centaur. He actually went for the Veil first and not the Blink Dagger. So,
Kotaro knows.
Mid lane. You got to jump, and, well, yeah, that's going to be the kill with the Dragon Form up now as well. Just need to wait for those creeps to push in. Stampede, though. Do they get the control onto Kotaro? Kotaro, Meteor's going to be dropped. The Bushwhack is going to get connected to the tree. Teammates won't be able to get here in time. Stomp, and it will be Faker that picks up the kill. But the Zeus is going to be TPing in here with the Weaver. They're looking for something, but the double edge out for Adrian. Do they have the reveal on the dust? They do. Michael going to be slowed down just a little bit. It does have that Sakuchi move speed anyway, as Tigers tries to move himself over. But the Sven is dead for 30 seconds. Big window here for the Luna to start to catch up into this far.
Yeah, really beautiful rotation. They were very patient. They wrapped around, and Faker, he's landing some tornadoes that they're from so far away. Not even sure how he's able to do it. He's been like the standout performer player by far. Still 100% of all Kali's kills as well.
Yeah, he has been absolutely on the ball here, this Invoker Faker. Going to be going over to the Boots of Travel as well. You're looking at this, though, who's this favoring? Because the game has slowed down just a little bit. Qualia finding a couple of kills, but overall it feels like both teams just happy to be farming a little bit. And yeah, the split between the win probability is so close. You can see it now. It's pretty much 50-50.
Yeah, I think... if you maintain a gold lead as the game goes on, Kali should have, a slightly bigger advantage. But overall, both sides still have lots of timings to play for, so it's not the end of the world here as Tiger will be scouted. Oh, they go for the Sven instead. Sunstrike is there.
Yeah, they might be able to get it now as well. Sharpshooter comes through. There's going to be the Deafening Blast, and with that Spirit Vessel, Pamplona does get the credit for the kill. But everybody getting involved here from that gank on Quali, and they do find that kill onto the Sven. So again, he's going to be down for another 36 seconds, twice in about a minute and a half here. And again, it's just going to open up this window for Dada. Dada, he's not too far away from this Manta style now as well. Only about 760 gold. Do they get the kill onto the edge? Of course they do. As now the rotation coming out from Crowley. Is it going to be in time? Gets on top of the Rubik. The Rubik might be the sacrificial lamb here, excuse me. Fadebolt might be used. He has that Stormhammer as well, though. Might be able to get the stone to Ryu. Ryu's going to try and get himself away. Is that Stormhammer going to be thrown out? He might opt for his Sven now from that one. The Stormhammer actually comes out to the Dragon Knight while they get the kill onto the onto the Zeus. Zeus gets slow, though, gets himself a kill with the Thunder God's Wrath. And PP, he's going to be able to follow up onto Faker. And going to be a big amount of gold given up by the Invoker there.
Oh, they find the Zeus?
Do they take him down? Adrian does get the kill here, so PP immediately taking down Pamplona with the TP, though. The Dragon Tail comes out. They get the kill onto the Hoodwink. Squirrel will be slain by the Dragon.
Alright, not bad by Infinity. It really felt like that Zeus was gonna die anyways, but I think he had a 1, and there was a... I think there was a Lotus cast by someone. Very nice that he survives there. Luna still farming though. Sven still farming. They're dead even in net worth. Yeah, I mean, this game is... anyone can take this. I still want to say I favor Kali slightly because of their draft, but it's very minor. You know, it's only going to really make a difference 25 minutes from now.
Yeah. Odds still in favor of Infinity here as well. You know, I'm not... Like, in-game, they're looking over to Kali. Slight favorites as Faker. Could have been a little bit of trouble now again. I think Infinity, though, we talked about it. They have to match up Pamplona. He's going to be the one in trouble. Bushwhack does come through. Stampede, actually, they'll be able to get on top of the Dragonite. The damage is going to be enough from Faker. He gets himself another kill on the board. And Pamplona, he is going to go down, but that's still a great trade-off here. Your support for that, the Ryu, the offlane Dragonite, who wants to be pushing down objectives, wants to be applying the pressure, and all of a sudden he's going to be dead once again.
Yeah, very unfortunate. You want the DK to be doing a bit more. He did get the Blink Dagger, but they're struggling to really connect some of those smokes, and a part of that is Luna. That night vision makes those fights much harder, even though they actually had really good wards from Infinity. They still have this one in the big jungle that was not scouted, and it does feel like Infinity was doing a much better job at getting aggressive vision on Kali, whereas Kali, mostly, they're just chilling.
Yeah. There might be another jump coming through here, though. Tiger's going to show on the lane. Michael's got himself that AD room. Let's see how long this is going to last. It's going to be the Veil into that Stomp, into the Sunstrike, into the Tiger Death.
I'll just say it. Still 100% participation on Faker. The guy is literally in every kill.
And yeah, this Invoker, like, he's been landing those Sunstrike. And again, I suppose it helps that they have such great ways to set up Telekinesis, Bushwhack, Centaur Stomp as well. You know, being able to put this pressure on, put this damage on, that it's just make it so unsafe if they don't have a vision here, Infinity, to try and move, because if they move around in anything less than like a 2 or 3, they are at risk of being picked off just because of that Sunstrike. Like you say, it is so on point.
Yeah, they finally got the BKB on Sven. He was even forced to disassemble his Echo, as he was dying a bit too much, 0-3 in this game, even though he had an amazing game. Like, he had a decent lane, actually.
And yeah, so he's going to go back. He's got that Ogre Axe queued up. You know, he's just going to be, it looks like buying out a TP scroll when he's got the gold for it before he flies it in. While this is going on, though, Luna does have that Manta style going towards his own BKB here on Dad. And he's got the gold for the Mithril Hammer, so just 1450 away now from being able to pick up that recipe and have that one. And I think once that's out, Shard's out, I think that's where Dad, well, speaking of getting involved, he might just be able to. Thunder God's Wrath does come through to get the kill into the Invoker, and then immediately start to retreat here on the side of Infinity.
Alright, that's a very big one. You needed that kill, and you got it. In terms of Kali, we do see Pamplona trying to set up for the Wisdom Rune, maybe in the bottom side. No similar move happening here from Infinity, so maybe he would be able. Oh no, now he shows.
Do they get the kill though? Pamplona, he's a fast little squirrel. Though, is he as fast as the bug chasing him? Central Ward does actually go down here. Maybe look for the catch, but the Weaver doesn't carry on going on at this one. Michael just backs himself away. It's going to be the Orchid to come out here for the Weaver as well. So even though the support Weaver, we've seen this before. Spirit Vessel, Orchid comes out. You maybe go back for that Gleipnir a little bit later on for the utility lockdown. And Michael, though, the Centaur is close. Do they go for this one? Where's that blink? Whoa, the Stomp comes out. Do they have the reveal? Sunstrike, Bushwhack, but Michael, he was in Invis form. He's going to be able to get that time-lapse off now. There's going to be the Stampede to try and get Adrian as well as Pamplona away from this one. Spirit Vessel onto Adrian, but he is in the trees. We'll be able to get the TP away. No vision here for Infinity. Won't be able to get the kill on either team, though, really.
That was really close. If the DK blind jumps, maybe he actually finds the Centaur there. But he didn't. So every side will get his Wisdom, their Wisdom Rune. PP already has his Shard. And I think that's the entire Manta flying out to him. So he's very, very harmed.
Yeah, and how do you then look to play around this one? Because it feels like they are fighting pickoffs, Infinity, but in a full fight, I mean, I don't even know. Is the Luna ready for a full fight? Yeah, the recipe for the BKB still going to be about 75 gold away, and then you're going into that Shard. So they might have a quick window here, a small window where, you know, the Luna doesn't really want to get involved, where they might try and get these fights out while this Sven BKB is up.
Yeah, they're going to try and Roche because of it. As you said, the BKB is flying to this Luna. I wonder if they have vision or any intention to contest. No scan so far, so this could already be too late, even though there is a BKB here on that.
Well, they're not the fastest Roshan taking team in the world, but like you say, they're going to smoke up now. So how quickly can they get over here? The Sven isn't here as well. Centaur is shown in lane. He's just like, oh yeah, don't mind me. I'm just pushing out the lane. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They see the smoke. Oh, excuse me. They know the smoke's out. Thanks to that Thunder Gods. Do they just abandon this Roshan take? Looks like they do. I mean,
Apparently.
The intel as well. They're gonna know now. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Something must have been happening to need that scout, need that information. And Quali 5-man smoke coming up. Do they go for the wrap? They're gonna try and use this mad style illusion coming out from the Luna to try and scout through one. And they do get into the the Lotus pool. Get out third time.
Sunstrike.
Stampede. They're gonna be able to go once again. Jump comes in, but can they get the damage? Adrian now. There's gonna be a really good eclipse on the back lines, and Dad goes in with the BKB. Who are they gonna try and chase out now? They get the kill onto 2. Can they make it anymore? Because Tiger, he's caught behind enemy lines. They have the damage. Do they have the kill? Ice Wall gets dropped, and so does Tiger. In fact, hell, they could just say thank you very much for starting Roshan, but we'll take it from here with these 3 kills.
I mean, that's what happened. They used the Thunder's God Wrath too early, and then it allowed Kali to just smoke around. Infinity got second guessed his Roshan taking, and just beautiful initiation from Adrian. He finds the perfect target. They get the Sunstrike as always, and this game is still 100% on Evo. Do you think we can actually end the game with him having 100% full participation?
Sure. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Go for the clouds. Reach for the stars. Shoot for the moon.
Would be very nice to see Invoker having. I wonder how the stats are on that, because we go Michael.
Oh, it might be broken here. Where's the Sunstrike to finish it off? It could be the time lapse coming out here. So, well, 555 will fall on the saying, yeah, if there ain't no Sunstrike, we don't want that kill. We want that 100% participation from Faker.
They're not really gonna punish this too much. The Luna's already oh, never mind. They do find Pamplona. Grenade on 2.
Do they go for more into this one now as well? Faker, he's going to be able to come through. Katara's trying to get himself where the BKB is out now, but Dad wants to chase onto this one. Can they carry on going? Was that Lucent Beam to stop him? I think it was just a little bit too early, that BKB. He's going to be able to get the blink away. Sven won't go down. Chase is on, though, and it looks like, do they carry on catching up now? The Sven's going to be away. Feels like Weaver on the back line shouldn't be scouted out. Just have a TP scroll to get himself out of this now as well, but the Zeus looking to get this backstab. Can they get the kill onto this one? Looks like he might try and go for this one. Dad, he's going to be low. He's got that BKB if he needs to use it now. The Eclipse comes out. Tiger taking a whole lot of damage. Could be able to break that vision, though. Meanwhile, on the back lines, they might be able to get the kill onto PP. PP, what's he going to be able to do? He's going to be able to use that Mantis Style. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They take down Faker. The chase down now onto PP. He's going to get himself away. Dad, he pops that BKB. Still had the Aegis, though. Didn't really need to pop that. The Mantis Style if he needs to use it as well, as the Glimmer Cape comes out from 555. And yeah, now Quali on the retreat. Don't want to give this Aegis up so early. Does he pop that Mantis Style? Just trying to back himself away from this one. The Mantis Style does come out, but it is going to be that Aegis being popped now with that Stormhammer coming through. Can he get anything else from this one? Again, he's already used that BKB, and it's going to be 4 heroes around him. His teammates trying to help him out. The Stomp comes through. Dad, he's trying desperately to make it back towards that tier 2 tower. Turns on Kataro. Kataro taking a lot of damage from this one, but Dad will fall. The Sven gets himself out of this one. Pamplona again. He's going to be caught in that mosh pit. Adrian trying to run himself away. The Spirit Vessel turns himself around onto the edge, but it might have just been turning himself around into his death. And it's going to be 4, not 5, but just the 4 here. Carly give up again. Didn't really need to use that BKB, but the Luna did use it before the Aegis popped, and it did cost them a good few kills from that.
What a weird turn of events. Kali definitely had everything to abuse that Aegis, but they lose the Invoker first, and they keep on trying to fight. As I said, the BKB didn't help. So, I mean, very nicely observed by Infinity. Once the Invoker was down, they just kept running at them. And yeah, that's huge. 3k gold lead. It's going to allow them to keep on farming. And I guess one advantage we didn't mention about Infinity is that they push waves much better than Kali. Or like, you have Luna Illusions, you have maybe Forest Spirits. They're not as good as Weaver and Zeus Illusions. And DK Illusions.
And 17-17. What's that? 53% win rate still in favor of Crowley. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. Net worth wise, it's neck and neck between the Sven and Luna as well. So no real difference between them. The Sven does have the Chrysalis on the board there as well. Going to be doing way more damage. Going towards the Daedalus. And the Luna on the other side. Shard is up. And it's going to be the Phylactery first. So it just needs that point booster now to be able to finish off the Phylactery and go back to the Kanda. And that's where the hero really gets scary. So let's see. Odds still in favor of Infinity. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, like the close. You know, it's not a lot of difference between the two teams. It's not like we're saying, oh, there's going to be, we're not looking at 10-1 odds for either side. As we get ourselves back into the game, Zeus just going to be able to push out with his man style. They get that Tormentor here as well. So Ryu, he's going to be the one to pick up that shot. Has that Fireball now. Going to be another good farming / pushing tool to come out for the Dragon Knight. Just to be able to do like this, drop that Fireball on the floor, stand in it, and just farm out any of the Ancients. So, yeah, use it on a wave, and that wave will just push back in your favor. So, Ryu, yeah, it's a nice one. You know, they might have... who else doesn't have those? The Weaver doesn't have... But that's more of a core thing. Zeus already has his. So, yeah, not a bad shot here for Ryu.
Yeah, definitely a decent one. Just increasing your farming a lot. I think in the past, before Brief Fire gave you the slow and the damage of Elder Dragon form, you really needed a shard to farm. But now it feels like you just throw Dragon forms around and throw your Manta Illusions and still farm. And it was just an extra thing. Doesn't hurt, for sure.
Yeah. Luna here as well, going to be able to get this Vindicator Axe. So extra attack speed, slow resistance as well if it does get caught out. And the does he have... the 20 armor on the stun. There's the Dragon Tail, which is long time stun. No silences. Is the Orchid... Actually, the Orchid's on the Weaver. So, yeah, you could get the full benefit here from this Vindicator Axe.
Also an Enchanted Quiver here on Michael for that extra burst damage if he...
Sorry, it's just interrupting. Yeah, what am I talking about? The Mask of Madness will silence, so you are going to get that extra 30 damage here on the Luna with that Vindicator's Axe anyway in the fights.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's pretty pog. Oh, that's an Ags on Evoker.
Yeah, and again, he does continue his kill.
Can you imagine have 100% win rate, like your participation, lose a game?
That'd suck. Yeah, that'd be awful. You'd be like, I was the only one doing anything. Where's my team, dudes?
Did everything right.
I put them on my back and they were still too heavy.
Oh, yeah. Well, the game's still, like, anyone can take this. Like, Dota Plus literally says 49-51. So, it's all going to be about second Roshan, I think. Both sides are okay at taking it, but I think Kali has a bit of an advantage. Sven kind of relies on popping his ulti to do it, whereas Kali can at any time maybe attempt it.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That you've got, like, say, two transformation heroes here, so... if they don't have those up, it could be where Carly looked to take advantage. But who's going to be looking to take advantage now? Infinity coming in, 5-man smoke. Who are they going to be able to go to, Dad? Yeah, Thundergod's Wrath comes out. Do they want to make this jump? You can see that Carly actually backed themselves away. The Manta style! He gets it off in time. No way to stop the TP. Damn, dude, that was like mid-Dragon Tail there that he gets that Manta style off. Just quick fingers here from the young player Dada. And just, yeah, they get everyone out alive. It does cost him a BKB charge, but he's been more than happy with this on the Luna.
Yeah, the Roche timer is not really going to affect that at all. Yeah. You can just keep on farming. Maybe they get like a tower out of it, but it really shouldn't matter that much. Okay, Evoker!
Never mind.
Holy macaroni!
And now it's Carly's turn to get the kill. Time to get the kill, excuse me. We're going 1-for-1 here, 18-18. And we'll see how they try to answer back into this one. You see that Infinity still grouped up for now. 4 heroes, the Sven's just off in his own trying to find that farm. Daedalus is up, going to go back for that Harpoon. Really like this for the Sven. Means that, he's going to be able to get the lockdown and then keep on top of hero Stormhammer into the Harpoon. And then I assume there's going to be an Ag Scepter to come out sometime soon as well.
Yeah, it's always nice to have the Ags. Overall, though, the warding on Infinity has been so clutch. Like, they have that one ward that allowed the initial fight where Luna forced BKB. They had the ward that just expired in the cliff close to the bottom side where the Invoker died. So I think Infinity's ward game has been better than Kali, and they are definitely being humbled a little bit here. Kali looked unstoppable in pretty much every single game they played.
Yeah, yeah, like you say that the fact that Infinity are matching this pace, really good sign for them. We are going to be seeing now. I mean, that Kanda, what's it going to be? 530 gold away here for the Luna. Is there any other big items coming out? Shiva's got it up for the Centaur Warrunner, Invoker, BKB, but he's still going to be about, what's that? 1450, so still going to be about 1250 gold away from that. Meanwhile, the Sven again, Harpoon is done, going back in towards the Satanic. Michael Glepnir to come out for him, so some extra control. Zeus. How's the Zeus looking? BKB for him. And Dragonite looking to... I mean, he's got the Mantis style up. Going to be going towards an Agnum Scepter of his own. Roshan going to be a super duper quick Roshan respawn timer here. The big man already back up in his cave. They're going to check this one because the smoke's coming in from Infinity here. And the Invoker ain't here. As those boots of travel to get close. He's even gone for the Nemesis Curse. Really like this on the Invoker. Purely just because
position, they break the smoke.
But they get a lockdown. There's going to be the damage coming through now. They trade it off. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. It is. No buybacks here on the quality supports. They do lose Michael. As, the Sunstrike, it was that Cataclysm to come through, but didn't fully get the benefit. They might lose the Dragonite now. The Dragonite taking a lot of damage. The Eclipse, it will focus him down here. Dard gets the kill from that one.
Yeah, they still have the vision, they have the wards, and...
Invoker, he's only got 19 kill participation out of the 20 kills on Quali.
GG.
It's over.
He's done. He is literally done. And remember what we talked about? Roche is up, and those BKBs and those ultis are on cooldown here for Infinity, so that's when their draft does become a little bit problematic when it comes to taking care of Roshan, and Luna will just get in and get out.
Yeah. Look at this as well. They're going to be able to solo this with the shards going here as well as the Mask of Madness. The damage that Quali was doing, the crits coming out now as well. The full Kanda is complete. Going to go back for the Swift Blink. They might try and defend this one. The Dragonite is coming back up. They've got some really good wards down on the high ground as well. We'll be able to see Tiger as Tiger marches in. Do they want to try and blink onto this one? Roshan outside the pit. So Tiger and the rest of Infinity know that Quali aren't here. But they're going to be going for the double back here. The Dragonite desperately trying to get here as quickly as possible before this fight breaks out.
That's so weird, in my opinion. Like, once they knew Roche was up, they could have just brute forced that. There was still a decent respawn timer. You have Alacrity, Luna. The fact they allowed Infinity to get all their cooldowns back is going to be a huge issue, I think. Because how do you fight now? Your BKB is still on cooldown on that. It feels like they just gave them an opportunity to come back here. Not that Infinity even needs it. They are ahead.
Yeah, the scan comes out though, so you know Roshan hasn't come down just yet, and they're not quite in the pit. Has there been the D-Ward that has it? So that Twin Gate D-Ward has come through. Sending that Forge Spirit in, it gets taken over from Tiger. So, but they have some information. Centaur trying to make his way over now as well. But it looks like they're not even going to contest onto this one. Roshan's getting low. They are grouping up, but is it going to be too little too late coming in here from side of Carly? Once again, Forge Spirit going to be dealt with. Roshan, it's getting lower and lower, not done just yet. They're going to be able to get the lockdown. Pamplona now, but do they get the damage onto the kill? Pamplona's trying to get himself with the Spirit Vessel, still here. Cataclysm will be thrown out. They get the kill onto the Dragonite. The Dragonite is dead. Buyback comes through from Pamplona. Adrian might be the one to go down here. Does he have the buyback though? He does not. So, going to be a 4-for-4. Sharpshooter here though. Sven getting low, has that Aegis, doesn't want to lose it straight away. This response from Carly, questionable at best. It felt like that, because the Roshan, it wasn't a quick one, it wasn't going down, and yeah, they just kind of fumbled the response on that.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have a smoke, so they had to be very careful on how they approached it, because they knew Infinity would have vision. But I think the real problem was not forcing Roshan prior to winning that other fight. In my opinion, they had everything to do it, just didn't communicate fast enough. Now, they killed Roshan of the Cataclysm, but at the end of the day, the Aegis stays here on Kotaro, and this is going to be a good breather for Infinity, because I do feel like we are starting to approach a point where Sven starts to fall down a little bit, like he's not going to get much bigger than this, whereas the Luna can still grow quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, he's got the shard, the Ags, he can build like a moon shard here as well. He can finish off I assume, Swift Blink for him, but yeah, I get what you mean, that it's kind of like utility that's coming out. It's not full damage, whereas the Luna Swift Blink for her can trade up into the Satanic as well. So that is just, I mean, Kataro is a little bit ahead because he has that Satanic already here on the Sven. But his BKB is getting lower and lower as well. Yeah, it might just be a little bit harder to not be kited out, which the Harpoon and the Blink Dagger will help with, but it might not be enough coming into these late game fights if it gets there.
Yeah, it's mostly about the God Strength. If they can somehow just disengage from God Strength usage, as they will find one.
Ooh, did he get... I mean, there's going to be the Cataclysm coming out now as well. Telekinesis onto the Sven. Sven's still going to try and do what he can. Has that Satanic being popped here. Trying to keep pace, but it will be Dad forced away here. Do they go for more onto this one? Because the buyback comes out from Michael. Michael, how quickly can he get it? Very darn quickly. It's PP. He gets Pamplona here with the Thunder God's Wrath. He might be able to get more Fakers in that Invis form. And the Mantis Star comes off the Dragon Knight. This is where the Dragon Knight's going to be able to take over as well. You'll burst some of this burden as well. Once he has this Ag Scepter up in about 1,000 gold, he is going to be able to put pressure onto the high ground with his Mantis Style Illusions, that Black Dragon form as well. Not even going to need to commit as the hero himself. And yeah, we'll see if Quali's base defense, is it going to be good enough once that Black Dragon form comes out?
Yeah, it definitely starts to get scary. And Infinity shaping up here. It felt like for the first 20 minutes of the game, they were pretty much playing with their backs against the wall. Didn't really go for many plays, but they held on. Now this DK feels very powerful. In fact, his eggs is pretty much close from being done. The Zeus is doing a lot of damage. Is that a full Moon Shard? He's very close to the full Moon Shard, I think. Or maybe he's just going Bloodthorn. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Bloodthorn, just like you say, that extra attack speed here on the Zeus. So he's just picked up that casual Hyperstone for now. And we'll see if he does actually finish off the Moonshot, or if he could just, go straight into that Bloodthorn. Which it does look like it's going to be, because he's got that queued up. He's not actually looking towards that Moonshot just yet. And top lane being pushed out by the Lunar Illusions, but Katara going to be able to turn that one right back around. Still has his Aegis for 1:22.
All right. It is very hard for them to go high ground on Infinity. That's the problem. Like, you have this DK and you can peel, but actually going high ground means you need to win a fight, or you need to have refresher on this Sven so that he can, once his Aegis is down, he like refreshes and fights with the second life.
We'll see how they want to play this one. Whether they just play it safe, looking for... It's actually the overwhelming blink here for the Sven. Going to go towards that MKB as well. No Butterfly on the Lunar, actually. Could it be the Swift Blink? So, I mean, I suppose the MKB is just more damage here for the Sven. More attack speed as well. So yeah, you don't necessarily need it just because the Butterfly isn't a bad item to pick up just on its own.
Yeah, I guess just making sure that evasion is not going to be a problem later on.
Yeah. I suppose the Luna does have that Trickster's Cloak with the 17% evasion, which you're not the most, but it might just be enough to trip you up.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, the Aegis is going to expire here, so this could be an advantageous fight for Kali. Infinity.
Did we have the reveal? Michael, he's just straight up disappearing. Faker gets the kill, backline, so a jump comes in. Adrian going to be a little bit of trouble. There's going to be the Stormhammer return here from the Rubik, and it looks like the Stampede to get themselves away as the Aegis has just been reclaimed. Good timing on that one. Katara, though, not going to get the full mana back from that reclaim as well, because I think he took some damage from that. So, they get the kill onto Michael. Pamplona did fall, but the Weaver did buy back in that last fight, so he's dead for 70-odd seconds here. Do Quali have anything in the bag to try and trade off? There's going to be a jump in. Well, this is not the trade they wanted here, as it's going to be the kill onto the Centaur. Can they get more from this one? Dad jumps in. It's going to be the Eclipse coming out. Katara going to take a whole lot of damage, but he does have that Satanic going here. Dad has to back himself away, even though that BKB is going, and Faker will go down. 5-5-5 with the TP back to base. Not going to be interrupted. He's away, and Dad, he's in the trees. He's in Biz. Is he in trouble? As he blinks himself out, pops that Manta Style, and TP Scroll is up now. But yeah, once that Satanic has been popped from the Sven, that BKB's going there as well. Dad just couldn't hold his ground and fight that. He doesn't have that Satanic himself just yet, because he went for the Swift Blink first.
They've been very good on Infinity to like initiate a fight with Sven, give Kali a false sense of tranquility, and utilize like the last 5-10 seconds. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, jump comes in.
Use those 5 to last 10 seconds of the God Strength to then get a kill. I think they did this like 2 or 3 times this game, and it really kind of caught Kali off guard a lot of times.
Yeah, and Ryu, again, he's got that Ag Scepter up now. He's got the Manta Style. We'll be able to... What are we getting? 3 Orchids? Well, 2 Orchids and a Bloodthorn here on the side of Infinity as well. They are super serious about getting these silences off onto the Invoker. And maybe even the Luna herself.
Yeah, just forcing those BKBs can be crucial. Luna does have 1 extra Dispel mechanic, but no Lotus Orb, nothing else here for the other supports to really try and deal with it.
Yeah. So,
I mean, if you look at the win probability, it's still 20%, despite the 20k goal lead. So, Dota Plus does agree with the late game here, still being Kali favored.
yeah, I think once the Luna swaps out the Mask of Madness for the Satanic, and he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Sven, it just feels like because of the way that last Roshan fight went, the way that the farm's got around the map, the Sven is just an item ahead of the Luna here. Yeah, so once that does come out, that Satanic, maybe the Luna going to have a better time going toe-to-toe with that damage reduction from the shards, as well as the lifesteal and the heal from that Satanic.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the case. Roche, 20 seconds here until the minimum respawn, and we already see pretty much everyone trying to get control over this area. Smoke from Kali. Do they have an extra one? They don't seem... Oh, smoke breaks. Beautiful from Tiger.
Yeah, he wasn't super close to the rest of his teammates. They do have initiations with Blink and Heavenly Jump and Gap Close, but that was still brave from Tiger there to break that smoke like that. As Daz going to be the furthest one forward now as well. Stormhammer comes out. Did he want to go? Do you actually think that might be an illusion here? The jump on the back line, though. Dad, he's going to be able to come in. Look at the damage coming through. Yes, Sven is going to fall. He is dead, has buyback, but does he want to buy back into this fight now? They might just try and give this one up. Tiger, the Acorn bounces too, and Lucent Beam connects now as well. Tiger in trouble, trying to do what he can. Has that Sprink, but it's not going to be far enough as the Bushwhack does come through. Lucent Beam, and Dad does get the kill. They chase the wrong Luna. Oof, that's big. And now, can they go for more? The Adrian's going to be on top of PP. Was that Shiva's Guard slows him down? But it looks like PP with a Heavenly Jump. It might just be far enough to get himself with a Tornado. BKB forced out for PP here to get himself on the high ground. Chase comes in. They want to dive tier. He's still got that BKB going here. Adrian, that is brave, dude. You're diving tier 4s.
Wow, so much composure here from Infinity. Not only they cut the midway, but they also don't jump on any buyback. So understanding that Kali is trying to force them, but there's no real danger. Really composed movements. Like this DK has been cutting top and midway for a while now. And Roche is not up. So Kali, they win a very, very nice fight, but they don't get much out of it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Roshan, it's not going to be a long... it's not going to be an early respawn here. Infinity are going to be back up before the big man's back in his cave. And it looks like it's just barely going to be a daytime Roshan respawn here. So this might actually go in Infinity's favor because that Roshan respawn going to be, like I say, a minute away. And 20 seconds after that one, he will be moving, or about 15 seconds, he will be moving up to the dire side of the map as well.
No smoke here from Infinity. Sven not up just yet. They have a fair amount of time, though. So Infinity shouldn't be worried, although they don't know. How are we looking buyback-wise? That's the most important thing.
Sven, Ench, and the Hoodwink. And apart from that, nada.
Oof, that's rough. Especially because Kali has this Radiant advantage here, so you would like to have some buybacks.
Yeah. Again, 26 seconds till the big man's back up, and about 35 seconds before he moves to the top. And you can see that the battle line's being drawn from Kali already. They're saying we need to move top. They're not going to have time to take it here. It's not already respawned. They might want to take this gamble. And the mid lane is pushing in as well. So the Sunstrike scouts it out. Sees Roshan hasn't respawned just yet, and they're going to they're making a heads up play. They want to be going top, maybe catch up from Twin Gate, but Infinity, they have that Twin Gate access already. They have the outpost to TP to, so they are already going to be here before Kali can even make a move.
Yeah, but this is good. It buys like them some precious seconds because Roshan did spawn, but they get like 10 or 12 seconds out of it since Infinity didn't scout the instant spawn. Adrian, though, gets found.
Yeah, he's going to be caught out now. There is going to be the Gleipnir coming through. Lotus Orb, it's not going to be from Pamplona. He might be the next one to go down. Lightning Bolt, it doesn't connect. Thunder God's Wrath has already been used.
Oh, Luna goes in.
Down. Dude, how? Did it just came off. Cooldown now gets the kill. They're going to be able to get Michael. No, the time lapse. They didn't have the lockdown onto the Weaver.
that was so bold of that, but he doesn't get that much damage out of anything. They didn't really use the Cataclysm. Roche is up now.
Yeah,
God's Strength will
be
wear
wearing
off.
out. Jinx, by the way. Well, it's not great. I can't jinx my co-casting now. They're going to be able to get the lockdown on to Michael. Damage coming through. Cataclysm will be here. Dad, he tries to dive himself into this one. Pops that Manta-style illusions now as well. He's got those glaive bouncing around himself. Do they want to fight? It is a 4v5, but you've already forced that buyback out from the Centaur already. If you can jump to that backline, Adrian, though, he is a big tanky boy. He's got that Lotus Orb. He is waiting for you to contest this. Oh, the jump on the high ground. Tiger, though, forced after the low ground. So going to be forced after into Dad's waiting arms, or the waiting pause here. It looks like the Glepnir, the lockdown coming through. Do they get the kill? There's going to be Enchantress getting low, and now Dad, he bounces off the glaives to the illusions. Faker gets the kill onto Tiger, so it is going to be a 3v5. Buyback comes through from Tiger. He wants this reset, wants to get himself back in. They might be able to go into the Luna here. Luna has that Satanic still going, though. His glaives start to bounce around inside the Roche pit. Just going to be able to scout this around, make sure they don't get the vision here. Dad, does he full commit to this one? Because he does have that Alacrity on top of him now as well. And yeah, like I said, it's going to be the dive, though. The Tiger, this might be the dieback coming through. The stun! But the Meteor onto, they get this kill onto the Enchantress, and it's going to be Luna. Needs to get himself away from this one. 7 seconds till that BKB is back up. Needs to survive some way, somehow goes down. 99 seconds on the sidelines here. Adrian's going to go down next, and the buyback comes through from Faker, but Faker won't be here in time. Roshan will be going the way of Infinity.
That was so close. A lot of clutch plays from everyone else, but the dire advantage here in the fact that Infinity have the net worth to sustain the buybacks just gave them enough time. The really clutch plays from the DK as well, just keeping the Manta illusions like in the weirdest spots in the Roshan pit, so he actually has vision of what's happening. Ended up buying time here for the edge buyback, for the Sven God Strength, and they eventually take a good fight. I think this Invoker needs more armor. Like, he's being exploded by this Sven multiple times. You know, the Side of Ice is great,
yeah,
but I really feel like he can't be dying like that.
So, Faker AC?
Yes, maybe. I mean, they already have a Shivas, right? So, yeah, AC might be the only way. Maybe an Aeon Disc. There is no Eggs on the Sven after all. Oh, never mind. He does have it, so he could dispel the Aeon Disc.
Yeah, I think he just... well, that was the third Roshan, right? So it just came upon that Roshan take. Yeah, so he gets the Aegis as well as the Ag Scepter, or Ag's Blessing, excuse me. They will be able to clear off this creep wave. Do they keep this tier 3 tower alive, though? The next creep wave will be coming in. Look at this one. They want to try and get as much damage, so the fortification will be forced out here. Luna is back up, 10 seconds on that respawn, but they still don't have the Centaur. 33 seconds before he's back up here, because he did buy back in that last fight. And, well, the lockdown, he doesn't even come out with Katara. Katara, they're going to be able to get a Lena Rax before the Luna's even back onto this one. Again, Aegis and Cheese is here. There's going to be a jump in. Ryu, does he go a jump too far? Michael might be in a little bit of trouble now as well. There is going to be a really nice Eclipse come out. Telekinesis as well. Ryu does get that PKB off now. And Sven, he is in. He jumps in. Pamplona will be going down. Pamplona has the buyback. Do they want to go for more onto this one, though? Or are they just going to back themselves away? The BKB is down for the Sven now. Sven backs himself away. What's going to be stolen? It's going to be that Stormhammer. Can they go into this one? It's going to be spin up to the edge. Sven going to be in a little bit of trouble. Telekinesis comes out. Pushback will be here now as well. The Centaur is back alive. They pop this Aegis. Can they go for a second time? As the jump in, PP might be in trouble in the backlines. Do they have the reveal here? PP, Silver Edge coming through. Kataro has that. Does he actually keep himself going? The refresh comes out from that refresher. Excuse me. And he does get that second BKB. Lockdown on the back lines. Now Stormhammer going to be thrown out once again. Glepnir lockdown onto the Sven. The Sven not going to be able to get himself away from this one. So has to turn. Has to be forced out of there by the Weaver. They do hold. They lose the Centaur again. But they pop the Aegis and they put the Fear of God into Infinity. So how brave are Infinity? Do they want to fight this one now? They're going to be able to find out Tiger. Tiger has that Aeon Disc though. And he will survive a little bit longer. Do they get the kill? They took down Pamplona. Pamplona's brought back into this one. It feels like this is the last chance saloon here for Dad. Daz has back himself away. Has that Satanic if he can get himself away from this one. But again, the silence comes out. He leaves his teammates in the dust. Faker and Dad. Do they have it in him? It's a 5v2. Nobody's coming up anytime soon here as well. So it looks like this is going to be, again, it is Butch and Sundad's time coming out. And it looks like Carly, well, those odds from the start of the game were in favor of Infinity. And it looks like they were actually right here. Carly not going to be super comfortable here in game number 1. They're going to be losing their Mega Creeps. And again, no one respawning anytime soon. It is a 2v5. And I think that's just a bridge too far.
You got to wait for... I mean, you don't have time for the supports, but at the same time, yeah, I guess you have to try and fight here. You need a Alacrity on that, though.
Yeah, and it might be given over now. Jump comes in. Dad gonna try and do his best. Slow him down. Manta Style comes out, trying to get himself away from this one. Was that BKB? It's gonna be 5 seconds away from the Sven. BKB still available for Dad now as well. Tier 4 tower does fall. Have that Centaur coming up in the next 7 seconds as well. Losing beam on Katara, but it looks like they're just gonna go straight in for the end here. Yeah, jumping Katara's gonna be able to get the Stormhammer out there. It's gonna be the Dragon's Breath as well as a Fireball. They take down everybody. Buyback comes through from Dad. The Centaur is in here, trying to buy as much time as possible, and Dad gets in. Is he going to be able to do the damage? He's going to be able to use what right-click damage he has. But Kataro, he's just looking to end the game. The control, it's not going to be enough, surely, as Ryu blinks himself to the other side. They end this game after 50 minutes, 28-37, and a 52k net worth lead here for Infinity. They take game number 1.
All right, very impressive game for Infinity. I think, with the start that they had and how ruthless quality has been, I didn't thought they were going to be able to handle it. Yeah. They played really well. Their wards the entire game were better than Kali's, and I think team fight wise, both teams looked amazing. But the vision of the Zeus, and I think the target prioritization of Kotaro was a bit better than that. Like the way he was able to find that Invoker multiple times, just shut him down from casting those cataclysms was crucial in a lot of those fights. So I think to me, Sven was the MVP. Like, I didn't think he could look that amazing and scale as much this late into the game.
Yeah, I feel like there was a rare instance of hesitation there from Kali around the second Roshan, where they took the fight. They could have took the Roshan, but they back themselves away. They wait for the reset, and they just gift it to Infinity, and the game just swings around from there, because Kali were taking really good fights, and yeah, for some reason, they just left that second Roshan up to Infinity to take, and yeah, the game went completely downhill from there, and Kali, not used to seeing them hesitate like that. So that is going to be it for game number 1. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back with the second game of the series to see if Kali are they going to lock in that first place with a 1-1 draw, or Infinity, can they take second place here? We'll find out after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best play home.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of the second season, and now the pressure is on for Carly. Did I say the second season? I meant the second series. But the pressure is on for Carly here because they need to win this one to get first place between Infinity and Carly. Otherwise, Beastcoast will be walking home without first place, Infinity in second, and Carly, after the great start to the groups, will be going into third place, which isn't the end of the world. It just means you go into playoffs and not straight into that semi-finals. So you start from the quarters. And Bowie, what do they need to do here, game number 2? We talked about how breakneck they've played, how fast they've been able to play it. It seemed like they just fell off a little bit in that first game. Do they just need to mentally reset and reapproach the strategy coming into the second game here for Quali?
Yeah, I think so. They lost their grip in the game at some point, and honestly, they were very close from coming back, right? When we saw that last Russian attempt, they killed this fan. Not really killed this fan. They pushed him back. There was no God strength. They tried to Roche. It just took a little bit too long. There were definitely like some very clutch decisions that took a bit too long for them to take. And I really feel like that Sven played incredibly well. You know, Kotaro, he's been a legend in South America for a while. I really feel like he delivered hard that game. But in general, I wouldn't say they played bad, so I could see them like easily taking game 2. From the heroes they gave away, I was very impressed how that DK was able to like farm so much, and I think that's why I'm not that big of a fan of a center right now. I feel like this hero, like, he's strong in lane and he's useful, but I feel like he falls off. I feel like in those kind of hectic fights, you struggle to really do much. Like, you find someone and you burst them. If you don't, then like the hero, you already used Stampede. Your spells are very hard to land when you don't have your blink ready. You know, I hope they give Adrian a hero that can scale a bit more, because I think that was the problem. Luna and Invoker scale a lot, but Center doesn't really do the same.
Yeah, and it felt like because the I'm just checking now to make sure I'm right, but yeah, the 2 Bloodthorns and the Orchid that came out from Infinity, he was forced into that Lotus Orb, which meant he didn't go for a BKB. You know, they just waited out the Lotus. They were like, yeah, cool, you jump in, you Lotus, and you're still dead, because we have ways around that one. And yeah, it felt like the Centaur, like I said, great start, but just really fell off in that first game. So we'll see how Quali going to be able to respond to this one as we get ourselves into it. Who has first pick? Quali has first pick, and the Tiny is still there as he ban out the Conquer, the Slaughter, the Weaver this time is gone, and the Disruptor. Meanwhile, Quali, they take out that Brewmaster as well as the Pangolier. So yeah, with their first pick, I mean, like I said, the Tiny is still there, the Bite Rider is there, the Shadow Demon, Crystal Maiden, Timbersaw. So there is still a lot of options here for Quali, depending on what they want to take out themselves.
Yeah, I think Infinity's bans are literally the same. Kali did change things up a little bit, especially with the Razor ban. And there you go. They pick up the Tony Boy. A hero I don't see in a while in South America. It's always first phase banned.
Yeah. Yeah, the only difference was Infinity because they don't have first pick anymore. They ban out the Weaver instead of the Tiny. They're more scared of that Weaver pick than they are of the Tiny. We'll see how Infinity respond to this one. Yeah, that Tiny pick coming out, and again, can play across the board. We've seen it in the support roles. We've seen it in off lane. It can be played mid here as well. You know, a good answer to the perk that's still pretty popular. So yeah, we'll see how they want to try and play around this one here. But Quali going to be able to get that Tiny on the board. One of the most contested heroes, it feels like, in South America.
It's always a good response to Batrider. I feel like you don't really want to pick Bat into Tiny, so they will end up picking this Grim Stroke. They have 2 bans here on Kali. I would definitely ban the Primal Beast if I was them. There's definitely a combination you don't really want to give away. They take away the DK. Definitely a hero that looks strong. Okay, so they have different plans here. The Luna ban definitely... I guess Luna is strong enough for you to second pick it, but...
Yeah.
Huh, okay. That doesn't strike me as the kind of a straightforward Grimstroke pairing.
Yeah, it might have just been nice, you know, coming into the mid game to when you get the soulbind, you know, the counter away, and you've got those glaives bouncing around between the 2 heroes that get locked out into it. So I get the idea, but Infinity not going to be able to get that one. What did they ban out? The Faceless Void. So yeah, Primal Beast, they're going to go for the Earth Spirit actually. So kind of does the same thing. You're going to be able to roll in with that Ink Swell on top of you, get some good stuns off from great control. We've already seen a few Earth Spirits as well. Doesn't matter if it's the 4 or the 2. We've seen some of these Earth Spirits have some massive impacts here in South America. So we'll see how Infinity are going to be able to play around this combo, whether it is going to be that support or I think it's much more likely to be the mid Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah, I think Ryu plays it as well.
Oh, really?
So it's going to be quite interesting to see. Because I think I saw 1 or 2 offlane Earth Spirits in this RES2. So curious to see exactly what they're going to do. And it's a very annoying combo because you have 2 silences between them, you have 2 stuns between them, just a lot of burst damage. Very curious exactly how Kali's gonna try and draft around this. There's not a lot of heroes that can handle it early on, so I guess the goal is just to pick a hero that farms fast, gets BKB, and then you don't care about it anymore.
Yeah.
This Gyro, I wonder if there's any flex potential or they just wanna make sure that they have the carry they want. I think if you ban the Luna, it kind of increases the chance that this Gyro is just going to be the carry. I don't think you would have banned it if you want to pick Gyro support as your second pick.
Yeah, especially because you have those next 2 picks. Yeah, you could have gone for the Gyro Luna combo, but they go for the Shadow Demon, so I don't mind that. It's a nice pickup, some good protection as well. The amount of offense that the Shadow Demon can put out, with the Shadow Poisons in the lane, we've seen the Disruption Shadow Poison combos kill more than its fair share of heroes here. So with the homing missile or maybe even the rocket barrage here, so I don't mind this pick here for Kali. And if that's going to be the 1 and the 5, I think it is a really strong lane.
Yeah, they still have the flex of the Tiny, so it's nice. They could still pick like a kind of a curveball support as their last pick if they want to. But I like it. It also covers the Morphling that it's open. It's very good against Gyro. That's usually a very good response you see against that.
Yeah.
Let's see if Infinity, if they're afraid of the Shadow Demon or if they'll just pick Morphling anyways as a 16-17.
Yeah, they definitely could do here. Infinity do have the final pick as well, so you're not going to be able to flex this Tiny. Quell, you do have to pick their mid laner first, so whether this is, they just have to guess whether this is going to be that as the Techies comes out here. So it is going to be that core Earth Spirit, but is it going to be the mid or is it going to be off? And Kali, do they feel comfortable running that Tiny if it is going to be the mid Earth Spirit into it?
Yeah, I feel like you probably don't want to showcase what this Tiny is going to do exactly because Tiny should just stomp Earth Spirit mid, I think.
Yeah.
Way too much base damage. Yeah, there's like a chance to get kicked into the enemy tower, but that's like the only thing you can really do to try and get an advantage in that lane. So for Kali, I hope they pick their offlaner just so that you keep them guessing on whether this Tiny is going to be mid/support.
Do you have to then, if you don't want to show, but because you do pick before Infinity, does Infinity have the final pick? Do you have to pick another hero that can flex between mid and off? Or with this lifesteal coming out now, do you just want to full jam that Tiny into the mid lane?
Yeah, I would say so. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a hero we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, and that is gonna be the
Could be
offlane.
a 5, right? There's like a chance it's a 5, but I'm guessing it's gonna be the offlane. It's very good against
Yeah.
Lifestealer. His low
I-
armor. He doesn't really like the Yadons are pretty fast. You can micro them. I really like this pick.
Yeah, I was to say like it's going to be in the offlane, or it's going to be either the 3 or the 4. The Doom does get banned for Kali as well, so they want to make sure they can get the Black Hole off. Would you, even though you've seen this Lifestealer, are you comfortable to run a Enigma Tiny offlane, or like I say, do you still want this Tiny in the mid lane? You look for another support here for the Enigma in the offlane, or just another hero to pair with it.
I think. Okay. I think the Tiny could be 4, but it's not great. So ideally, to me, you can actually pick a mid hero that can frontline a bit more. Because the thing is, Enigma doesn't want to do that, and Tiny mid also doesn't necessarily want to do that because he's an initiator type hero. I feel like if you have Enigma here, you kind of want something bulky and tanky in the mid lane where you bait with that hero and the Enigma is your counter initiation. So Leshrac works, Primal Beast works. Anything that can just run at them, create chaos, and get the vision for the Enigma to land the black holes he needs.
Yeah, and Infinity. We'll see if they ban out this Primal Beast, like you say, just be able to take that one away, because Kali could pick into that one if they want to. They actually ban out the Zeus, so they're looking for the burst damage, they're looking for to take away the burst damage, because I suppose the Grimstroke as well as that techies are, two very squishy supports. If you get caught out by the Zeus in the fights where those Arc Lightning's going, the Lightning Bolts as well as the Thunder God's Wrath, they could disappear before the fight really picks up and takes off.
The thing about Primal Beast is that it's awful against Grim. Like this is a game you have to rush BKB, and Zeus is one of the few mid heroes that doesn't care about rushing Manta. So he's in this really weird position where even when Zeus doesn't necessarily feel like it's a good game for him, because he wants to rush Manta, he is a good response to Grimstroke. He's a good response to Rare Spirit. Like I think I get where they're coming from here. You can pick Primal for Kali. You just gotta accept the fact you're gonna have to rush a BKB. I think Kanka would have been a good pick for them as well, but it is banned. This type of hero that just wants to drag the attention of the enemy team. What else could be there if they don't want to play Primal? Maybe Huskar? How bad of a Huskar? I mean, you could Huskar. You could technically Huskar here.
Nope. Gonna be the Tusk. So that is gonna be the mid lane Tiny. It looks like the 4 Tusk and the 3 Enigma.
All right. I mean, I guess Tusk can be your initiator, right? And then Tiny doesn't necessarily have to always show first. He's also a tanky hero. So in a way, it's fine. He can lane versus Rare Spirit. And now it's on Infinity to decide if they want to swap here. Pick an offlaner that could potentially stomp the Gyro. I don't think there's like an obvious pick here. So maybe just play your Spirit offlane and you pick like what?
You could still Primal off yourself, right? Get on top of the Gyro. You're gonna go far.
Yeah? Oh. Is this mid Wyvern? What's happening here?
I don't know.
Well,
No, it's offlane Winter Wyvern. Okay.
It is the Enigma counter, right? It's gonna be your BKB piercing thing, and it is a hero that scales a lot. I don't know. I like Core Wyvern. I haven't seen this at all, so I'm very. I think they're feeling themselves a little bit here, Infinity. I think Kali's draft seems easier to execute.
It's a hell of a risk to take here with second place, although I suppose, in a way, it doesn't matter for Infinity because they're going to be going into the quarterfinals one way or the other. It just depends on who they're going to be matched up against with that second or third placement. So they might feel comfortable trying something. And again, Kali are going to be the ones under pressure here because they need to win this to lock in that first place. So Infinity, why not? You've kind of, it's all pressured off right now. You already know you're moving into the quarterfinals, whether you finish second or third in this group. It is worth the risk to try this one out. So I don't mind this one. And Infinity, they do have the momentum coming in from that last game. Kali did kind of stutter a little bit, so sure. You play this offlane, Winter Wyvern, see how it goes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's good. Like you kite the gyrocopter because you have like infinite attack range, so it's kind of a sniper type hero. I think this hero is also a better offlaner than he's a mid hero, just because you can get the double bracers. You're actually really hard to kill, and I'm not against it. It's just very unorthodox. They have two very unorthodox cores, both Earth Spirit and Wyvern. Earth Spirit is getting a resurgence moment, at least this week. Who knows, what's gonna happen next week. But the Wyvern, definitely not something I've seen. It was very popular at the beginning of the patch, at least in pubs, and then it totally faded away.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to play out between the two teams. I think I'm still slightly leaning towards Carly. I think the Gyrocopter, if these fights start to break out, depending on what they can do with this Winter Wyvern ult, I think I still favor, and maybe it's just a little bit of bias coming out from me, but don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that is on the screen and pick your favorites if you head over to that 1xBet app with the QR code, or use the banner below the stream, get yourself over to the 1xBet website, and you can use the promo code 1XRLG LATAM to give yourself up to 130% bonus on your first opponents available on that app or below the screen. And yeah, Bowie, where are you leaning here to? You see the two lineups on the board. Are you sticking Carly, or do you now, after that last game, favor Infinity to win the second one?
Wait, what did you say again?
Just which way do you think it's going to go? Who are you backing?
Oh, I think Kali's draft is easier to play, so I am going with them. But a part of me wants to see this Wyvern thrive. It's so fun to play Core Wyvern when you actually get to like Eggs, Hurricane Pike, Parasma, garbage. Like you're just impossible to kill. You keep slowing everyone, doing like infinite damage. So I think if this game goes late, it can be incredibly hype, right? Because you have two counters on the Enigma. You can Code Embrace whoever gets Black Hole. You can curse the Enigma. In general, they have like burst damage on the Tiny early on, but after that, I actually feel like Kali doesn't have burst at all. So Code Embrace starts to become really important, and this Lifestealer could also. I feel like the Lifestealer against Gyro matchup is definitely Lifestealer favored.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go. And yeah, the odds on the screen, they're showing Infinity as the slight favourites. Quali, it's not the 3-point something that it was in the last game, but still the 2.69. It's nice odds for Carly, but I still consider them the favourites, I think, going into this match, just purely because of what they're showing.
Look at Dota Plus. 60% chance for Infinity here. What's Gabe and eating for breakfast here?
Yeah, well, we'll see how it is going to play out. And maybe the pressure has just got to Carly. Maybe they stumble at the final hurdle here. But getting into this game, we'll see how it is going to go. And Ryu, he's ready. Well, I don't know about that, ready for the fight, because that headpiece, it looks like he's ready for a rave here, this Winter Wyvern. But it's going to be a lot of damage coming out to Dada already here, even with the disruption coming out. Ryu, you just look at the damage coming out to the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter really not going to be safe coming forward from this one. And he's relying on it looks like the Tango's coming through from his support. So, yeah, he's completely out of regen now because he went for that first item blade of attack, trying to get the full benefit. Again, Gyrocopter doesn't start off with the best attack, especially, you want to be going in with these flat cannons to get the harass off. So, yeah, you are relying on, fully buying out into the stats, and it means that the regen goes by the wayside here, and he does have some tangos coming in from himself.
Yeah, the weird part about this lane is the Grimstroke, even though I think this Wyvern pick seems amazing for the game, the Grimstroke doesn't synergize at all with Wyvern. Like, Wyvern wants to be attacking from afar, whereas the Grimstroke wants people to go in to use the Inkswell. So, even though like there's a lot of poke and harass from Infinity, I would be surprised to see a kill happening here. To me, the kill lane is actually bottom. Either Techies getting blocked by shards, or just Enigma somehow being isolated. Which, does benefit the Gyro. He's going to be low HP constantly, but I think he will farm just fine.
Yeah, like you say, the Inkswell is only really going to be a benefit once the Lifestealer starts to run down heroes, or the Earth Spirit with the roll in there as well, and that's not going to happen, unless he's like 2 minutes in, he's like, yeah, okay, I'm going up on this lane, let's just try lane the top and just constantly dive the Gyrocopter. But, he's, it's going to be around level 6, level 7 here when the Earth Spirit starts to rotate with the Inkswell is going to be really effective.
Lane-wise here, does feel like the Enigma's having a good time. Lots of denies, as always. But, this hero struggles a lot against rotations. And they have pretty good heroes for that. You know, both the techies and the Air Spirit have the gap close. You have the Inkswell on top of it. I'm curious to see. Adrian looks like he's going Vlad's first item. I wonder if that's really the route. I feel like Max, so he can kind of withstand the engagement and turn it around, would be better. But we'll see if he's going to change his mind or not.
Yeah, I suppose the pipe protects him a little bit later on when those Winter's Curses start to come out right as well. So it is going to be, like you say, that Vlad's to come through, but there is options here for Adrian once they start to get into the fights. And I wonder if the hero just goes like full utility, like you say, Vlad's, then Blink BKB, Guardian's Greaves, like a pipe after that one, or if he is going to be able to get some hexes out, you know, I don't, maybe a Witchblade of his own, or if he's just going to be fully relying on the Black Hole and the Eidolon's Midnight Pulse here for his damage.
Yeah, you know, if he actually has a good game, I wouldn't even mind seeing... Oh, he already has a buckler, so never mind. But I wouldn't even mind like a Midas into Blink BKB, because the Siege and the actual like Infinity, they don't take buildings really fast. Oh, never mind here. Top lane, that's really low.
Yeah, they might be able to get the kill onto Michael, though. Michael's trying to get himself away. That Shadow Poison coming in, and 555 picks it up. Just pops the Shadow Poison, and along with Michael. Really well played there. That, it takes a lot of harass from him. He's going to have some regen coming through. Again, do they get the kill yet? Shards comes through, yeah. There's going to be the kickback. Pamplona underneath the tower. But he does get the kill. Really good shards, stopping the Earth Spirit from getting away there. And yeah, Tiny going to be able to take advantage of this one. He's going to be able to get both runes if he wants to. Heal himself right back up.
That's the second time we see these like minute 4 rotations from Pamplona in the mid lane alongside Faker. They've been very good. Like the synergy between mid and 4. Very impressive here for Kali. We'll see if they're going to be able to pick it up. And yeah, Earth Spirit struggling against Tiny. No one's surprised about that. It's just a really hard matchup.
Yeah, it's even the toss going to be coming out through the PP, like you say. That he might be able to get this kickback from time to time, but Tiny's really going to be able to shrug it off. 3 points in the Avalanche. He goes down. Omen Missile will be used, but the Shadow Demon... This is the thing, right? You're playing with no regen. You're playing no regen Dota, and 555 wanders away. Once that creep wave pushes into your tower, these two heroes, they're free to dive you, because you've got basically no health.
Yeah, and they know about the stacks. They're like, there's no way this SD would leave the gyro and not make stacks. And they are right. They ping the exact location where the stacks are being made. We'll see if Infinity will be able to steal it. They have a Wyvern, so it's, you know... Oh, nice.
TP comes in from Faker now as well, but Kataro is already dead. Now the Avalanche was that toss back onto Tiger. Tiger's trying to find the angle. Tiger's trying to play around this one as well. He doesn't have the mana actually for that toss-up, and it looks like Tiger, does he get himself away? Level 3, just trying to dodge through the trees. While this is going on, the Enigma's just like, cool, dude, I'm farming. Like, I suppose he doesn't want to get caught. Sticky Bombs, really deadly. Snowball does come out. Was that Malefice to come through now from the Enigma? They have the vision, should be able to with the Eidolons. Yeah, the Sticky Bomb shouldn't be enough for the kill, and Adrian will live through that.
Alright, so it's a decent rotation. Faker is having like a really good game. He will miss the rune because of it, and PP gets a regen. Oh, that's a lot of... How did they do so much damage to the tower? What?
Catapult.
Towers.
Grimstroke. Earth Spirit.
40%? That's crazy. Did they drag a wave? I feel like they have to... Something weird has to happen for it to do this much damage. Earth Spirit deals no damage to the tower. Alright.
Yeah, impressive. I suppose with the utility of the Earth Spirit, though, as well as the Grimstroke coming in with that Stroke of Fate, just easily cleans through the creep wave. Do they get any more from this one? The Techies takes it. Yeah, that's pretty harmful here for the gyro. Even the Tiny might have wanted to take those to get a quicker blink in with the tree grab here as well. And yeah, really nice for the side of Infinity to be able to take those away.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are playing really well. It's a delight to watch a game like this. They are reading each other perfectly. We'll see here if Quali will be able to recover this gyro's game. I mean, CS-wise is actually looking pretty decent. He's just pretty behind in net worth.
Yeah. And if you're looking at this as well, you've already got... I mean, you've got to kill on Katara as well, so you slow him down a little bit. He's not even going armlet, unless he's got it on his courier, which he does not. No, it's just going to be straight Radiance here for the lifesteal, which I don't know if I like. I think the armlet is just so ingrained into every lifestealer build that I see that it just feels weird to see him not go towards it. But Adrian will go down here. Snowball, I'm going to save him for so long, and they might even be able to get the kill onto the Tuskar now as well. Chase comes in, and the Shadow Demon's going to try and TP, but Pamplona, he should go down to this one. Magatize on 555. Is completely out of mana now as well. I don't think that... Yeah, the Stroke of Fate just barely on the edge of it, but the Tusk will live. They get the kill onto PP. 555 will get the credit for that one, and the Tiny rotated in now as well. So this is going to be a nice window here for Faker. Does he want to go for more on this one? He's completely out of mana, but Dad with no support, no backup. The Techies is here. They should be able to get this kill onto the Gyrocopter. Gyro Splinter Blast comes out, and then Tiger's going to be the one to get the credit for the kill.
That's the problem with Enigma. It's so easy to rotate on this hero. They got a very good deep ward in the bottom side. I don't think Pamplona will... Oh, maybe he actually does have Vision of Tiger here. Another courier, another creep giving vision. He's going to get the experience.
Yeah, and... Kataro, he's being chased in by the creeps here, Faker, so he's not even going to be able to make the move on Kataro. Kataro, actually, no, he does. And the Infest comes out. Centaur could be consumed here by the Lifestealer, but at least he gets away.
Yeah, I mean, look at Faker. He's going straight up Blink Dagger. No treads, no phase boots. That's very rare, but he wants to ramp the pace of the game as they also kill Rio with that. That's amazing for this Gyro. He definitely needs any Q he can get.
Yeah, he needed a little bit of catch-up. I think that's his phase boots there as well to come in for the Gyro, so he's going to be able to get this wand out, get himself the Chrysalis on the board here as well. Oh, no, is he just going full? He's not even going, because he went Power Treads. I've been going for a few hours now. But yeah,
by the way,
so, go on.
Check Adrian's inventory.
Straight up Bloods.
No. He's going Orchid Blink.
Oh, yeah, his Q? Yeah, okay.
Love it against the Lifestealer. So he's going to be going for this very greedy Radiance build. And get punished if this Orchid gets completed fast enough. We'll see. So it's going to happen.
Mid lane, PP is in trouble now as well. There is going to be the Magnetised being popped as well. Techie's rotating in. The Shards are getting the lockdown. Who can they get? They get the kill onto PP. 555 will be the response. Warrior's Punch comes out into Tiger, but Tiger, he has that taser going now, so there will be at least some damage. But the Avalanche and Faker, he cleans up another kill here. So Tiger, it was brave, but it wasn't enough to keep PP alive, and it does cost him his life now as well.
And Faker has his blink, so he is ready to utilize the Broom that's gonna spawn right now. We have to be very careful. Did show it, I think. Yeah, and there's also a ward. Yeah, so they definitely know about this.
But he's going to have a shield in here as well. Top lane, Winter's Curse, doesn't matter. The cooldown comes down first, and they get the kill into the Winter Wyvern. They should be able to push down onto this tier 1 tower from this.
Kotaro might die here. If they get the perfect initiation, this could be a Q. Okay, they forced a rage. Alright, so Kotaro will respect this.
Yeah, he's away. And no gap flows come up for the Enigma, so no black hole to follow up onto the Tiny. Yeah, playing it though by the edge of his seat there onto the lifesteal. And again, it is going to be the straight Radiance, so no armlet, and he is a ways behind this Gyrocopter here. Whether he goes back for the armlet afterwards, I could see that. But yeah, it just feels pretty bad that Kotaro doesn't even have that up just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the Wyvern started that lane so well, but dying twice already. Mid lane, toss back onto the Techie's Tiger.
He's going to use that taser, but there is the Avalanche to come through now as well. They have the control, the Walrus Punch, and Faker, he gets another kill on the board. So, while this is going on, it looks like PP, he has rotated top lane, but he might have company. I think they see Pamplona rotating over. They might be able to cut the Tusk off at the pass. Or maybe not. Rolling Boulder comes out. PP's not going to go for anything. He is away.
They are also pressuring mid here with Faker. Just taking a little bit of those tower hits. The Enigma is free farming. 4k golded. Like, the first 5 minutes look pretty bad for Kali, but they are already in a great position. Even better than they were in game 1. So very curious to see how much they're going to try and utilize this Tiny. And also whether Enigma's going to go first, I can Blink or Orchid. He didn't really buy any of the Orchid components yet.
Yeah, I think if he was going to Orchid, he'd already have the Cornucopia or the Blitz Knuckles Cell, maybe even both, sometime soon. So the fact that he's got 2k gold here, I think it's going to be... I think he realized they're on that gank on Katara, right? That he needs that gap close if they want to try and go into that lifestealer, because if he does get the rage off and walks away, you know, they need that black hole to come out first.
Oh, smoke on smoke action here. Some baits with the mines.
Tiny jumps in though, the Avatar's combo comes out, they're going to be able to get the kill onto Michael. Can they go for any more into this one? The Magnetized Faker's going to try and go for that TP, but the Winter's Curse, it keeps him locked down. Now the disruption, how long is that going to keep him alive to get the lockdown onto PP? It looks like he will still get the kill onto Faker, but that immediately takes down Tiger. The rolling ball that stopped Pamplona gets the kill onto PP. They trade it a 3-for-1. Not bad here, they're going to go for more Snowball now as well. Was that Walrus Punch? Does he have enough to get the kill with the tag team? It looks like he does a 4-for-1. He's going to go down to the tower. Oh my dude! 20 health left, a sliver of health. But Pamplona absolutely calculated here for the Tusk.
That's huge, and Adrian does a lot of tier 2 tower damage. He forces a glyph, he has his blink. They can still fight here just because Tiny doesn't rely on those cooldowns. So Kali ready to make the tempo even faster as they already smoke from the mid lane.
And yeah, you can see that they're moving right back down now. Adrian, he's going to have that Blink Dagger coming in, it looks like, on his person now. So they are going to be able to close the gap onto a Lifestealer if they can find the vision of that. So Lifestealer playing this one awful safe here. The smoke now does rub off onto Adrian. And it looks like they're going to go for this 3-man gank. But the smoke... Do they get the in time? The Lifestealer, he is on the far side. There's no vision on him, it doesn't look like, from the Dire. So they are guessing where he is. They're just looking for that smoke break now. He's in the pool. Faker, jump. Nope. Kataro's away.
He saw the tag team animation on the wave creeps.
They might still go for this one now, though. There's going to be a jump in. The rage comes out, but where's that blink in from Adrian? Not underneath the tier 2 tower.
Oh, pretty fast.
Be able to get the infest inside the mud golem, but the punch comes through. The black hole. The toss is going to be here. They still get the kill on Kataro, just purely because Techies is going to try and blast up into this one. Drops that mine as well. It's going to be picked up by Pamplona. Taser comes in. Do they get any more damage from this one? They might actually lose target to the Eidolons. Adrian does get the kill. It might cost Pamplona his life. This time he will go down. No second chances here, but a really good fight. Winter Wyvern trying to get on top of Adrian. Adrian's going to go for the TP. There's going to be the rolling boulder in, and Adrian will go down. Faker gets killed to Michael, though, as he retreats.
Yeah, he was very patient there. Just wait for the Dreamstroke to move forward. Sure, you lose your Enigma, but after using Black Hole, you kill the enemy carry. This Gyrocopter, he was struggling so much in the laning stage. He is absolutely massive. He ended up going Falcon Blade Chrysalis, and he pretty much has eggs. I think we cast that Gyrocopter game where he had Falcon Blade 2 egg components at this at this time. So he is absurdly farmed, and sure, the Lifestealer matchup should be good for him. It's already a pretty massive difference.
Yeah, and you can see that all the pressure is being taken away from the side of this Gyrocopter, so he is getting the free farm. You know, they're looking to force down Katara when these cooldowns, Black Hole is here. They're going to be able to make these jumps in. We'll see just how else they try and do this one, because the Black Hole down now for another 142 seconds. Whether they still want to go to Katara, or they're going to look for other pickoffs here, because the Winter Wyvern, not the tankiest hero in the world. Even with the the bracer out, he's going towards those power treads here as well. But for the minute, with only 1200 health, he is liable to be an avatarsed and squished here by the tiny solo.
Oh yeah, God, just farming this huge stack. This should be his eggs already, so he is. I mean, this is just a dream. Gets another spawn in the large camp as well. Tiny is going, getting close to the Echo Saber. Tusk already has a blink. Like, all of the timing Squally needs is there. Like, I guess the only thing they don't have is the shard, but it looks like the Shadow Gem is so farmed that he wants to get blink and hope for the shard drop on the Tormentor.
And if you're moving through this as well, you've got this Gyrocopter now. He's got this Ags up. He's going to be able to put pressure. He wants to go Daedalus into BKB. It looks like even going to get the Wisdom Rune here. Compared to the Lifestealer, who's not even got this Radiance on the deck just yet. Katara level 10. So, not only the net worth difference, but the 3 level difference here between the two heroes. How do Infinity buy time for this lifestealer to get back up? Are you looking for pickups, or do you just play bodyguard here for the lifestealer and make sure no one gets to him again with these ganks?
I would like to see them playing for pickup, especially because Black Hole is on cooldown. I feel like they have a decent timing here, and they have been very passive. In fact, it looks like they're gonna roach with the newly acquired eggs. Look at this, Kali. They're just getting so much out of the map, and Infinity is just watching.
Yeah. They might not. I mean, yeah, they don't know this is happening here. Enigma gonna hold that high ground to make sure that no one interrupts, just in case they come in for the check. But you look at the damage coming out from Dart. He is gonna be able to manage this with Pamplona here as well, and they are gonna be able to just take down this rush between the two of them here. It looks like just be able to share the aggro. Now they're making a move. Infinity. They might know something is going on with all these heroes being off the map, but it's gonna be too little, too late here. Pamplona is getting low, but it's not gonna be in time. Aegis. Well, the gyrocopter's stunned, but one more right click. They do take this Aegis. Can the setup of Infinity get a backstab and maybe take a fight? You know, take a couple of kills from this one. Even though the Aegis goes away, they don't. They just leave here. They're smoked up. They are looking for another angle on this, and the angle might just be. Yo, they don't fight this one.
Black Hole is back up, so you have to be very careful.
Mine's being popped. There's going to be the jump in. Avatar's coming back now as well to get on top of PPP. But what they'll be able to do? Winter's Curse immediately, but the disruption. It's going to keep the gyrocopter with his Aegis safe. They get the kill onto PP. He goes down. Dard gets the credit for it. Infest here inside the tomato for the lifestealer. Can they go for any more into this one? Pamplona is going to get low. The Infest, though, it's not going to be in range. Techies, he gets the blast off kill. Aegis has been popped. There's going to be the rage coming away from Katara, but can they get this chase up now as well? Midnight Pulse Respawn coming out for Dard. Looks like they're just going to wait just a little bit longer. There's going to be no blink for the next 6 seconds. No black hole comes out. And they trade that off 1 for 1 and an Aegis. Maybe a 2 for 1 and an Aegis here. Dad to be able to queue right up. Yeah, there's the Rocket Barrage coming out. And Tiger shouldn't be able to get himself away from this one. Dad gets the kill.
I'd be greedy, honestly, from the Enigma. I think you just black hole that lifestealer. Like, he tried to use the Malefice, and at the end of the day, I think they could have actually gotten that kill, get the mid tower, just like totally snowball off of that. But, you know, they are still in a very comfortable position. They lost the Aegis, but that was a crucial fight, and they still hold the black hole to keep pressuring.
And where do you now... Because you've still got this black hole, though, so you can still look for a fight as the tier 1 tower's been pressured. Yeah, behind enemy lines, Faker trying to come into this one. Who's going to be able to find? Tiger TP's in, but Faker Avatos comes through. And again, really squishy onto the Winter Wyvern. 1,500 health now, but Faker, he's dove behind enemy lines. Disruption, going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. His teammates are not here. That was useful. Pamplona on the backlines now as well. He might go down as well. Ryu, he's going to live through this one. Doesn't have the damage to get the kill. Bit of a shocker that the rest of Quali didn't follow Faker into that one, because that was looking really good, but they didn't even push down past that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I think the other heroes were wrong. Like, Enigma was 10% HP. The Gyrocopter did TP somewhere else, so he couldn't attend the fight. He just dove a bit too long. I think to just get that tower and you're okay. Like, you got the tower and now you wait to play with that Enigma. So a bit unfortunate. Shouldn't really change things too much, but giving away those kills to Infinity, you know, I still feel like Wyvern Core is probably one of the strongest late game heroes in the entire game. Like, it's just sniper on steroids and a growth hormone, or, you know, whatever it is, this muscle guys take.
And purely protein and chicken and
hard work.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's kind of getting to that, though. I mean, Ryu, I think he was lucky there that the rest of Carly didn't follow up, you know, to try to look for that kill, because Faker was in, and, you know, like I say, a bit rough that maybe the Enigma was low, but I think even if the Gyrocopter follows up there, they get a good couple of kills from that one, and would get more out of this one than Infinity would have.
Yeah. They definitely had some miscommunication issues there. But they still hold a sizable lead here as Kotaro there. Okay, Black Hole with the Orchid.
Do they have enough for the kill here? Lockdown comes in. 555 will pick it up, and now the TPs, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Great Black Hole there to be able to secure the kill onto the lifesteal. He's dead for the next 40 seconds, and Faker, he's slowly meandering over here. Has that AD rune in his bottle now as well. Echo Saber, 4 points in the Avatos. Who can they get on top of? Tiger is going to be the victim, and the Glimmer Cape going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Even Caesar Serenity here being popped, but with that Orchid coming out, the Taser, it's only going to be so long before he does go down, and 5 for 5 does get the credit. The Shards comes out, but Ryu, he's going to be able to get the flying movement off here with the Arctic Burn. They get the turnaround onto Faker. So maybe that Techie skill taking as long as it did was a bit of a bonus here for Infinity. And the Gyrocopter not even here.
Yeah, I mean, they still get the lifestealer kill. They almost get the tier 2 tower. They force like literally every TP on Infinity, so it's not bad at all for Kali. Yeah, a bit sad that Tiny dies, but in general, like your end game, look at the difference here between the Gyro and the lifestealer. He's gonna have BKB in 2 or 3 minutes. This Dad Gyro.
And hopefully this is gonna be just a quick reconnect by Shadow Demon. Going to be right back into it. We get the go signal here. 22 to 12 though. This is kind of like the speed that I was thinking that Quali are going to play. They're playing a lot faster. They've given up a couple of bad decisions in the last few minutes, so they've kind of got to iron those out. But this is the kind of the pace that, okay, we've got a couple of items, we are ready to fight. And yeah, the BKB not too far away now for the Gyrocopter. He's got that Daedalus going. And I think that's where they start to look for the 5-mans, right? They're going to be able to try and get themselves around these fights and really take the pressure to Infinity.
Yeah, they can definitely start fighting. And if they win those fights, then Roche pretty much becomes free for them. So they are definitely on track here as they find Mr. Faker.
I mean, yeah, they're going to get the kill. They got the lockdown. Inkswell comes, so he doesn't have a BKB of his own. Going towards a... Is that a Chrysalis? It is a Chrysalis of his own here as well onto the Tiny. And I suppose that's the thing, right? That if they win a fight, every fight they win, like you say, Quali should be able to get an objective here. Either the Roshan, or because they've got a Tiny and Enigma, they should be taking towers down. They should be looking to move to take down Tormentors as well. So it is up to Infinity here to have to stop this one, because they cannot be losing fights. If they do, they will lose an objective from this.
We do see here a Infest play. They find that no BKB just yet.
Nope, and he is going to be locked down. 555 is close. Disruption. As his teammate's going to try and TP into this one, Adrian, he's going to be too busy farming out the bottom lane. They're just going to give this one up. Bard will fall. Close to the Twin Gate, but the two heroes here from the side of Kali just like let it go. Inside. Oh, Shadow Demon's going to be able to get the TP out even outside the Roshan pit. But they're going to hunt for him for a few more seconds. He is away. Yeah, it just feels like, again, Kali are literally just saying how fast they've been playing it, and now they've slowed right down here, opening this window up for Infinity. And this is kind of what they did in the last game, where it cost them a Roshan, it cost them 2 more team fights after that one, and eventually cost them the game.
I mean, it goes back to their wards. Like, we can't see because they literally both expired, but there's a ward in the high ground of the big jungle that got the Tiny kill when he was jungling. And then there was a ward on top of the tier 2 on the Dire side, where they could see the entire movement from Kali going towards Roshan. So they pincer them and find only 2 heroes. Like that Gyro, if everyone is behind him, he should be unstoppable. But Infinity, with all of that vision, it feels like all of the vision Kali has, I think it's too spread out, and they're not playing with more numbers close to that vision. So that has been the problem for them. They have better vision this game than game 1, but they're not fully utilizing their resources around that area that they have vision.
Yeah. And we'll see if there's going to be another pickup coming out as well, because Pamplot and Michael's going to be close. It looks like the trees. Going to be ships in the night. Yeah, okay, there's Observer what's given that sees Michael. Sees PP here now as well. But the rest of Quali, they've already backed themselves away. Roshan could be a 34-second Roshan respawn. Going to be a timer after this one, more than likely going to be that nighttime Roshan respawn. Do you immediately have to contest this if you're Infinity?
Do they have to? I mean, it would be nice, but I feel like they actually have really good high ground defense. You have Techies, you have this Earth Spirit Inkswell combination, you have the Winter's Curse as well. Now with the X completed, Ryu's going Blink Dagger as well, so much easier to initiate to stop the black holes. And it looks like they're going for... Do they know Tiny stop?
Do they have that Watcher? They don't have the Watcher. They might just be setting up here potentially for that quick Roshan respawn, and Faker's just going to be a victim of circumstance. Tree Toss comes through. They ping it out, and you can see now that, Yeah, there's going to be the group up coming through here from the side of Carly as well. That BKB just being completed up by the gyrocopter being flown in by his courier. And they're racing over to finish this one. Kataro is away. Has that Radiance, has his Sanjinyasha up now as well. So we'll see if they want to try and wrap around and fight this one here, Carly. While the Lifestealer just a little bit too far away, but it looks like the rest of Infinity backing up as well. PP the furthest one forward.
Yeah.
Ooh, the King
they
Avalanche.
find him. Where's the toss back?
Toss back now as well. Yep, he's going to be tossed right back. Pops the blade mail. Homie will connect. He's going to be snowballed, locked down. The damage is going to be more than enough. The Grimstroke just going to have to go for that TP away. Even pops the Inkswell there just to make sure no one goes on him if he got close to where he was TPing out. But Roshan, still be a minute and 50 before he TPs, before he respawns. So the Earth Spirit will be back alive before Roshan respawns.
Yeah, very unfortunate respawn timer for them. If it was up, they could have definitely taken and started to get back in track. But looking at the win probability here, Infinity actually has the edge when the game is even. So Gaben definitely believing here on the Wyvern offlane.
And how do we carry on going? So, I mean, again, the BKB is still for the gyrocopter. Lifestealer isn't here. River now. Avalanche. It's going to be an Arcane Rune picked up for Faker as well as a kill onto Michael. Really well done. And now the Shard picked up for the Tiny as well. It means that he is just going to be a complete wrecking ball here, Faker, every time he has that tree up.
And Lifestealer is actually going straight up BKB. Or, I mean, he's thinking about it. He has the gold, but just thinking if there's anything else that could have been better.
They're going to try and take advantage of this one once again because they've got a 4v5 rolling ball that comes onto Dad. He's got that BKB. Is he going to try and pop it early on now as well? He's just going to try and weather this storm a little bit, it looks like. Now, homing missile going to be onto PP. PP going to get himself away from this one. Rolling ball is going to be away. Diving from Pamplona inside the black hole comes out onto the Winter Wyvern. It means that there's going to be no Winter's Curse to cancel this one off. And he even get the toss back onto Tiger. Getting this kill now, PP should be able to get himself away from this one. But this now is going to be some good times here because Roshan 20 seconds up and they're not going to have this Winter's Curse for another 40 seconds on Infinity. Techies does buy back, but if they can set up right around this one, Carly should get the second Roshan.
Clutch Black Hole, understanding full well that the Wyvern is the hero you need to kill. But because this Roshan spawn timer was so long, they don't get to join the pit. Instead, they're going to break the smoke. Nice position from the Tiny. He gets found.
PP with the infest inside of him now as well. BKB comes out from the Gyrocopter. The Gyrocopter, though, doesn't have any lifesteal. Disruption is going to save his life for a little bit longer as PP should go down here. Dad, jump in, but that BKB is still going. He goes down eventually. Warrior's Punch comes out. There's going to be the Taser now as well. Tiny, and he has that toss. Avalanche coming up in a couple of seconds as well. It's Kataro. Does get the kill onto Pamplona. Good double kill coming out. 3 heroes dead overall, and no buyback on 2 of them. Gyrocopter does. So Roshan is up 5-5-5. What's he doing on behind enemy lines here? It looks like Infinity. They're going to check. They're going to know Roshan is up 5-5-5. He's just waiting out. And does he come forward onto this one? Shadow Poison now as well. Tiny's going to be close. Tiger.
Why didn't Faker go for that? I guess they just want to buy time. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's their plan. Like, you don't want to actually commit and kill anyone. You just want to make sure Rosh is not being taken so that they can have everyone back. Roshan, Black Hole is still very far away, but if you have 5 heroes, it definitely makes it hard here for Infinity to Rosh. Their draft is actually pretty bad at it when you compare it to Kali's.
So, Gyrocopter coming back up in 15. Is this... Okay, mid lane is actually going to be the rolling boulder onto the Enigma now as well. So the BKB gets popped, silence out for the Earth Spirit. Tiny just wasn't close enough to get on there. I think if he's a little bit closer, the BKB comes out and Adrian actually turns to try and get the kill onto PP. But you've still got 3 heroes here top from Infinity. Looking to posture around 4 heroes now, posture around this Roshan pit.
Interesting that they TP the Gyro here. So are they like giving up on Roshan, or do they feel like Infinity wants to wait it out to the bottom side? Huh. Okay, I mean...
Yeah, like you say, not the fastest Roshan take in the world, so they might just try and get them as they come through the Twin Gate or set up this way.
I mean, I guess I like it. That's a good read. And this is also buy time for the Black Hole, so the fact that they don't jump the gun trying to go to that Roshan will pretty much give them everything to take the fight. It's only the BKB on Enigma that will be a little bit longer of a duration. But Infinity so far, not even posture. Like, I feel like Kali could maybe just take it themselves if they get lucky.
Yeah, they're getting the wards around the Twin Gate now as well to make sure there's no surprises coming in. Lifestealer Oh, my dude, you've got to be so careful there. The Eidolons might just scout this out. They see that there's no one in the pond here. Kataro backs himself away. Now the creeps to see him. Faker gets the kill onto Michael in the mid lane. Can he get himself away from this one? There's a lot of damage coming through here. Faker slowed down for a little bit. Blast off from the techie. Sticky Bomb comes through as well, but Tiny might just be, will be away, it looks like, here for this.
All right, Black Hole's back up. They can potentially Roche if they want to. That will march his way. It's on Infinity. They have to stop this. They have the buyback on Grim. Maybe we're forced to use it.
Well, the lifesteal is infested inside the catapult now as well, trying to get himself over to this one. We'll see if they do contest, because Dad's in the pit. He's starting this one off. You got Iron
they
on top
find
now
your
as well.
spirit.
The Wolves, but he comes through the Twin Gate. Yeah, that was a mistake from the Earth Spirit, as there's going to be a lot of control. The damage of the cooldown will be used even through the Cold Embrace. Can they get the kill? Pamplona's going to get low. In fact, no, maybe not a mistake, as they do lose two. And again, still no Black Hole.
He Midnight Pulse the Blade Mail Earth Spirit. He never BKB to prevent the damage. He just killed himself to this 3k HP Earth Spirit. What the what?
And again, it feels like nerve setting in for Carly. They're just making these mistakes that they weren't making before today. You know, they were fully on point, and it just feels like here the Infinity, the great, you know, put up a great show, but I think it's more Carly are losing this one than Infinity are winning it.
Yeah, like they actually make good decisions, but the way they're playing the fights have been a bit underwhelming compared to other games. Also worth noting, Midnight Pulse, absolutely garbage against Returnal Shroud. Like, you actually do no damage, right? In the past, you used to do fatal damage. Now it's based on how much HP you have left. But now, if you have Eternal Shroud and it keeps doing damage, you do like 0 damage.
Well, they might be able to get another one out of this one as well. Shadow Demon's going to be soulbound here to the Tiny. Tiny pops a BKB, but the Shadow Demon will go down. Faker trying to get himself away. Ogre Steel Totem as he gets to release the damage. It's way too much. He won't be able to get the TP away. And Infinity, again, they just have another opening here. 2 heroes dead on the side of Carly.
This is looking bad. And look at Kotaro. He has Adrian. Okay. Can he live?
Oh, no, it's enough. The Infest and the burn from the Radiance just enough to get the kill onto Adrian there.
They're crumbling. They were doing so well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Yeah, that's a rough one.
And the Gyrocopter going for a doubloon here. I would like to see what his other choices are on the tier 3 neutrals. That's the item he settled on.
I guess he becomes stankier, but yeah. I mean, how much? It's 20% of your max mana. I guess I'm fine with this. Like it's a lot of HP. You get the mana regen, but he probably had some pretty shitty drops.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I would just like to see what he actually was here. Taro, how's he looking? Still got the age of 3.5 minutes now as well, but it looks like it will be blown up the first time Soulbound comes out. They got the lockdown onto Tiny. Gyrocopter going to TP into this one now as well. Can they get themselves away? It looks like there's going to be the cooldown be used. Kataro comes out. Midnight Pulse will be here. Still no Black Hole because, again, he drops that Midnight Pulse onto the Blade Mail. It just cancels off the Blink Dagger from Adrian, and Adrian now pops that BKB. The Black Hole does come out. They get the lockdown onto PP. No! Winter's Curse. That's more than enough. And they're going to be fighting here behind the Ancient, and they're going to be winning on the side of Infinity into this one. Bauer comes out from Tusk, but big spells have already been used. Faker has to use his BKB to get back into the Fountain. Kataro needs to be able to get himself away from this one once again. They do take down a tier 3 tower, Cold Embrace into people trying to heal him up. Shards might look at it. He's going to have the Rolling Boulder away from this one, so it won't even be a problem here for him.
Oh no, no Black Hole now. This is still very dangerous, even with the Aegis being down. He has some life to their illusions, but it really doesn't stop this.
Yeah. For the most part, Infinity, they're going to push him. They really don't care what Carly have to try and repel them. They're going to lose Lane Rax, and nothing that Carly, they just had to watch it go. Because, yeah, like you say, no Black Hole. Not even an Enigma to get the Malefice stuns out. He was just full on gone, and Dad had to sit back. He's got a Rapier queued up now. He just wants pure damage here on the Gyrocopter to couple with the Flak Cannon.
Yeah, he definitely needs it. So... it's alright. Oh, Ryu gets his shard. Pretty decent one, honestly. That's so tough. This Enigma had a perfect start, and then a couple of bad fights. Not only by Adrian, I think in general. KXY played really well this game. I think he stomped his lane. He was like creating so much space, but I feel like the way that you even mentioned it, right? Dad and Adrian not joining some of those mid-game fights. They start to bleed kills, and then one after the other. It, in a way, it's very similar to how Game 1 ended up developing.
And we'll see just if they're going to be able to drop that curse here. There's going to be the roll and the infest as well. But PP, not going to find anyone. They do try and leave. That black hole 46 seconds away, still here. Adrian, he's got to be a little bit faster here because he's being chased down. He's going to try and hide himself in the trees. No TP scroll. The mines go down, won't explode. PP trying to get on top of him. He is back in his base. The rolling ball does come in, but he gets that blink away. Ooh, back now, but did they want to go for this one? It's still infested here, PP. So it was a nice little surprise waiting for them if they did go for that toss back on the time.
Yeah, could maybe. Yeah, okay, I guess he didn't have that black hole, so it's smart that they don't go for it. All right, Roche still 3 minutes away. So Kali, hopefully they can stabilize this. Surprisingly, Enigma going for the Aderlands, just trying to get even more distance from his black holes to this Wyvern. But I really like the build of Ryu here, just having all of the reach possible to cancel the black hole.
Yeah. I mean, Infinity, they might not even wait now for this next Aegis to be up. Look at the Lifestealer has got himself 7 shots queued up. Don't think he needs as many. Really good roll in now as well. PP, Snowball will be here. He's still infested out. When was the Lifestealer going to come out to play? It's going to be right now. And the shards, it doesn't keep Kataro back. Look at this one. The damage coming through. What can he do? Gyrocopter. He's got that Demon Edge at least, so he's going to have some damage coming through. BKB's going to be going. But still, that Soulbind, it keeps him locked down to Faker. Faker wants to jump into this one. Won't actually be able to. And yeah, Dad, he's still not got the gold for the rapier, so he's still not going to come to his base defense, and he's going to be walking through, trying to get what he can. But that the rapier is going to be ways away from this one now, and yeah, they know he moved out here. They're going to be making a move over in the smoke. This just could be, if he goes down here, he doesn't have buyback. This could potentially be game. They're going to be able to get the rolling ball in. The lockdown, his BKB is down. He is gone for 90 seconds. Infinity, they might just want mega creeps here instead of trying to end the game. But Jump comes in, Cold Embrace, not quite going to be able to get the kill. Tiger's going to be here now as well. Faker taking a lot of damage. Ogre Steel told him bounce himself away. Black Hole comes out into the lifesteal, but there's going to be a Winter's Curse. Yeah, there's no damage. You don't have a Gyrocopter. And now Adrian will fall. This is going to be a nightmare. In fact, yeah, I think you're right. I think this might just be GG here for the side of Quali.
Infinity, just the ward game has been impeccable. Really.
Yeah.
It feels like they're very okay with being passive in the 10 to 20 minute mark, but once they're on, they just run at Kali and they force a lot of mistakes. Kali, they looked impeccable, but yeah, they can bleed, and in fact, they will bleed up to 3rd place because Infinity, they're looking like a better team today.
And maybe this is the plan overall, right? You know, they get 3rd place and Infinity gets 2nd place, so it means that they don't meet unless they're in the grand finals. So they can avoid it, which apparently is the bogey team here for Kali, because they've looked so good against everybody else. But Infinity, they made them look, I don't want to say amateurs, but yeah, like you say, they were forcing mistakes. They were messing up timings. They weren't, committing on to fights where they should have been. And Infinity, full credit to them. They've taken full advantage of this one. They're going to be able to get the kill now. What got disrupted out was going to be the Spirit now. Yeah, they dived and fountain onto this one. And this is going to be the game going to Infinity 2-0 here for them. And it is going to be, it looks like Beastcoast at the top of the table. Infinity 2nd place. And then Kali locking it down in 3rd. And unfortunately, it's just not been Kali's day. They only needed one game. They couldn't even close it out here. Infinity, they take game number 2 as well as this full series.
All right. Yeah, very impressive here for Infinity. They had a, I don't want to say shaky start, but dropping to Beastcoast, I felt like maybe they could have actually dropped a game at least to Kali, but no, they actually take it 2-0. They wake up and they showcase that they only, it's not only about the names and the TI players that they have. They are still playing, the best Dota possible here in SA. Kudos to them. So they will be 2nd place, right? With Beastcoast first, is that it?
Yeah. Beastcoast,
Okay.
Infinity, Kali, South Team, at Katsuki, X5. There is a chance here for a swap around because at Katsuki could jump above South Team, but they're not going to be able to get third place. It will be a ceiling of fourth here for at Katsuki in this third series.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so Akatsuki now fighting, right, against South Team for the fourth place, just for those RES points, as we talked about. But in terms of actual standings and any changes in how the second stage of the term is going to run, nothing will really change.
No, so that's going to be your top three. Beast Coast, Infinity, and Kali. Kali just could not close one game out to get themselves into that top spot. It would have been, because they already beat Beast Coast, there would have been no tiebreakers there. They would have just been locked into first. But Infinity, credit to get to them. They get themselves that second place. They get themselves in a really good position. I give Beast Coast a leg up there into first, who move right into the semi-finals and the playoffs. That is the second series. We have one more series to come, but first we're going to be taking a quick break. So we'll be back after this break to see how it's going to break down here between Akatsuki and X5 for the final game of Group A. We'll see you right after this.
1xBet and EVA Healthy present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best play home.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back for the final series here of Group A at the Rest Regional. Big thanks to Bowie and Rob for taking over the earlier series and showing us what Group A is truly made out of. But we've got one more series that doesn't really impact the standings in itself. So tune along with us for a very chill ending to this day, to a very nice evening. You can just, have fun with us as we watch X5 go up against Akatsuki with T-Panda and Kips on the cast.
Yep, and I'm hoping that both of these teams are going to be able to play a little bit, more freely now that it's clear that, this is not for anything but the honor. And we all know that these two teams would definitely like to keep the honor to themselves. We've seen some good stuff out from Wits yesterday. We did not get to see Robo Z at all yesterday.
Nope.
Hoping to
Absent.
see him show up way more. And yeah, the other challenge is, of course, can X5 salvage their honor, salvage their name, and take a map in this tournament?
Well, that will be something. You've lost 8 maps in a row, so here's your opportunity to claw yourself back in and get that 1 point on the board. We've had, I think, in every tournament so far, at least one team that hasn't gotten a single map win from a group. So X5 doesn't want to join that group, indeed. They want to just skip that process and go onward with it. So as we go into the draft here, Kips, as we've kind of hoped, possibilities for some fun drafts, but I guess when there's also some honor on the line, I guess you just don't flatline the whole draft instantly.
No, and the other thing is, of course, that now that you're out of this, but this is still a training opportunity versus a team that's roughly of the same skill as you. Might be a team that you just scrim on the regular anyway. So this is now just a broadcasted scrim. Why would you waste any of your time or any of your opponent's time or any of the viewers and casters' time?
Yeah, don't waste our time.
Exactly. They wouldn't dare. No, but especially for themselves, right? It doesn't make sense to throw 1.5 hours away for nothing when this is what you do for a living. No, you're going to use this time to learn something.
Well, let's see what they're going to muster as we've got our traditionals here in the first phase. And of course, with the Shadow Demon bug fix, we don't have to worry about that particular problem anymore. That was fixed during last night, so the shard now works as intended. I don't think it was working as intended before that. I tested in the demo hero lobby, level 1. You go level 2 with shard, and you can level your ulti already. That's kind of busted.
Only a little bit, but everybody played very honorable around it in time in between. Appreciated that very much.
Disruptor banned out the Enchantress and the Batrider as well from Akatsuki. So one more ban to go for the first pick on the side of X5.
5 seconds remaining.
What have they usually been opening up with? Because X5's, they had the double Batrider yesterday. Then they've also tried first phase carries. They've had multiple supports to kick their draft off with. You think we're going to see another support at the start?
Yeah, most likely that does seem to be their MO here. I do think that the first pick, Rubik, is a little on the nose. You won't see a lot of teams doing that, so maybe not that one. But you know, since the Shadow Demon is in this game, you could be thinking about him, especially because that cuts off the Primal Beast as well, which is, yeah, there he goes. And the Primal is interesting to me because we've seen him either banned or just completely ignored so far.
True. Yeah, and now with the Shadow Demon, doesn't even look like it's a good game for the hero at all. So I don't think we're going to see another Primal Beast, unless X5 is going to be the team to pick it up. Added to their draft, if the game is suitable enough for it. Well, we might just get it. There's a Pango on the other side.
There is Bang on the other side, and there's a multitude of counter picks for that. I mean, certainly the Primal Beast would work for that. We've also seen Bloodseekers even without the need of countering a Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
There's a couple more like that. We could think about the Puck as well, but Akatsuki says, nah, we would really very much like to have a game for RoboZ this time around, because I do think that this one is going to go to him. Don't really see them switching it over to the side lane unless they really, really have to, but with how farm heavy Yeezus has been,
Grimstroke.
Block pick.
Yeah, block pick with the Grimstroke, protect the Pango here. Banning out the Bloodseekers while you were talking about the Rupture against him. The thing is, there's still room for the Primal Beast on the side of X5, which would be one good counter.
Remaining.
Grab the Pango from the roll.
5 seconds remaining.
Then again, they don't have to pick it here, but if I were them, I would. Grimstroke is a bit annoying. Of course, the Soulbind does hurt the hero a bit too, so it's not just protecting the Pango, but it's also it's good versus the Primal Beast. Inkswell also, you can cast it on your ally, breaks the Pulverize, also stuns the Primal Beast at the same time, granting you both a Dispel and a stun.
X5 might be looking to skip here. Instead, you could go for a combo with the SD here, so you can think about Centaur, for example. Very classic. Feel a little more adventurous. You want, yeah. I was gonna bring up Slardar because of the bashes versus the Pango, but nah, we're gonna go with the Brew, which has been very hotly contested in this tournament in general.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I would probably not pick Slardar. Because you probably need to see your laning matchup as well. Again, a hero that needs a bit more information at the draft. But yeah, the Brewmaster, highly contested. And of course, always seems to find its place. We've got the Morphling into the Gyrocopter reply. B-Core or support. Morphling is going to enjoy that Flak Cannon, but it does go both ways. Gyro is better with the sustain versus the Morphling Burst. If it is a support, though, you might have to go for a Naga game on X5, and then you'd be piling up on melee cores.
Yeah, well, melee cores would be getting punished heavily.
It does look like it.
That's something we don't see very often, but if you have a leash on the game, and we're going Muerta, baby. I think they're taking a page out of the ESL Birmingham book, even though that was a pretty hard fought game for OG just now, where they did win with the
10 seconds remaining.
The Muerta carry on Tomato.
Yeah, Muerta's an intriguing one, especially if played as a core. It's going to start off slow, but scales excellently, but still remains a glass cannon throughout the entire game. But, you know, one-shotting heroes, it's kind of like what the Muerta does if you don't have a hero that jumps her. Kind of like a sniper, except sniper is more sustained damage. Muerta's more burst.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like Muerta is most like the Phantom Assassin, in a way. But a ranged Phantom Assassin?
Could put it that way, yeah. There's a lot of similarities. Well, now we're just waiting for the last picks to roll in. I mean, maybe the Elder Titan puts you thinking a bit. They're going to ban out the Zeus. Won't let that one go for X5. Also the Coddle. Two matchups that are pretty rough for the Pango in mid. Not necessarily the Coddle that much, but playing against the Zeus is difficult for the Pango.
Matchup is hard, and then actually if you have a Morphling in your game as well, you really want the Zeus to be nowhere near. Get the magic burst out of the way. X5. Got a lot of team fight control, not a lot of like really proper AoE control, but you might need to move away from that regardless, unless you pick like a real big team fight reset ultimate. Yeah. Okay, we're going for AoE damage nonetheless. Little risky, I gotta say, because Akatsuki, if you look at their lineup, they are going to be the absolute kings of fighting in the choke points. You really do not want to contest them there.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Lesh for a bit. They have last picked this before. I think that was on the early days of this group where they would 23rd or 24th this Leshrac. I don't know, they have a lot of squishies on their team, and I feel like Brewmaster also a hero that kind of needs to be around every time an engagement happens. And you're cooldown dependent. You can't be there if your primal split is on cooldown. Morta wants to spend the time farming. If that is a Morta support and put a Gyro carry, then Gyro could be there, and you could activate the Gyro a lot by playing around with the Leshrac. So I think maybe the smartest decision here would be put Muerta as a support, put the Gyro as a carry, and it would enable this Leshrac a bit more, because then he doesn't have to solo carry this game. And now with the Night Stalker, I think it would make even more sense. But nope, they're going to go Muerta carry instead for Mini.
Okay.
I don't think I like this too much. I would have preferred a Gyro carry. Now that I saw the Night Stalker as well, I feel like it feels even worse. That matchup gets rough.
Yeah, definitely. Night Stalker is just going to be on top of you, and you're going to have to pop your BKB really early. You might also need a full pike.
Need to get to that first. I feel like, are you getting a BKB this game? Because the game might be over, you know?
I mean, you should have a decent lane, right? Night Stalker versus a range matchup, usually not the best. Unless they're doing another trick here and actually
It's Grim Night Stalker. That is a hard lane. That is a really hard lane for the Muerta. I mean, to be completely frank, to be completely honest, I don't believe in this X5 draft.
No, it's a hard sell for me here as well. Like, I'm trying to look at it positively with, like, they have some setup for the Lash, they have a bunch of damage. Like, their damage is not an issue here. But does that matter really if the enemy has just has ults that they can pop, has the maneuverability to move around you and pick off the targets that they want out of that team fight if it's spread out, or, you know, they can just press R twice on RoboZ and Yora and destroy you in your entirety if you're clumped together. I see no ways where a clash leads to a decisive win for X5 ever.
Yeah, it's a thing about you might have superior damage on the side of X5, but most of that damage is coming from you don't have the need to reposition yourself. But in this game you have to. You gotta stay on the move, you gotta dodge a lot of abilities. You have the Grimstroke Night Stalker combo of Inkswell and Silence on top of you into a stun, and someone's gonna die. Someone's gonna pay the price. And I feel like that's just gonna repeat over and over, which can look very difficult for X5. So hence why I believe more in this Akatsuki draft, because it has a bit of flavor. It has a lot of room for not just personal excellence, I guess, in this case, because, you know, Morphling, you just snipe and shotgun somebody. Night Stalker just runs at you, and if they don't focus him, he's just going to keep on killing. If you focus him, he's going to walk back away. But with Elder Titan, with Pango, we've talked about RoboZ not having these great games, and we've wanted to see him on a playmaking hero. That also gets to a good start in the game. He has good heroes to play around with, and he also gets a nice damage amplification from this Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So Akatsuki, it's so much easier to execute this game. And for X5, it's a lot about positioning, repositioning, getting into another counter-initiation position for yourself, and it's constantly going over that idea of how do we get the most out of our damage and our crowd control on the time when everybody needs to be hitting their opponents. That's a mouthful. But
a lot of ifs and buts.
I think you can already see it here. It's everybody just kind of running away as Robo-Z is going to get the first blood, and hunting down Nuages. The Gyrocopter is going to drop as well. The Night Stalker potentially falling here. Leshrac will get a kill of his own with the Lightning Storm. But 2 for 1, a quick D-ward by the Elder Titan at the same time, so that's going to leave the top half without vision for X5. So a first blood for the mid laner and a secondary kill for the opposing mid laner. This is very good for the Pango.
Exactly the start you want. You can buy that bottle straight up. Yep. Robo-Z is just going to fly it in right now and dump everything he wants on that that first wave if he wants to. Swashbuckle a couple of times. Oh, look at that Drodo.
Yeah,
there was
reminds me of the dragon meme.
The dragon meme? There's a lot of memes with dragons. You're gonna have to be way more specific.
The one with the 3 heads and one of them looks like a clown.
Oh, yes.
That one.
That is yes.
I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, that
I don't know
like
either, but I'm is it a Yu-Gi-Oh thing?
It might be.
There's a style like it's straight out of Yu-Gi-Oh. But anyway,
but it also looks like you know, from Crash Bandicoot, you have Ripperoo. I think it looks a bit like Ripperoo.
All I know is that there's a time in my Dota 2 life where I would have given an arm and a leg to have this career. This is one of like the early must-have careers. I'm very happy to see it's still around after there's so many more shinier things.
You're too slow.
I need to send a just King Ghidorah. That's the one.
King Ghidorah.
Thank you, Ubu.
Yes.
Thank you, Ubu. That's the one. Yeah, there's a picture of Ripperoo.
It does look like a Ripperoo. It looks a lot like it, actually.
Yeah, it's not quite the same because this one has a fish in his mouth, but very, you know, the similarity actually is quite there. In before our observer is going to drag in a JPEG of Ripperoo on the screen. It's like, hello, this is it.
Compare and contrast.
We're going to start things off with a pause here with our first 3 kills. We're just chilling. I'm not excellent with the local language here, but I think they're having a bit of fun here, just discussing. I think they're pretty familiar with each other's from their pubs and their scrims and maybe some previous teams.
Absolutely. Sorting out the technical issues here. I'm
just
thinking
what
about
we
which
needed here for the most important series of the day. Well, it is what it is. It is a waiting game.
Is a waiting game. All right.
Well, while we have time for this, quick reminder for all of you viewers out there. Tomorrow starts Group B. Just so you know, the next 5 days of action. We've got 6 new teams. Some of them making a reappearance from the first tour, and a couple of new ones added into the mix. I think we could call out S-Star Backs, for example. And I'm not sure if we had Universitario in the previous tour, but they've been around. They were also in the SADPC. The boys with apparently Leo style now playing in their mid lane. So
not bad.
A very interesting roster overall. So Group B starting tomorrow. Don't miss out on that. This is the final series for Group A. Tiebreakers not needed as Beastcoast and Infinity. Tie situation, yes, but head-to-head by Beastcoast, they took a victory over Infinity 2-0. So it hurts a bit for Kali. They were the ones who beat the top team in the group, and they end up third. So there's that. Oh, no, actually did give me clarification quickly. We didn't have Team Silk, so they are now renamed to Universitario. So Team Silk we had playing. And we also had Invaders who were with S-Star Backs.
And Alone has returned.
Hey. So let's go.
We can get back underway. the
Nothing's really
stage.
happened yet. There's still a lot of room. You know, we talked about the early kills in mid, or for the mid laners both. But outside of that, you know, the side lane's pretty even situation for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually for the top lane here, we're going to be looking at the first night in 5 minutes, where the real action is going to go down. And up until that point, Usus is mostly interested in getting as high of a level as possible. That's, well, for Minis, that is his clock as well. Like, he's most likely going to have to leave the lane once that 5-minute mark runs around.
Yeah, Nuage just knows that as well, that as much as they can cause. But the thing is, they have a great level 2 timing with Destroyer and Yeezus, so that Gyrocopter can never position himself in between two heroes once those level 2s are coming online. So with this next creep wave, they'll be getting it. Rocket Barrage doing a sizable amount onto the Grimstroke, keeping him at bay. Mini, you gotta keep in mind Warts is only a hero with 3 armor, so it's not a huge amount. Night Stalker can definitely deliver a couple big blows with that almost 80 damage, well over 80 damage of his own.
Absolutely nuts. And he's going in for the second bracer as well, making sure that he has the staying power to stay in here with the continuous harass coming in from the double range lane into him.
He's gonna be active this game. I feel like the Night Stalker is the one that could start this game with like 5-0. Of course, he died in the river with that pre-bounty fight, but this is one of those games where a Night Stalker could be blessed. So getting those early bracers, I feel like that is the right course of action. You only want like these early starter items really on the hero. Want to look at potentially even an Echo Saber if you are rich enough to get to that point, but that really is all defined between 5 and 10 minutes. How well has the Night Stalker pushed himself on the net worth chart? How much farm is he getting? How many kills is he getting? Or is he getting shut down in kills and only gets farm? Or does he actually get killed, which is the third option? I think that's the worst. So then you might consider that I probably need like a Earned Vessel, something like that, to make some plays happen.
Could be a very good game for that. And as far as I'm concerned, like I was talking about Akatsuki yesterday, about what they needed to do in order to actually take their gameplay to the level where they can contest for the top 3. And I want to see Yusus, who has like a leading role in this game for sure, meet up with his other cores to actually make kills happen. And I think this is definitely a game where, as long as you do have the Dark Ascension, you can actually fight towards the Morphling as well. You do not have to distract everybody's attention away from him, but if you have the cover of that Dark Ascensional division, you should be able to leverage your Morphling as well. And for sure, like RoboZ and Yusus this game, if they keep on, sticking to different lanes, farming up their own items, we're going down the same dark path that we saw yesterday. And I wanna see him hold hands a little bit here.
Let's see if the power of friendship is the key to victory today.
Always is. Always was.
Always is? Okay. Tell that to, CCNC.
Well, I think he's learning the power of friendship right now, and he's won some decent things.
Yeah, I mean, we met in Romania. We only had very short discussions, but we were he was hanging around with the studios, actually doing a couple of performances there as well. Maybe it's maturity that's slowly kicking in.
I mean, I think in person he's always been a decent dude. I've chatted with him from time to time as well. And it's, in general, like...
You're?
Getting clapped.
Ruh-roh. I don't think that was that necessary to go in front of the enemy tier 1 tower. Greedy for that Shadow Demon. They end up paying for it. Meanwhile, top lane, Rocket is flying towards Destroyer. Nuages will dive in deep. Rocket does connect, but it's still a level 1 barrage. And here's the turnaround potential. Destroyer does get silenced up again, has the Ink Swell. It's an instant one, but it might just be enough to zone them out. That's 1 kill. They can look for a second here. Mini, he does not stand a chance versus this Night Stalker, so just a quick dead shot. Fear him out of the way. And back to the wave that is actually pushing towards the Morta right now.
And a very good thing to see there. I like the Immortal for this. Makes it very clear that actually both the attack ranges of Nuages and Mini are pretty much the same range as that Crippling Fear. That's a problem.
A lot of mana spent as well means that they won't get anything off the Night Stalker for a bit. You know, the one thing this hero really suffers is a mana regeneration and a mana pool. One of your classic, you know, dumb offlaners. Adaptive Strike still on cooldown, so Arcano will get to keep his hide. So popping the Lotus for a quick heal, but it is getting more and more difficult to approach this lane. You know, he's got 7 last hits versus the 29 on the Morphling, so it is, you know, annihilation in this lane. Hence why I was a bit about your, like, is it necessary to zone them out this much? I mean, the guy's got 7 CS.
I mean, there is a possibility that they are so far behind because he has been pressing it this hard. But I don't think that that's the case.
Yeah. There's always a possibility, but not this time. And also, I feel like the same thing is for the Night Stalker too. Like it has been proven that this lane is a lot harder for the early minutes. But now we're looking at the first Knight. He's only level 3.
You kind of want to have level 4.
You'd want to have level 4. That 1 point. One singular point, but he's got the long duration silence at least, and if that gives them the kill, that will give him the level up. But if he dies first, that's not what he wants right now. Mini close to getting this kill. Deadshot still 5 seconds away. Destroyer. Well, we're in for a cliffhanger. Is Destroyer going to connect with the Stroke of Fate? I think he will. It's a straight line.
He's mid swipe.
And the funny thing is, they don't actually even see the Grim. The Grim is in fog right now. So if they don't see the animation on the ground, which we see, they don't actually see the hero.
I mean, you have that countdown timer.
He's hidden.
Going in your head, though.
So if they didn't hear an audio cue or didn't see the spellcast animation, they don't know about the stroke. And the only thing that saves the Gyro right now is a step to the left.
Yeah, his spidey senses will have to do it for him here, but he doesn't have boots. I'm thinking that if he starts moving right now, he's still probably gonna be too late.
And let's see what the end result's gonna be. He goes to the left, but I think he stutter stepped there for a second, so he didn't actually get to get out of the way. Doesn't seem like it's gonna change the story anyway. So one hero dead, and make that a second as Mini. He will most likely die. Another slow connection. Yor will take the tower damage, so Yaisis doesn't actually end up putting himself in harm's way. So there's your punishment.
Yep. Exactly on the dot. Needed a little bit of help there, Yaisis, but he is a level 4 now. He's the Hunter of the Night is active, and he is completely content with how this has been going. And it's actually surprising. A fast boy, indeed. And I've been keeping an eye on this mid lane here, where RoboZ has really pressed that advantage from getting the early bottle.
Yep. Big difference to the Leshrac net worth-wise as well. It's 600-700 gold ahead. Topping the net worth right now.
I see that out of Pangos very often these days, although I say that when yesterday we had a Pango on top net worth for most of the game.
Yep. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise in itself, because you don't get to see that too often. You know, Pangos are, like I said yesterday, I'll say it again, like Pangos usually are enjoying like 3rd or 4th position in farm. The carries go ahead. They usually hit creeps better. But that Pango was, you know, in a level of its own, or a league of its own, while Destroyer, well, he's going to give Alone some catch-up.
Alone's gonna have to choose now. Are we going to go into the Lightning Storm, farm maxing, or are we going to go into the Diabolic Edict and make sure that you max out your potential to take towers?
An attempt on a Wisdom Steal by the Elder Titan, not successful. GRPX, we saw some good Batrider gameplay from him yesterday. 2 games in a row. Fortunately, no victories on the board. We're at a pretty bad position. They're going to hunt Mini down. Stumbles upon a Night Stalker. 200 HP. The rocket goes into the disruption bubble too, but it looks like Yaisis actually might just go down. Slow is there.
So
the
fast.
3 stacks of poison. Can he get a 4th? GRPX, no, it's a bit too far away for that one, so he will not. And instead, Arcano hunted down by RoboZ and by Yor. And not even a Rolling Thunder needed for this one.
Not even. Night Stalker's Infused Raindrop's doing a lot of work there for him.
Such a good item.
I still think it's underbought.
I've been preaching our good word of raindrops and eternal shrouds to people. These two items are, you know, I think you used the word very well. Underbought.
Everybody agrees that they're good. It's just like, yeah, but it's no damage.
Yeah, that's not my style.
Exactly. Oh, living is not your style?
Yeah, like someone would say, someone might most likely say, me no cook. Very, very likely. But hey, sometimes, you know, extra magic resistance is really the way to go.
The RPX is gonna get clobbered here in a sec.
Embrace the love, an Elder Titan. Briefcase man. Meanwhile,
oh no,
still no Rolling Thunder used and a kill going their way. Really holding on to that, you know, not a trigger happy Pango.
No, but that's huge as well, because that means that as long as he holds on to that, the chances of X5 ever getting to stand together and push down a tower are nihil.
Yeah, and that's the first death for the Lesh too, so every early death on a hero like this takes so much away from your timing with the Gyrocopter. Not looking too happy here with RoboZ and Destroyer. Camping the man here. Destroyer will get the last hit out of it. There we go. Doesn't quite get the last right click to slide in. And I do think the players are suffering from some ping issues, because this is not the first pause in this game, Kips.
Yeah, I'm starting to hope that it will be the last pause though, but that's maybe a little bit much to ask. Yeah. The server is not cooperating.
Yeah, and Wits is saying exactly the same thing, I believe. Something, you know, the servers are acting up. I think it's the every one out of 10, or is it even a bigger, like a smaller ratio, like maybe 1 to 5, that the server just decides to act up entirely from the start. Well, it is what it is. But at least the difference between the mid laners, if this truly is impacting alone, it might be a big reason why this Leshrac has been a bit under the radar so far. You know, he did pick up his second kill, but he's 1,200 gold behind the Pango, who is, you know, skyrocketing right now. That Diffusal Blade is coming at I wouldn't say a record timing, but when I say that, that means that this is a very fast Diffusal Blade.
Yep. You wish you had the little stats pop up here being like, this is the second fastest diffusal of the tournament.
Mini's in for an ill surprise. That is the Night Stalker on the hunt.
Look at him.
Look at him go.
Yeah, I didn't even want to finish that. He was going, gone.
Yeah, the fastest auction out there.
RoboZ's back to mid immediately. Diffusal Blade coming in right now, so not pre-10 minutes, but he does have a lot of luxury items in his pocket as well. His man's happy as a clam.
Are clams that happy?
I mean, the Brits seem to believe so. It's their saying.
It's the Brits.
Yeah, okay. Alright, first split it again.
Yep, into a big first rolling boulder, I believe, as well, by the Pango. Both rolling out. I mean, they could sack Yor. RoboZ's just waiting for a chance to turn. Like, is this my fight? He's still not bought his Diffusal Blade. He has the money for it.
Oh.
There we go. Full Diffusal coming on the Courier. And Night Stalker's got a Phylactery lined up. Oh, that's cheeky.
That is very cheeky. I mean, I think a lot of what's going to happen in this game is simply about plucking away that Shadow Demon from the backlines. You fly in, you nuke the SD, you clap them around a bit. And after that, you get to play the game and team fight however you want. You just need to get that SD first.
And I do feel like the popularity of Phylacteries and Condas, I mean, Condas are more for damage and Phylacteries are more for enabling damage, so you can close in gaps Well, they're actually jumping onto Muerta, who's like, well, I thought the grass was greener on this side of the map, but yeah, that also comes with a price. It's not for free. So that's one down, and make it a second with the gyrocopter to drop as well. And Akatsuki now escaping with a 6k lead. Morphling getting away, Pango's getting away. Night Stalker's being enabled by his team. Enabled in a good way, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. These are the kinds of moves that I want to see, where you bring in your NS whenever you can, and the Morphling is not left out of the fighting either. I've said it before, but Wit's previous Morphling game looked really good. He, again, the way that he dominated this lane, of course, you have a favorable lane for yourself, but the amount of pressure that he expresses, yeah, I like this guy.
Gyrocopter literally just teleported here as he spawned, so that's another kill. But that you're right about it. I mean, when I was saying predictions about X5 that I don't believe in their draft, I think it's not that huge of a a prediction from a team that has yet to win a single map. But I honestly think this is more of a drafting issue that's going on right now, because it looks like one team is just snowballing and the other side has snowbally heroes and the potential for some late game, but they're not getting to snowball. They had one lane zoned out completely, and their safe lane carry kind of can't find an area on the map that she can go. And
no, and it's sad that Mini felt the need to leave that top tower, but Akatsuki was doing such a good job at controlling that top side jungle that she really could not stay there. Even though, yeah, the tower's still up, still in damage, doesn't matter. Mini gonna get the Mithril Hammer pretty soon now, but the fact that it took you until like 13.5 minutes, could be probably even 14 until he has it in his pocket. That is such a delay on your farm amplification, and that's time that the Morphling has spent absolutely free farming.
Yeah. Morphling's going to have a pretty solid game with this this current pace, and I don't think we're going to hit further than maybe 26, 27 minutes in this game with at the current pace, with how the way Akatsuki is leading the charge. There's not a lot of tools to stop this ongoing onslaught.
I guess you have decent high. I can't believe I'm saying that at 13 minutes, but you have decent high ground with the Muerta and Alesh. But then again, like that, your high ground is also a choke point. That is not necessarily where you are the most favored in this game. There is an Elder Titan on the opposing side.
Oh, the win probability already at 12 minutes is saying 90 to 10. In favor of Akatsuki, so I feel like they're also on the same board with us. One more tier 1 tower to take in the top lane, that is. Nice Stalker to tame. Meanwhile, Destroyer has been taming the wilds, stacking some ancients for his team. Unfortunately, doesn't get the hard cap stack to work out at the same time, but still, a lot of creeps to farm. I think they've been stacking all over the place because, you know, you have Elder Titan, gets a lot of extra movement speed with the Astral Spirit, those big heavy punches you also get to use. So there's definitely been stacks all over the place. A GRPX is... Actually, is he farming the stack by himself? Is that a Shadow Demon farming a triple stack? Yes, that is. I need the money more than my cores do. I'm gonna farm this myself.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, towards the shard. Cleanse is gonna do decent for you this game, but still the silence going out from the Night Stalker is AoE.
Yeah, he's trying his best to farm that camp, but it's definitely, you know, it's a lot of effort. Alone, though, he never got the shield rune. He never got the shield rune. He tried to pop the Diabolic Edict, but that just means the Pango's going to walk on top of him and steal it. Leshrac does get glyphed on top, and RoboZ doesn't get the connection. Yor will go down. Lesh will find a kill.
Oi.
Will get the return kill as well, but the Gyrocopter is going to be dropping too. And Wits finds a kill of his own. That is Arcano, dying before the Primal Split ever goes off. So the Morphling gets one, and look at this dive from Jesus. He's like, well, there's nobody stopping me here. So I'm going to try a play on my own with that Ready Phylactery. So SD did hit level 6 thanks to the stacks that he was farming. Now RoboZ is going to clean the rest of them out.
A great demonstration there from Uses why the phylactery on the Night Stalker is such a big extra punch. To avoid taking the Shadow Demon to half health there. That's nightmare material.
Yeah, when you have this big demon just chasing you around, it's like, yeah. If things already got worse.
And just put me into hell. Can't be worse than it's up here.
Yeah.
Alright, well, at the very least though, Arcano working his way towards Radiance. That is going to do a decent amount of damage for you in these team fights, especially because you're most likely not the one that's going to get focused down first. And we do have Mini with the Maelstrom now up. I'm thinking that he will go into a BKB immediately. You would really rather away with that as long as possible,
Arcano.
but first AoE silence.
He's greeting out. He wants that camp so bad that he's gonna have to pay a toll once again. Gonna have to force out the primal split at least. That might keep his life. Meanwhile, at the same time, Usus is being chased here. They've got the SD ulti, but he's regaining speed quickly. The Shadow Demon just ends up walking into his own trap with RoboZ there to help him out. Gets the stun. Goes for another round, and there's a secondary connection. There he goes. Nuage he's gonna drop low too. Pick pole to try and make a run for it. The Pango low on HP. Usus has to fight the Gyro and the tower, and he doesn't feel too healthy doing that. He will survive. Arcano will go down as Wits has finally finished him off at the Defender's Gate. And there goes your 4th hero as well. And you know, this is I think when you were talking about nightmares, yeah, this is nightmare material for X5.
Absolutely. They nearly got Usus there. He underestimated the Diabolic Edict persisting through death. It's always a fun one, but not
Silver linings.
That. Yeah, no scraps left here. Absolutely none. I imagine we're going to see a second phylactery build-up from Woods here. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the right course of action. Your Conda is deadly this early on in the game for any hero.
Huerta's trying to see what she can get away with. We're going into the 8s. We're going to go full Blightmare upgrade. How much more time can your team buy for you? Every minute is written in blood.
Yeah, and every kill is still worth a lot of money. They are scaling in experience and gold, so the one thing X5, if they can live off of, is the fact that if they manage to wipe their opponents, gold doesn't work the same way it used to before, but experience still does. If you wipe your opponents like 2 times, the amount of experience you get from the deficit you're at, you just go past your opponents by a mile. So any successful team fight for X5 is a lot of experience, and they're going to start things off with this Morphling. An attempt is made. He's down to half HP. The rocket's going to go through. RoboZ is there in between. Arcano still has the split. Morphling needs a bit of saving done here. He is very low on HP as he turns into a Shadow Demon and just sets himself up for a stun. And Mini gets the kill. Destroyer, that's the next one to fall. X5, some signs of life finally being shown here, but there's still too many issues to answer. You got 2. But you are not getting all of them. Mini almost getting RoboZ, low on HP, but Usus is still right on top of him. The Muerto will drop. The Gyrocopter is at 1 HP, and Brewmaster is here to try and help out his buddy. Usus healing himself up with the Shard, and RoboZ gets himself a nice little double on the Swashbuckle, making it a triple kill, and that's going to be the Ultra with this Brewmaster running out of tools, running out of options. Making an ultra kill for RoboZ. 11-0-9 on the Pango, still undefeated.
Absolutely illegal. It's a great illustration here of how X5 cannot teamfight into this draft. So they make the correct choice. They go on a Morphling who is way too far out, should absolutely not be there. And that means that they do at least get themselves a favorable start to this fight. But it's also immediately an illustration of the fact that actually, no matter how this game could have went, you can see by that team fight that if that is a 5-on-5, X5 doesn't get a chance. And they don't at this deficit either.
Yeah, they got a decent amount of levels there with the kills. But still, there's so many items that Mini needs to get the Morta to work. You need the Shard on this hero, you need a BKB, you need your levels to pick up on points on your Pierce the Veil. But mainly that Shard is one huge piece of Morta's sustain. The increasing spell amp for every kill. And the thing that it's also retroactive. You can stack up some insane amounts of spell amp. Which, by the way, kind of funny as it is, you can build a Dagon on a late game Morta. Gyrocopter gone.
I love it.
On to the next one with a blink on the Grimstroke. Well, that stun disappears into the void. Doesn't matter, RoboZ still got it.
RoboZ is the king of this game. Where was this man yesterday? I missed him.
I feel like maybe the teams were a bit different that he was playing against. This one has been, you know, I think everybody is enabled this game. Everybody's looking good on the side of Akatsuki.
Yeah, but I also think it's a good show that one of the things that happened yesterday is that he was deliberately shut down.
Yeah.
Like, taking a first pick Pango versus any of the matchups that he got previously in this tournament in general would have probably been a death sentence, but here Alone does not get a word in edgewise.
Making easy work through these buildings here in the top lane. Akatsuki, first lane of rack secured. Arcano does have the split with the Radiance. He almost didn't get it off. He was on the edge of the silence on the Night Stalker, but the Night Stalker finally gets his Dark Ascension off as well. Slowly dropping low as well. Does get the Hunter in the Night to get some extra heal for himself. There goes one. 4 more to go. Morphling low here. Morphling actually looking like he might die, but not quite enough. So close. They will get Destroyer at least for their efforts. RoboZ still has that shield rune going on, so he's got that extra protection for himself. Yeezus gets 1 out of the way. 3 more to go. Arcano split is out, so he's out as well. Morphling does fall. Mini does get the damage out of the Pierce the Veil. So that's the second time Mini gets to kill Wits. And those are the 2 total deaths that Wits has.
Only in the core-to-core, and a very good illustration there. X5 knows that they have to dodge the AoE, so you see them mostly leaving that gap open while the Pango is rolling through it, and once the Pango is in the base, Alone goes out, and the fight takes place outside until the Pango comes back in, etc. They need to dance in order to actually get the damage, but do get it done there.
And it feels weird as well because, you know, we talked about how much damage the Radiance gives on this Brewmaster. He did 5.2k damage, which was like 80% of the damage output from his team in that fight. He did all the work.
And that's one of the things that that Akatsuki perhaps lack a little bit, is a way to deal with the Brewlings.
Yeah, they don't exactly have a lot of split, yeah. I mean, cleave.
Yeah, no, it needs to be RoboZ really focusing on them, but that's not what you want to do as a Pango. Focus firing on a Pango? You just want to roll, man.
Yep, still a pristine game, 25 KDA. Just keep that up. But Morphling is really desperately needing this this Aegis, because the next time Pierce the Veil is popped, one good thing about the Muerta carry is the cooldown on this this ulti. He's 3 levels away. He's going to have a 45-second cooldown on Pierce the Veil, which I think is silly. I mean, it's supposed to be a support, right? And you have a lot of ultis in this game that are 40 seconds, maybe 50 seconds, maybe 60 seconds. But this is a scaling hero that does a crap ton of damage, and every time you force a team fight, the next time you're fighting, that ulti's back up again. And that's one good thing going for X5, literally, is the Muerta being a carry this game, that his ulti is so good. Skips all the armor the Morphling has, skips all the armor the Pango has. It hurts the Night Stalker that's approaching you. With your BKB on, you don't even worry about the silence. You just force the Night Stalker away. Be gone, pest. It's kind of like a Van Helsing scenario.
Yeah, very much, very much. And you know what? That BKB is done now, so Mini can actually stand his ground. And this is the exact reason why you need that Aegis on the Morphling, if you want to continue playing up. Because otherwise you will be
Incoming.
There is an Aghanim on the ET, by the way.
Good bubble save for the time being. Nuages gets to live a bit longer, but look at Muerta go. Nuages will drop. Robo-Z down with a big kill. And Yissus is running for his life right now. 5 seconds for the Gleipnir to be back up. And Mini, if he just keeps track where he's going, he might be able to trap him with the root, but just far enough. The Night Stalker's back to a safe distance, but a huge win for X5. And that is all coming out of the turnaround, basically. They just got the disruption bubble before the Inkswell stun actually did too much to the Gyrocopter. He's able to get all of his spells off, and most importantly, he stays alive, so that's a target they need to still focus down, and Mini is in position to dish out the damage, and he exactly did what was told. Lesh doing a lot of damage, and so does the Muerta, so there are these small glimmers of hope.
I mean, especially if Akatsuki just fights without their Morphling there. I mean, that was just disrespectful.
Wits. Oh, Mini,
no
well,
BKB on the Muerta.
well now there's no BKB. So now this is a whole different story.
Whole different ballgame.
Wits also wants to give it a try in the Muerta form. Looked good for a moment. Looked good for a moment, but then there's a, there's a Cliff Ward showing their position, and it's a bit too easy to just get rid of the Shadow Demon. And knowing there's no BKB, that's the one protection Muerta has.
Yes, but they can do that again. And by do that again, I mean the previous fight where the Muerta gets a dish out all damage. He does have the BKB again.
Yep, and the Pierce the Veil. Nuages is already baiting them in, but there's a 15-second wait period for the Muerta to come back up, and I think we're waiting longer than 15 seconds because we are paused once again.
Oh, alone. It is no wonder that he hasn't really found his rhythm in this game, because he just constantly has to stutter step because of whatever technical issues he's got going on.
Yeah, the internet hasn't been kind to him today. And usually that's being said about, talent. Internet isn't necessarily always kind to us. Sometimes it is, but today has definitely not been a lone stay. There's an 80 rune on the Pango still. Jesus will get the credit for this kill, though. BKBs have been popped, so with 4v5, I think there's a way to fight this. And they also recognize it on Akatsuki. They just back out.
I'm gonna respect that exactly. BKB on the Night Stalker spent. Mini
set up a Night Stalker. He's got no way out. Mini. What can Mini do? BKB is popped. Here's the Veil, still holding on to it. Now he drops it down, and there's the Night Stalker down. Big nukes, and another huge streak. Muerta's been getting the majority of these, but oh, there we go. Absolute deletion. Conda on top of the Pango rolling on top. That is good night, Muerta. Glass cannon as you are.
And then you're standing next to you as well. Ooh, buddy.
Yeah,
Do not even lose the ages.
This is where it's at. This is where the party's at. On top of the Muerta. Oh. Nice snipe attempt with the Storm Remnant.
Very cute. Very cute. Wits popping that magic wand as the hit is in the air.
Yeah. There was a small second where it's kind of like, the player himself recognizes that I could snipe this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then instant regret. More players are just too good today. Okay, that's a messed up combo there.
A little scuffed.
Still not going to change anything here. Elder Titan also has an Aghanim, so it's got that debuff immunity and 50% magical resistance as well, with the Spirit coming back in.
It's had it for a while. We're seeing a lot of Axe power in general in this game, by the way. Shadow Demon also getting really rather close. It's unfortunate that his career got sniped just now, because that one was supposed to buy the point booster.
Yep. We have 9 shards at 28 minutes. Muerta's the only one who doesn't have it. And has it in the queue. So that's going to be the last one. 300 gold short from it.
And then between lifesteal and the BKB, and then afterwards I do think you finish off, like, you don't want to, but you have to finish off the full pike, I think. Because your BKB is going to start to get shorter, and you do need to take your distance from the Night Stalker.
Yeah, all your damage is coming through from the Pierce the Veil, so would make a lot of sense to just buy survivability. But there's the shard. So 4% spell amp with 3 kills on the Muerta. Interesting. I guess it's just a vicinity buff, right? So even if it's an assist or whatever, you still get it. Found the lash a bit too deep.
Have you forgotten my oath?
And GRPX. Wait.
This time is the next time.
Wait a second. Okay, I might have seen that wrong, but I just saw neutral item drop at the same time as the Lesh died, and it said that Shadow Demon was the one that found it. I was like, wait a second. He's not even there.
No, there's a bunch of labeling that goes wrong right now. As
that could be the thing. Mini dishing out a lot of damage, but the Pierce the Veil will run its course, and so does the BKB, and nobody dies this time. That's a bit of a sigh of relief for Akatsuki, so they're not making this game too difficult in their eyes. Wits. There's no Aegis this time. He's just going in. The Yule's coming out from the left track. Nice quick fingers there, but it won't save his life. And Arcana with the split. The Earth Splitter as well coming at the same time. Robo-C still controlling the Muerta on the back line. And they're just cleaning out these Brewlings one after the other. And Arcano's life, well, he barely just gets out of this one.
Nuages is back, but what are you gonna do with a singular gyrocopter here? He's got a Force Staff in his pocket. Fearsome stuff.
Very fearsome gyrocopter.
I don't know, look at him run.
I'm just waiting for the moment Elder Titan decides to put the Echo Stomp active. Shows up next to the gyrocopter like, hello.
Yes.
You want a briefcase? Smack.
It's this one and the Monkey King that always go wrong. And I love both of them for it.
Yeah. You are the best. The Arcano is very deep right now. The Soulbind into the illusion. Could use some help here. He's going to get that back up. Arcano is down.
Woof.
And GRPX, well, one hit away from dying. Robo-C will get it with his illusions.
Like he's made of paper. The amount of magical damage that this Akatsuki lineup deals is absolutely undeniable.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now with the creeps coming back in, one lane of racks to secure. Of course, the melee rack still stands. Mini does drop the Pierce the Veil onto the Morphling and close to getting this kill. Wits will be forced to use his BKB. That's his 8-second charge, just to back out.
Mini still has his, so that is good news, even if his damage output is going to be a little less than he would want to.
It's something. Waiting for the stomp to come out. There's the BKB pops, and instant charge from Akatsuki to the back line of X5. And this is just a repositioning, trying to get out of harm's way. Elder Titan in the front. Yor did go quite deep there. Robo-Z's there as well. He does get banished for the time being by GRPX. The BKB, though, is there. Mini has to fight versus a very angry Pango. And here comes Wits as well. And this looks like the end of the line for game number 1. 32 minutes. And Akatsuki will be able to close this one out.
X5, unfortunately, really didn't give themselves a chance in the draft. Even if you get through these lanes here, I have doubts about how you're getting to execute this draft on the whole when you're so reliant on having a BKB up for your Muerta. You cannot fight in any close quarters whatsoever. You can see it there at the end again as well. Like, if you ever line up, the Elder Titan and the Pango are going to make absolute minced meat out of you. And I gotta say, that's probably also how they feel on X5 right now. Like, they just went through the meat grinder.
Yeah, rough game all the way from the laning stage. It didn't look like anything was really going their way. And I think it does come down to the way that they drafted these heroes and the roles they put them in. I still feel like if they put the Gyrocopter into carry position and the Muerta as a support, it could have looked a slight bit better. And of course, they would have to swap around their lanes and all. Probably this was more player preference thing. And of course, the hero pools then come into play and come to action. Like, can they actually play the heroes in the given roles? So they wanted this. It didn't work out. You've got one more game. I mean, I think without further ado, Kips, let's take a tiny break as we... We'll wait and see what Akatsuki and X5 are brewing for the final game of Group A.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present Betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
gaming, 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back, folks. It's time for the final game of Group A. And this one will potentially decide if Akatsuki can 2-0 this one. And of course, if X5 can get their first win on the board. It's 9 straight losses, Kips. It's a dire situation. It's not looked fun for them during the course of this tournament. But at least if you can get that one win, end your tournament run in a win, even if you're out, that's something.
That's something. Like, ideally, you want to come out of an experience like this with the idea and the feeling that you've learned something, that, you know, you haven't wasted this time just getting beat up by everybody. And it's hard to believe that when the win doesn't come. Of course, if you have a really good team atmosphere going, if you got all your goals aligned, you make sure that you wrote them down beforehand, you evaluate them afterwards, to see like, hey, we did have improvement, and it's possible, but it won't feel like you improved until you got that dub. So X5, one more time, this is your shot.
Yeah, hold the line, or once more time, once again into the fray, or into the frying pan, or into the fire. Let's see which case it's going to be in this case. Let's just mishmash everything together.
5 seconds.
What X5 basically, I think maybe they lacked in the previous game. I honestly feel like it was a bit of execution judgment, and of course their early brewmaster pick didn't work out. I feel like most of the time when you pick a brew early, it looks like a great pick in terms of the whole draft on paper. But then the laning stage looks abysmal. It's kind of like he had 7 last hits versus the Morphling, and the Morphling was like, was it the 3rd or 4th pick on the side of Akatsuki? And with the Elder Titan, he just ended up being zoned out completely. Yeah. So what is the remedy to this? You know, of course, the change of a hero, and maybe the pick order could change a bit, but it's always off lane and supports usually how they start things off with. Should they go back to opening up with a carry?
One of the things that you can do actually is delay your pos 4 pick by a lot. Make sure that you get to see the enemy carry, because they'll probably feel safe picking it since you have shown the lane matchup. And then make sure that you have a support that applies a lot more pressure to that particular hero. That is a trick you can do to make sure that you actually get a counter pick out without having to shift your carry all the way to the front of the line.
Yeah, that could be one way to do it. Especially with the flex picks that we've been seeing around all over the place. They could potentially be, room to keep that flex pick alive until the final pick shows up. That could possibly grant you an avenue. But X5 were like, well, we couldn't make the brew work. We're gonna let you. We're not gonna let you get that brew either. So something is changing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's very comfortable in the sense that he will always get to that radiance, and you will always get yourself a hero that's going to contribute to the team fights early, then scale into the mid-late. I can see it being taken out here as X5 Really rather not go up against something that's that easy to execute. Does leave a lot of the usual suspects free to roam the earth, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Something you're in particular referring to here, you know? Sounds like a bit of a Meepo reference to me.
Yeah, no, to me that was definitely Bat Rider because he's a bandit, but no, Bat is out now.
Right, yeah.
But Disruptor, alive and kicking. We have got things like the Crystal Maiden around now.
What about a Ricky pick? He's a thief.
Radiant team pick.
At least according to
Definitely an outlaw,
the Crownfall campaign, he's blamed to be a thief.
Mereska has arrived.
Oh, Dark Willow. Okay. Do you know the lore of Dark Willow? Because I don't.
The Dark Willow lore.
Yeah.
My brain goes something about a fairy losing her wisp and that being a problem culturally.
Right, yeah. Sounds a bit like Willow. I mean, the wisp she has is very different to the wisp that we know as Io.
Wonder if there's like a classification. Maybe it's like the, you know, in Donald Duck, Goofy has a dog, but Goofy is a dog. Maybe it's like that.
Yeah, you know, dog owning a dog.
Yeah, one of them, you know, some comrades are more equal than others.
Yeah, a bit of hierarchy
animals.
in there. Yeah, there's a metal band called Animals as Leaders, by the way.
I have heard of them, but I have not heard them. Anyway, another usual suspect just made his appearance down there. Shadow Demon immediately picked up. It was hard to talk about the Shadow Demon's impact in that game because he spent a lot of time hiding in the trees, fearing for his life. But whenever the Night Stalker was not on him, you could see a significant slowdown in the team fights because of the SD ults, making sure that the Night Stalker's tempo was shut down.
Yeah, but at least what we saw in the last game, the Night Stalker seemed to reign freely all over the place, but there were moments where they at least hindered the Grimstroke's capability of the Inkswell. It was nullified by the disruption. So there's always something good going with the Shadow Demon, even if the game is looking harsh and hard. So you can at least dodge some abilities, save your allies, and set up for some heroes. They are going to ban out the Morphling on the side of X5. So things are definitely taking a turn.
No, you gotta respect Wit's Morphling at this point. I think he's looked way too comfortable, especially if you think about Akatsuki's weakness being not bringing the cores together early. Wits is so comfortable in this morph that he's clearly making calls like, hey, you can come to my lane, we can kill here. He is not hiding behind his tower in the jungle hitting some creeps. He will definitely get kills if he wants to. So, yeah, slowing them down. You can also do it in that way, like, hey, if your cores are on heroes that they're slightly less comfortable, they're just going to make slightly less calls and going to do that slightly less confidently. Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps indeed. Thing is, can we cook up some spicy drafts from these two heroes? Of course, I think with Dark Willow, you're already taken away a couple of these initiating heroes from your opponent's side, but you could get some funky stuff with Bedlam. I don't know if Bedlam works with Io, because Bedlam is a separate damage source, and Io getting that attack the target that you're tethered with. If they get Bedlam, would that allow them to proc extra right clicks? I don't know if that's a thing, because I think it's a separate damage source. But that would be wild if that would work together.
Well, Centaur is a pretty darn good Bedlam carrier, and you've got two ways of resetting a team fight now. Actually, three, of course, because the Overgrowth is also one. That is... If I was complaining about the amount of AoE control in the previous game, X5 are completely fine this time around. You're going to have to see some Manta-style building action from Akatsuki here at the very least.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's one way to look at it. A lot of initiation power, a lot of constant poke and harass, Treant moving around. Centaur also providing quite a lovely amount of that too, especially the lane pressure. He doesn't really see his carry matchup yet. Of course, this Tiny could still be flexed into that position, but yep, I guess we kind of saw this one coming. You know, you pick a Centaur or a Brew or a Doom or something like that, we're going to bring out a Lifestealer.
I'm not sure how much I like that though. The last time we saw this matchup of the center versus the lifestealer, Sent actually did really well. And now you've got yourself a lifestealer he is going to get stopped off by the overgrowth, and you're not a natural manta style builder.
There is one thing, yeah. Would have to use the rage or potentially even a extra BKB. Well, sometimes you do have games where you do have to pick up the BKB just because the hero needs to be in those fights for long enough. If you are constantly being poked by roots and whatnots. There's the Razor answer to the Lifestealer, but I feel like the DP is a good one here for Akatsuki. Is that a Robo-Z mid-Death Prophet, though?
Maybe very possible.
Could signal us, at least for the time being. They do ban out the Zeus. Suspecting that's probably a 3. Or a support, if depending where this Tiny is going. Could be a mix between the Tiny and the DP. This could be a lane duo, too.
Yeah, I'd say that's... I mean, it really depends on where the Razor goes as well, right? The Death Prophet, not afraid of the Razor in the slightest. If you have a toss, you are especially... You can always toss your core out of the range of the leash, or the other way around, yeet the Razor.
Yeah, let's see Treant Core with support Centaur.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm just throwing in some ideas. I mean, I've seen Treant Cores only in pubs, and mostly a pause 3, if anything. But Treant just doesn't do good with items. He's just a hero that doesn't really do that well with the traditional build-up of core items you'd build on a hero, because his skill set doesn't work with his items that well.
Trees are not so good with motion. He's not built for punching, man. He'll do it in the laning stage, but afterwards he's just wandering the woods and, you know, in vision. That's his jam.
I have seen some spicy builds with that shard though. When you root your target and you get that big hit, if you're able to crit on it,
Radiant team
that slaps.
It slaps, but it slaps once. That's kind of the thing. Shadow Fiend, you know, the last time we saw this was in SA. It was the Grills Gaming team. No, it wasn't Grills Gaming. It was the what was the women's division for
10 seconds.
Mad
SA?
Queens.
Mad Queens, that's the one. Yeah, so Mad Kings, Mad Queens, that's the one where I would think it was Leo Style, who we know plays a lot of Shadow Fiend, was playing that in the previous tour. Now that this kind of looks like a mid Shadow Fiend, it's a good matchup versus the DP.
Yeah.
But of course, he doesn't really know if that DP is necessarily going to be his laning matchup. Indeed, Akatsuki still got a couple options here. Maybe the Viper could be one to go for. We're going to bring out a Winter Wyvern.
Okay.
So it's a Robo-Z DP and an off-lane Winter Wyvern. Sure. Okay. Let's do that.
A Robo-Z unafraid of the counter matchup here, because that is definitely one of the bigger counters for the Death Prophet. You don't really do anything to the SF if he gets off to a good start. There's nothing that your siphons are going to be able to do to actually help you keep up in the damage output versus an SF. And he's going to outfarm you afterwards.
I think the Crypt Swarm spam is really one that keeps a lone at bay. But also, if a lone wants to fight versus Robo-Z, well, you get 2 raise connections and you have a slow for yourself. And then it's basically just a trade-off. But Shadow Fiend has so high right-click damage that DP would have to use spells to keep the Shadow Fiend away. Meaning you need more mana. You might have to pump an extra Yules potentially in this game just to avoid getting hit by the Shadow Fiend ulti later on in the game. But I feel like this SF does get a good matchup now, particularly that Robo-Z gets the DP. But I like the Winter Wyvern versus the Razor. A hero that's able to zone him out, meaning you should get a good start. But the Winter Wyvern, the further the game goes and he's played as a core, it can deal some devastating results.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's also necessary that it's played as a core here, because you don't get much value at all out of your heal this game. I think you're more than likely to just kill whoever you're healing.
Yeah.
You need to be
kind of works that way. But he needs a lot of items on the Wyvern, most importantly the Witchblade to kick things off, and then slowly make your way towards Aghanims. But there's probably 1 or 2 steps in between that he needs to achieve first to get that far. But at least Akatsuki, you know, they've drafted a bit more of an untraditional draft. I think it's the rightful place to do so. It's the final game of the tour for both of these two teams. Let's have a bit of fun with it too, which I'm always receptive to.
Yep.
Happily welcoming.
Receptive, exactly. Yeah, so, these are very strong laning heroes, and they also have some pretty early timings. If you want to group with everybody, you can do that.
What you can do, fellow viewer, is get the 1xBet mobile application for yourself. We can also keep an eye open on these games. If you, for some reason, have to go, you got work to do, or whatever, you can always just pop that app when you're on your way to work. Keep an eye open on what is happening in these games. This is not the only tour, so you'll actually get some benefit out of the application.
Yeah, we are still going all the way up to TI, baby.
Yep, plenty of months to go. A lot of dotes available. And talking about TI, you know, a bit of a TI theme going on there with this courier. A little bit. Not quite, but almost there.
Almost there.
The one thing I hope is we have less pauses this time.
Yes. We all wish alone a very merry internet connection and a happy ping.
Can we go to the Radiant base and look at the 2 identical couriers? One is called Courier, the other is called Snap.
They're playing together right now. That is the cutest thing.
Yeah, it's a dynamic duo right there. Screw the Dota game. We have a smoke gank up happening here, and they might catch Destroyer. The slow is there, and followed up with a raise. Nice avalanche, but it doesn't look like it's going to save Destroyer, because you remember this hero doesn't have any armor, really. So a couple more punches should do. Just 1 more hit required. The Plasma Field will get it done. So Mini for the first blood on the Razor. That will enable him to get that Wraith Band. As soon as they pick up 1 more bounty, he'll have it ready. Extra stats for the lane, always nice to have.
I mean, you'd really hope to get that on your SF, right? That would be the dream. But I don't think anybody ever turned up their nose at a first blood.
Nope. When it's up for grabs, you go for it. And that's exactly what they do on the side of X5. Arcano's going to be forced away from this river bounty. That will be taken by Akatsuki. And it looks like a 2-for-2 tie is indeed the case here. So, let's see how this laning stage rolls out in the mid lane. Of course, you know, got raises level 1, which you kind of have to have, especially if you're playing in mid. There's no way you start with Necromastery, because then you're shooting yourself in the leg.
Oh, in the leg. I was thinking about even more sensitive body parts, honestly.
Yeah, not the foot. Something else. Misfired gun. Yeah.
We've seen requests for remakes over that. With the presence of the Dark Lord, of course.
Which is actually a pretty spicy passive when you think about it. Every time a hero dies, it's always -2 armor reduction for 20 seconds. So if it's a fight where you get an opening kill, you don't actually recognize the effect of it, but it's more physical damage that you're going to be dealing onto your opponents, and it stacks with further kills. So if you get 2 kills or 3 kills, and you're about to die, you could get that moment, that kind of surge of power where it's like, hey, I can actually turn and fight.
It synergizes very well with the rest of his kit, right? Because you burst with the magic first, you hope to get 1 or 2 kills off of that, and then after that you're very much a right-click hero. Archetype of a mixed damage hero here. So yeah, getting some kills, stacking up that minus armor, and then grabbing more with the right-click deeps.
Robo's being zoned out from this lane. 3 stacks of slows alone. Can he? Oh, just a bit too far away. That 4th stack of Shadow Rays would have probably done the trick, but now he pays a heavy price for it. As he's completely low. He's going to have to high-five his own tower. Yeah, that tower's not helping you right now. The creeps are on the other side of the river.
Yeah, contemplate it. Think about what you just done.
Talking about duels, GRPX fighting versus Yor. You know, a bit of a support battle here. Arcano is coming in from the other end. Like, I am not laning versus this Lifestealer. No way in hell. He's already picked up 8 denies in this lane as well, so it's pulling ahead.
As expected. I know GRPX doing a good job actually making sure that the center does not have to face the Lifestealer here. And maybe if you have a higher damage harassment support, you could be thinking about laying more into that matchup. But with a Willow, I'm not going to say that you're totally on your own as a Centaur, but she's more of a cheerleader if you compare it to, like, say, a Techies or a Crystal Maiden, for example.
A bit, yeah. I mean, this was a first pick Dark Willow, which won't really do anything versus a Lifestealer, so there's a reason Wits picked this hero for himself. He's going to get a courier snipe on top of it, plus the disruption on the Willow means that they get to steal the Lotus as well for the Shadow Demon. Nothing is really going their way on the Radiant off lane. What about their safe lane, though? We talked about this Razor, you know, a hero that kind of beats his laning matchups naturally. This, again, is a range core he's going up against, even though if they have Drain Protector, who we talked about, he has big hits, big damage. Wyvern has slows, which keeps them at bay.
Exactly, and they do always have the toss in their back pocket for Destroyer as well, if they want to, holding on to that point currently, just in case he needs it. Razor should be doing fine in this lane here. The Winter Wyvern, not the best last hitter, especially.
I love how Lifestealers, like, screw the armlet, go straight for Radiance. Face boots into Relic Talisman.
Interesting, because that means two things. He has faith in the capabilities of his other two cores to do well in the early mid-game. Because you do fall into a bit of a hole with your Lifestealer. You're really not going to contribute when you're saving up for that relic. Nobody does.
Yeah.
And the other thing then is that he also doesn't see the point of infest bombing anybody. Which, if you look at his lineup, probably also a correct read here. So those two things combined together, no Radiance. Or no Armlet, excuse me.
Yeah.
All Radiance.
Diving bottom at the same time. Not a lot of damage soaked up by Mini, but the more the merrier. Does do anything towards the Tiny. However, Nuages will just die to the tower. Good toss play there by Destroyer. But then again, they did play into their hand.
Yeah, you kind of did that to yourself.
We'll try to continue with the poke. This is low. Avalanche will zone him out for a bit longer, so Mini recognizing I think it's time to go now. I've overstayed my welcome for quite a long time. Not the easiest of lanes for this particular off-lane duo. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wits gets forced out, and Yor could potentially fall to Arcano, who'll get the kill with a double edge. And, you know, much needed relief as well. I mean, the Centaur has been catching up and farm very nicely. Now they got another kill in the bottom lane as and another successful dive attempt by Mini and by Nuages for the kill on Arcano. Finally finishes off the Lifestealer too in the top lane. So that took a turn for the worst.
Right, I mentioned that in the draft, didn't I? Your lane is not actually that secure as a Lifestealer versus Centaur. The amount of burst damage that comes in here, Arcano wields it deftly. You get punished for your casual attitude.
Yeah, Yor will at least chase him down. Spamming that Shadow Poison, make sure he gets a kill with it. Back to hell with you, indeed. You know, being chased by a demon, very rightfully fitting there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Jesus getting hit by the Link again. Nuages is right there, and the slows are very nice. He's gonna have to find a separate route out, and he barely misses with that, or barely dodges that plasma field. Razor was certain he got that kill. Towards the top lane, do they have the damage to kill Arcano here? Doesn't look like it. Rage unused. Arcano gets the stun. 4 stacks of poison. Yor continues to work his way. There we go with the big pop. A couple more right clicks should do it. He's gonna have to tank the tower potentially. No, he doesn't even need to go under the tower. Now GRPX is well in trouble, but Alone is coming in. The big scary Shadow Fiend with an Invis rune. Mini will die to Robo Z with a rotation onto the bottom lane. And now Alone makes himself known. Yor with the double takes down the Willow. The creeps will help out Alone to get the other kill off of the Life Stealer. So plenty of kills all over the place. 6-5. Basically everybody dying everywhere.
And Alone here, making up for the fact that he hasn't actually been able to put the Death Prophet down. And I'm a little bit unsure here, like, is this RoboZ saying, nah, I can handle Alone? Or is this actually not as big of a counter match as it used to be?
I can handle Alone. What is his mantra right now?
Don't make me go all by myself again.
Yeah, we went that route yesterday. But, you know, this time things are looking a bit more sharper for RoboZ at least. But Yor, between Mini and Nuage, is not a great place to be in. But the slows from Jesus are sufficient. And we are not done with the pauses. Thank you, Slacks.
And thank you, Mini. He switched that into his wheel in between games, I'm sure.
That is a very dead Treant Protector. Razor does have Plasma Field, so if there's anything he could do is greed for a kill on the Shadow Demon. Couple steps forward, pop the Q, walk back.
Risky, though, with the Tiny coming in. You get Avalanche tossed, you're going into the tower.
Yeah, it's a greeded moment, basically. He is hidden in the tree. Well, actually, he's not even hidden in the trees. Never mind about that. They do see where he is. And he still has the Demonic Purge, so that is going to deal a couple hundred damage to him. He's 300 magical, so not a huge dent in his HP, but as soon as that Tiny shows up, 1 second channel still remaining on the teleport. I think we can talk about the scenario over and over again, but I kind of hope Mini does turn around.
If he gets the kill, he does get level 6 off of that, and there is turn potential. The Wyvern damage takes a long time to actually really start hurting, and the Tiny only has his combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think it's the correct play to turn here.
I do hope he does. Yor is throwing in the Blood Grenade as well. That is going to cost some of his HP. 75 out of the 180 he has. Alone's calling out for the go sign. So, are we going to get disappointed? Or is Mini going to do what we're hoping he does?
Mini's a little aggro, I believe.
He's going to wait for the Purge to pop, and he's going in. But it's too far away. He will not get it.
Guys, here comes
Yeah. Destroyer also, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to toss it to my Shadow Demon. That's not going to end well. So there's that. He gets out. Treant was still dead. He just needs to catch up on his farm. That's the one thing that the Wyvern doesn't have is real core potential in the early levels. Let's face it.
No, she last hits like a wet noodle. Nothing to do about it. You just need to get your levels, and then you can actually start. And I do think you can tell the experienced core Wyvern players from the, the tourists by seeing how much they can last with the Wyvern in the laning stage.
Oh yes. There's a big difference between the two. Yor has another Purge available, but the Stampede comes out as well. Has to pop the bubble. The Link is still there, even if you cannot see it. He's still soaking up damage. Destroyer going to get stunned up as well. He's surrounded by X5 heroes at this moment. Nice overgrowth. Maximum range for 2 heroes to be caught. Tiny dying on the other side, and Jesus also dropping low. Does have the Arctic Burn, and Nuages will dive under the tower. He'll get this one. Can he get another? Dropping down the path on the right side, and he'll get this one too. In just a moment, the Willow does get the root out. And unfortunate for Jesus, he's not able to dodge it out. Yor, he's returned back again.
You know what's really unfortunate for Jesus? He was 1 EXP off of 6 during that fight. 1.
And he won't be there for this one either. The Treant finishes the tower. He'll give his life for it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Support Tiny to pick up a kill, so he's pretty much halfway to a blink. He'll consider his options. Do I need Mana Boots or do I need the Blink first? If he's off to this good of a start, might as well just consider the straight-up Blink. GRPX, let's get hit by the Purge. Robo Z is also around. Yor will get this one.
Most of the supports on Akatsuki looking really sharp right now. Both of them got their levels. Both of them out-leveling Mini as well.
Yeah, just casually. Rotation comes out. The Avalanche is perfectly timed because DP gets his siphons off, or her siphons off even, and now alone. You kind of used all you have. The Requiem comes out from the tree line. It's fearing away the rest, and Destroyer is history. Nuages will get a kill, but the tower has fallen, and Yor is trying to do some work of his own. Popping an urn, throwing in some Shadow Poison, but it's not enough for the Shadow Fiend to die. That Mask of Madness, he'll regenerate. Robo Z for the kill, though. Takes down the Treant Protector.
You're absolutely zero respect given to the Shadow Fiend there. Love it. I think he's trying to prove who's the bigger shadowy demonic creature, and Yor nearly got the better of Alone there. That was a little scary.
Yeah, we talked about hierarchy. I mean, I guess, you know, a demon is set higher than a fiend. One is minute and minuscule. The other is a lord of something.
Let's see if that turns out to be the case in this game. So far, Alone, having the best time I've seen a Shadow Fiend have in a long, long time. Going to take his distance with the Dragonlance build-up. Curious to see what we're going in afterwards. Straight BKB. Or Shard. We've seen people prioritize the Shard. That crit.
Can be handy.
It's an unusual source of extra damage, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's... I mean, and as well before, it used to, yeah, it used to consume assault. It actually does consume assault as well in this case, so it hasn't really been changed. I thought it was removed.
Oh, it still has a drawback. So it's one of, like, it's very cheap for the amount of damage that you get. Probably the best value for damage, but the drawback really turns a lot of people off of it because you can empty out your soul's bank in a couple of hits.
Yeah. Yeah, that can be the downside of it. See what happens at bottom, though. They are applying pressure to Mini, as Eye of the Storm is now on the cooldown. Yor, 30 seconds for Demonic Purge. They're going to use level 1 Exorcism for this push. The Shadow Demon takes a quick poke there from the Plasma Field. Robo Z, no creeps. That Exorcism push becomes a lot harder. Nuages is here. Alone is here as well. Destroyer does get the toss out into the silence as well. He does have the pig pull. Running around in circles. Requiem is available, but does Alone get to use it? The Overgrowth is there. Big right-click damage, but the Exorcism is also hurting Alone. Will get some lifesteal out of it, but Destroyer finishes him off as Nuages lands on top of him. Arcano drops as well. There's the Fear from the Dark Willow. But of course, Yor, he does have that Demonic Purge now available, and Razor kind of puts that grind to a halt. 3 heroes down, and just the 2 survivors, Mini and GRPX, still considering their options. Shadow Demon does get hit by the roots in the back of the Plasma Field, will take him down. Jesus does have the curse available, but the Razor is low. Sadly, the Demon being dead won't be able to get the proc on time, but still enough damage dealt by it that it will finish off the life of this Razor. Very long drawn-out fight, and it's not even over yet because the Willow will finally be caught as well. The TP there, and the Yules is there to cancel it out as well, so Death Prophet with that fresh Yules pickup. Willow's gonna, you know, trying to create as much space as possible, but it is an inevitable end.
Busy. Yeah, and the X5 with a classic mistake there of fighting into an Exorcism, where I guess you can think about defending that tower if you have a better position, but with Alone sort of strolling in from the side, he basically forced his team to take that engagement, and it doesn't end well for them.
No, it definitely doesn't, and it was a level 1 as well by the time it was popped, so surprisingly doing just enough damage. Well, Mini Not in a good place. He just teleported here, and Nuage is the same thing for him too. That's going to be a secondary kill if they can just keep up the pressure. Arcano, though, looking to reply. Nuages will keep his distance. Yor and Yeezus both running away, but Destroyer is coming in. Tiny able to get another grasp. Yor is low, though. He does get the bubble out in time while Alone finishes off Destroyer, and Arcano continues to hunt down the Silence, the Orchid pickup from the Winter Wyvern, and Arcano is going to drop to it. Meanwhile, the Shadow Fiend trying to reposition with a pick pull, trying to get as close as possible to the Winter Wyvern. The curse is there, and the heal just in time. The Cold Embrace will keep him up, and Robo-Z with a fresh exorcism. Good night, Shadow Fiend. Jesus will go down to the souls, escaping from Alone. But Robo-Z, he'll pull out the long straw out of this one because he's going to get a tower of it with it too.
Huge. And that was a very subtle play from him as well there, where he actually stayed in the trees. He could have done something that every single player would have done there, which is simply give the Centaur that last little tap. But Robo-Z does the calculation, says, no, that's not necessary, which means I can keep the advantage of staying hidden, and that's exactly what gets him into that beautiful position behind 3 overextended enemy heroes.
Yeah, a pretty big moment as well there was the Winter Wyvern throwing the curse, but there was an incoming right-click projectile which could have potentially killed her, and she got the Cold Embrace instantly after the Winter's curse, so that pretty much just salvaged the situation so that the DP can get there in time. Really cool move to see from Yeezus.
Orchid now up. Interesting choice here. I mean, versus the SF, yeah. And the supports are, of course, as always, toast when there's an Orchid in play. I do enjoy this pickup a lot.
Arcano gets the blink out before the Shadow Poison connects from Yor. So the Centaur will get out of harm's way, but there's still traffic in mid. Destroyer, ready with a blink. There's the toss back. Into the creep wave, and for Robo-Z to finish him off.
Easy, and they're still fishing.
Blink is off cooldown in 3 seconds. You get another one. Ava toss,
here,
just a toss this time, and Ava used for the Alone Shadow Fiend, who is being punched by a Treant right now. There's the Stampede, but the Yules is out at the same time, so Robo-Z able to keep Alone controlled. And that just leaves Nuages with an escape. He will lose his core for it, and these are the scenarios where you hate to see that your support lived, but your core died.
It is so rough, especially because your Centaur hasn't contributed that much during most of this early brawling phase, right? He was on top trading farm with wits. It means that you now have that Blade Bill, you have that Blink Dagger, and you came in here trying to turn the tide. And the opposite has happened. Robo-Z has been snowballing so hard off of these fights, and now you have the worst of both worlds, where you gave a lot of farm over to wits by not really challenging him at all in that top lane.
Yeah,
and in the meantime, you lost a Scrabble on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that is a Radiance Lifestealer without the armlet that we talked about. So he will dish out damage as well onto these towers, keep those waves pushed in. Robo-Z to pick up the 80 rune. Destroyer and Yeezus scouting out in the front for a potential pickoff anywhere that they can find. Winter Wyvern does have that Witchblade queued up, which I was suspecting to be the first item. But considering it is a pretty solid Orchid game, he's actually being the one targeted here. They don't have vision, so they don't actually know about the Wyvern's position there, but they do see Destroyer, and they now see Yor as well. Tiny makes his way out, Shadow Demon sacked. There's the Stampede coming out as the Root connects onto Destroyer. Well, they'll at least get a couple kills, unfortunately both being the supports. We'll miss out on the Winter Wyvern, which they did not know was only a couple, well, I wouldn't say 100 yards. A couple 10 yards away, I guess.
Couple of trees.
I don't know the Dota measurement system.
I don't know either. Like, are we going with furlongs per fortnight here, or
yeah, some
are
kind
the
of
ancients
units
on the metric system? Yeah, I mean normally we use units, right? But
I guess we could use ancients, but what is if ancients is the biggest? What are the smaller ones?
Moonwells.
Moonwells.
Yeah,
Spicy word for it.
Anybody remember? Dip into the base, grab a heal. Good times, except for, you know, trying to end games.
Yep, that was the one. I think that's also a word that might be on the you know, the illegal words.
Moonwell.
I think we have scrapped most of our Dota 1 content down the drain.
That's true.
Shadow Fiend, Nevermore. I wonder why he's called Nevermore. Well, Willow's being thrown into the air. Another kill for RoboZ to go on his godlike spree for the second time during this series. Mini. You're thinking about Exorcism on this hero, but I feel like they might just have the damage without it. Treant Protector shows up out of nowhere for a quick overgrowth, but will do no good.
RoboZ is having such an easy game that he's just sitting on this BKB. He built that fully understanding as well, like, okay, I need to keep the tempo going, need to keep my body in the line of fire. That's what I'm here for, I'm gonna tank stuff up, and he hasn't actually had to press it yet. Kaya on top, Sanj nearly coming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Easy as pie, and Wits is like, hi, haven't seen you guys in 20 minutes,
Yeah.
what's up?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Long time no see, and we're
Oh, I
walking
didn't
high
even
ground.
realize we had a life stealer in this game.
Yeah. Walking high ground without an Aegis because we have a level 2 Exorcism with his tower's name on it.
Yeah, Treant's TP just got cancelled as well by Yor, and so Alone shows himself. They will continue with the push. They're like, yep, there's 2 heroes there. They forced at the glyph. They're coming to defend this, so we usually talk about support Winter Wyverns with some crazy good Winter's Curses. This is the one with an Orchid as well, so you've got to carefully pick your fights and your positions here. Alone is ready for a fight. Has that Blink Dagger on the Shadow Fiend. Never forget that this hero does hit like a truck.
Going high risk, high reward here. Unfortunately, of course, versus a Death Prophet who's this far ahead now. This is RoboZ is level 17. It's nothing to sneeze at. I guess Alone has his level 15 talent as well, but of course he did take the Presence Aura affects buildings. Normally, I would cheer this on. I was one of the first people who said you need to always take this talent. But in this game, actually, when are you going to hit the building exactly?
Uh-oh.
When?
Uh-oh. Lucky enough, Alone doesn't end up being the target of the fight because the Treant also makes himself known. I'll scout him out with a sentry. They have 2 sentries right next to each other. Come on, guys. You really made a wall of sentries in this area? Come on. They just put 3 sentries in there. It's not just 2, Mr. Observer. There's a third one. Thank you.
I thought he said 11 for a second. I'm like, well...
11 sentries? I mean, let's count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sentries placed on the map right now for the Dire team.
And I actually think a Radiant one timed out just about now, so... It was correct.
Well, this Roshan will go the way of the Dire team, Akatsuki.
Dire's middle tower is under
Do you remember, folks, that this final series played out? There's nothing at stake for either of these 2 teams, so they're probably just having a bit of fun with their drafts too. Both have been already knocked out from the, relegated. Won't be able to participate in the playoff stage, which kicks off after Group B is played out. So the next 5 days, we have Group B action, and potential tiebreakers, if there are any, will be played out after that, and into the playoffs we go. Once again, the same cycle, the same format here in the South American tournament, just like in SEA. And of course, Europe, the next European tournament as well. As we're still halfway of this tournament, I technically could put it halfway. I'm already waiting for the European one, because you never know what's coming out there. Arcano spotted. But he'll get the pass.
Oh man, Aghanim is just picked up for Wits. It's going to be absolutely impossible for X5 to bring anybody down. when you're this far behind, you usually have to focus fire, especially seeing as that you don't have the biggest, shall we say, concentrated damage lineup anyway.
Yeah.
And then whoever you do go on will get healed up by Wits if he feels like it.
And at the same time, if you feel like killing Wits, now he can jump inside you and heal that way. So it's like, well, we just used, 2,000 worth of damage on a hero that's just regenerating it back, and we can't even hit him. But X5, they're going to make an effort. They're going to come from the side with the smoke here. A chance to jump the Winter Wyvern in vision. There goes the first out stun into the Stampede, but the bubble save from Yor once again. Perfectly placed. There is a fear, but the Terrorize connected onto Wits and Yeezus. Yeezus does get that infest. I believe it's actually onto the Razor, never mind. But the Wyvern is healing up, and the high ground alone is just trying to smack the Wyvern. Wyvern surviving as well with a curse onto the Shadow Fiend. And Arcano and Destroyer both down. You have lost both of their supports, but the cores are doing all the work here. Yeezus will go down alone, trying to charge the Requiem to zone out this Death Prophet, trying to teleport away, and not successful in doing that either. And Wits, meanwhile, he's just been running rampant inside the base. And with that Exorcism, these buildings will fall. Never mind, Exorcism is soaked back in, so Mini gets a chance to fight back. But Wits, what you gonna do?
Lose all your damage. Yeah, gotta...
He's still soaking damage in that infest, by the way.
Full 200 damage stolen. No, that's not...
Wits is still going to apply the souls onto the Razor so that the DP can right-click.
Oh,
yeah, he hits for 1 damage. The melee Rax is regenerating faster than he's dealing damage. But RoboZ, he'll help him out. He'll help a buddy out. And now he's got his damage back. So Wits, time to do the same thing again. Okay, he's going to jump RoboZ taxi this time. That's a better taxi service. Sweeney, very deep here. Yor does have Demonic Purge the moment that Banish comes out. And Mini's just going to chase Yor down. Finally drops the ulti. Wits will get a chance to fight back here. And another Link. And he's just going to make a run for it. They do get to at least fight the Treant Protector. Yeah, he wanted to Overgrowth, but he's dead before it's off cooldown.
It's sometimes hard to judge this as a support, right? Your core's doing all these kinds of plays. You're like, okay, do I need to be here? Are we turning? Or is this just us using our spells and keeping them busy? I just misjudged. We were just keeping them busy.
Another curse. Not much that alone can do in here. The Terrorize will buy some time, though. The Hurricane Pike is forced away, but that Infest, it's chewing in from inside. That's exactly what the Lifestealer Axe will do here. Hunting them down one by one. Arcano, 5 stacks of poison. He's out. The Willow's able to teleport back home. But it does leave Mini all by himself to his own devices. And there's the GG call. And so Group A comes to a close with Akatsuki taking the 2-0 victory. But X5, not a single map win. Unfortunate for them, this tournament run is a bit of a disaster. Well, what can you do? Both teams still out, won't be able to play the playoff stage, but they gave a run for the money.
Exactly. Akatsuki here showing that they definitely have a better control over not just the overall game plan, but also they understand the laning matchups better. They rotate faster, especially their support play looked much snappier than X5's here. And I'm just going to double down on that a little bit because I do think that Akatsuki's supports still are the ones that make this thing go. X5 not strong enough to pressure Akatsuki into the cores falling apart. And that leaves us with these final standings.
Yep. The final standings for the group are as follows. Beastcoast, with their head-to-head victory over Infinity, gives them the #1 seed for the playoff and a granted spot in the semifinals. Infinity, Kali will be starting off in the quarterfinal stage, and we need opponents from them from Group from Group B. And Akatsuki, South Team, and X5 will be eliminated from this group stage part. So the top 3 are now a certainty. But if we do have a graphic for Group B, we could take a look at what maybe Infinity and Kali might be potentially facing off against, because we, of course, have the next 5 days of action of Group B coming right up, and these are your teams. The opponents for Infinity and Kali could be any one of these. It could be Boom Esports. It could be S-Star Bex. Hell, Universitario, the X-Team Silk roster that looked really good last tour, could be them. Anybody can still show up. But that's what starts tomorrow for the next 5 days, Skips.
Yeah, and this is a scary group. Like, if Group A had a very clear outlier with X5, I definitely think that it's harder to call with Group B here. Like, sure, you're maybe not going to rate Lava as high as Boom Esports, but the gap there is not really all that large. Like, if you look at I don't know, Genek versus, you compare with Sacred, you look at Vitalia over on Beastcoast instead. Who are you going to say has the better player here? You know, I think a lot of these teams are very close together in terms of player quality, and I am very excited to see them duke them out because we have everybody except Heroic is here.
Pretty much, you could put it that way. So the top teams the top players from SA fighting off against each others in Group B. But for today, Group A is cleaned and finished, and for us, our day is at an end. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in today. And of course, do make sure at the same time tomorrow to show up for the next 3 best of 2s that are going to be kicking off. But until then, folks, from me and T Panda, Kips, and the production, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good nights, and bye-bye.
Fuck. Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.